Yeah, welcome to the second half of my 2025 new media video. Part 1 was several hours long, so is this, linked in the description if you want to check it out. That was January to June. Let's not waste any time. This is everything that this will contain reviews of everything that I have watched, played, or read, or otherwise experienced from July to December of 2025. Let's get to it.
What's that bottle? It's the unmatched power of the sun, Fur.
Sea of Stars is the game I've been playing all this time, and I have words for it. I don't want to come across as too negative because I really like the game, but I do have a lot of criticism towards it overall. So as a start, it's a classic pixel-style RPG, full length with twists and turn-based combat. The most obvious things with the game are that it looks and sounds amazing. The pixel artwork is gorgeous, and the animation is beautiful. The music is also fantastic. I can't get enough of it, and all the variations on the themes to fit different settings are great. This really helped me get through the tough moments, particularly the extremely long start. But once I did, what I found was a pretty fun game with good progression, enjoyable combat, and a woefully there story. Gameplay is split into three main segments: navigation, puzzle solving, and combat. Navigating the map was fun. I enjoy getting to places with the various tools at your disposal. The grapple hook in particular was really enjoyable, and the capacity to pick up certain parts of the environment and put them down in strategic locations in the free DLC was extra fun. The puzzles though were just there. I didn't dislike them at all, and a few were satisfying to complete despite being easy, but generally they were a lot of move this block, flick this switch, fly over here, so on and so forth. Pretty basic stuff. The combat, however, is most of the meat, and I liked it a lot. It hasn't got the most depth, admittedly, and it gets repetitive by the end. I like turn-based combat, and I think when done well, it can be super fun, and this game does it pretty well. Your basic multiple enemies in multiple locations, moves that hit solo, nearby, and all screen, elements and damage types with weaknesses and resistances depending on enemies, all that good stuff. It also does the Chris Tale style timed blocking and extra hit button presses, which I like. I also love the lock boxes. It's hard to say why, but I found myself having a lot of fun both figuring out what I needed to use to stop special moves, and also what moves and combos actually would work to break them in time. It's pretty fun, and it's very satisfying to figure it out, and that made for the bread and butter of the combat to me. And with all the characters you can get and swap on the fly, it was a very fun system with a lot of variety going around. Now by the end, the basic encounters were getting a bit tiring, but the game was winding down at that point, so I wasn't too bothered. The system is pretty simple in many ways though. There's no status effects and stat boosting options, which is fine, just important to note. There's also minimal in customization. Aside from some early items that lower some stats to improve others, most of what you get is just undeniably better equipment without building your characters in any specific way. Well, no, every level up you can, but it actually just upgrades everything and you can add extra to one stat or get an extra mana point, which is what you should always be doing. So really, again, not much. The boss battles, however, they added a lot. They tended to not necessarily be difficult, though almost all of my deaths came from them, but they were always fun. They were highly entertaining, visually gorgeous, and with lots of personality. The fucking Catalyst boss was wild. I really have good memories of that one. Now, being fun is the most important part of any game, but for an RPG that wants you to play for like 60 to 100 hours, it also needs a good story. And this one, I think, unfortunately, just has an okay story. You play as Valir and Zale. I don't know if that's exactly how they're pronounced, there's no voice acting. A pair of individuals known as Solstice twins that wield the power of the sun and the moon. They're sent on the mission to kill the last dweller, a kind of super monster created by a once prominent evil sorcerer known as the Fleshmancer. But once you get there and kill it, two of your teachers turn on you, and instead create a blood moon to awaken the most powerful dweller of them all. In doing so, you go after that new dweller, only for shit to hit the fan and for the Fleshmancer to briefly return, killing your childhood friend and leaving. Then shit goes entirely off the rails, with that friend getting one day left to live, opening the gateway to multiple worlds, sending you to a different sci-fi universe where the Fleshmancer lives, where you save the world and finally go after the Fleshmancer himself. All this broadly is fine. The progression of the story is really well handled, and while the jump to sci-fi is almost completely unprecedented, they do tease alternate universes pretty well, and so it's only natural that you head to one. One of the characters turns out to be a cyborg, which is a good twist, especially because they have a different twist revolving around them earlier that's super obvious, and looking back, it's clearly meant to make you think that's the big twist, for this one, just you're not expecting the next one. The problem, however, is that, for one thing, the villain and your mentors really haven't got much going on. The Fleshmancer has a few scenes in the past that are really interesting, but as he is now, he's pretty one-note and evil, and his minions entirely meaningless, and they kinda just vanish from the game after they serve him well. Brewgraves and Erlina, your former mentors, are understandable in their motivations and actions, but I don't think the game emphasized them well enough. The point of them turning evil is they find out there are infinite parallel worlds, and the one they live on has a hidden dweller they cannot fight, because it's underground and they can't get a solar eclipse's light to shine on it, which is normally what's considered the default just to take one of these guys down. The only solutions around that problem are ones that are completely unknown to them and anyone, including the one that you use. As far as they know, it is literally impossible to save the world, so they instead decide to just give up and go to a new one, having lost everyone they looked up to and being forced into fighters from childhood to a cause they find out is meaningless. They aren't evil and they don't want you to die. They try to save Valir and Zale, but they aren't receptive. But while there's decent setup for good antagonists who aren't necessarily evil, they don't really go into the deeper characters of Brugraves and Erlina, and after they turn against you, they get a handful of scenes, and the last time they're seen, they're entirely unrecognizable demon entities. And there's this constant usage of terminology and plot points that come entirely out of nowhere. That is, unless you listen to the optional stories told by Teach, the wandering historian girl. And she's fun, I liked her a lot, and I did read all of her stories as I got them. But I can imagine how confused you'd be when you're just playing the game, you didn't collect the stories, you haven't talked to Teeks, and then they just drop this massive plot point, and you're like, what does any of that mean? Because you didn't read that optional story. It's so weird. And the worst part of the story is that the characters don't grow. Let's get into it. The main two, Valir and Zale, are entertaining, and I like their interactions, they have defined personalities, but they never grow and evolve. They start off as naive heroes who want to save everyone, and they end as less naive heroes who want to save everyone. They never change, they never hear out Brugraves or Erlina ever, they don't really get challenged beyond a physical level. They sure do grieve Garl's death midway, and yes, that scene is extremely good, but we skip entirely over their grief to a few weeks later, and they're just normal again, but sometimes they reminisce and get sad over Garl being dead. Garl himself is a really entertaining character, and his lack of growth I think is fine because it's kind of the whole point. His entire purpose is that he's a one-note character, but that kind of, to use Ruby terms, simple soul, is necessary to do the one truly good deed that they needed to get to the Sea of Stars roll credits. The other characters include Sarai, who is a cool character with a good twist reveal, but otherwise really just grows to be more trusting, which happens by like the third hour or so. Baist, the living glass monster, is very enjoyable to watch because his body morphs into different things when traversing the map. Like he'll turn into a water bowl to float, a fish to dive, a crab to move sideways on cliffs, so on. That's really fun. But otherwise, he's extremely one-note and doesn't do much. He has one goal to save the day, briefly wants to fight in an arena, and then it's over. He has singing magic, which is never used more than once or twice, and he's older than the Great Alchemist, which never seems to be relevant. It's so weird, and you get him really late, he just doesn't do anything. Reshaan then, the Great Immortal Alchemist, in my opinion the most developed character in the game. He's an immortal alchemist who was once friends with the Fleshmancer. After millennia, he has been in this agreement to not engage with the battle between their forces. They just watch things play out. He lets the heroes have a chance by altering fate to speak to them. And hey, it's fun to note that Brugraves and Erlina were objectively correct in their choice to turn away from the world. Because if Reshaan hadn't altered fate itself, then the world would have been destroyed. Like, the villains, quote-unquote, are just correct. He then joins you, we can see his fun dynamic and relationship with the Fleshmancer in a scene where they just talk about alchemy and stuff. We get to see snippets of their past, and Reshaan is emotionally broken when he finds out his friend may have been evil for longer than he ever knew, mutilating an entire species just to give him a gift. Another happy memory ruined. He shuts down, leaves the party, but thanks them for giving him companionship again. And then, he never comes back until the end. It's really frustrating because all he does in these scenes is go, they won, back off, and they won, let's go, depending on the ending. It's so frustrating because they actually developed this character. They had a great basis to really do something with him, but they didn't. And that's the big issue. Nobody has a real arc. Sarai learns to be more trusting early on, Valir and Zale learn they have more important jobs to do than just fighting one-off monsters. That's it. The characters are not engaging enough for an entire game, which is what bothers me. They're fun, yes, but they're not investable. And frankly, I think that's about the gist of the game. It's got fun combat and mechanics, but the story and characters aren't great. The free DLC, however, I think goes on to show this company has huge potential in the future, because this takes the criticism the game had and fixes it. In the DLC, the puzzles are way better, with more variety and are really fun. The bosses are as good as before, the new movesets are fun, and the Artificer being playable is awesome because he's one of the few characters who could have been playable for some reason just wasn't. And holy shit, the puppeteer is not only hot as fuck and has beautiful purple hair, but her boss battle is amazing. There's this fun minigame you can play called Wheels, which I really enjoyed and wish there was more of. It's a simple 2 hero versus 2 hero tabletop game where you use a slot machine to organize a turn to try and beat the opponent. It was made by the Watchmaker. The puppeteer is an evil version of her, so the final battle with her is a fucking take on the Wheels game in the form of a normal combat encounter. It's really fucking cool. But more importantly, Valera and Zale get proper character development. Valera is confronted with her innate anger and wild fury, going kinda nuts and realizing she has to accept her blunt force fighting style may be a representation of her pure aggression. Zale is confronted with his need for attention and his desire to be seen. Having to wonder if his sunlight magic is a cry for people to notice him without realizing. They come to terms with these parts of themselves after they nearly get torn apart in conflict, and they grow as people. That's awesome. It's simple, but really awesome. And as such, I think it's fantastic. It's a really fun, short DLC that I respect the hell out of the developers, not just for making, but also giving to us for free. So, see ya stars. Fun game, I really liked it, but it has room to grow and I want them to make another like this. I might play The Messenger, the side-scrolling action game that this is a prequel to, but we'll see.
As so many fathers have before him, Dad.
Shockingly enough, I really enjoyed the Kiva movie. The first one. It's not like groundbreaking, but it actually, I think for the first time, had a meaningful purpose as an alt-universe version of events. See, Ryuki is just a retelling of the story but slightly different, and 555 and Kabuto just have completely separate what-ifs, but Kiva's movie actually breaks the canon for a good reason. To give a story devoted to Wataru and Otoya meeting together in a way they never could have in the show's history. I really liked the dynamic here, and I think it was a super enjoyable part of the film. Now Otoya I think was maybe a bit too overplayed in a way. Like, they pulled him from a much more skirt-chasey period of his character than I would like, but it's really not a big deal. The Kurenai father-son bonding and later moments in the movie I really enjoyed. They were great. The other characters were fine generally, they didn't take away but didn't add much. The story was just kind of there and I think a bit one note, and the possibility of jumping back and forth through time wasn't used as it's just Wataru goes to the past and then Otoya goes to the present and that's it. But man, I enjoyed their interactions so much. The villains could have used some work. Ark and Rei are just whatever and have like no character at all to me. And Kiva not having Tatsulot the whole movie is weirdly unexplained. I get why he couldn't have Emperor all movie, but it's weird they never address it. There's really cool action at points, the characters are fun. Yeah, I just really enjoyed this. I'd rank it below the other summer movies that I really liked, but above the ones I thought were bad or just okay. It's quite fun. Fairy Tail Analog Horror, I guess now making this I don't have to sugarcoat my opinions, because the video's already out. It's okay. The June Archive restoration project I definitely think deserves eyes from, views from eyes that have actually got experience with the thing it's about. Project Britannica, Boat Show, Chainmail Chases his peak.
Oh shit, here we go again.
So I finished the Ace Attorney Apollo Justice trilogy at last. Here is an extremely long segment on my thoughts on the full selection of all 3 games. Let's start with the first game. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, I understand to be divisive. Frankly, I can't fucking stand the game. Genuinely my second least favorite game in the series, I really did not like this one at all. In terms of the main cast, I think Apollo Justice is fine. He's kinda like Phoenix in the first game, except that the story had no connection to him. And what I mean is, this is still Phoenix Wright's story. Apollo is on the box, but he is just a tool that Phoenix uses to engage in court when he's not allowed to. And Apollo's real direct ties to the overarching story are something explained to you the player while Apollo isn't there and he never addresses it himself. To spoil the game a bit, because frankly, fuck it, Apollo's ties to the overarching story are that the defendant of Case 3 is revealed to be his mum. She's revealed to be the lost mother to Trucy Wright, and wife to the victim of the first case, who was the defendant in the case that Phoenix lost his badge on. The one that he's been trying to solve for 7 years. What purpose does this serve? Well, we never see Apollo and Trucy acknowledge that they're related, we never see Trucy's actual inner feelings get shown in this game, just Phoenix alluding to them, and we never get Apollo interacting with his mother after Phoenix uncovers the truth. Instead, it explains one game mechanic that Apollo has that's unique to him, his ability to stare at people testifying and call out their twitching. I did not care about Apollo here. He has a great objection shout, but that's it. Trucy then is the deuteragonist, and I actually really like her. She's just fun. And that's fine. I really don't think much needs to change with Trucy. I think she's really good. The only other characters in the overarching plot across all parts are Phoenix Wright and kind of Clavier. Now Phoenix, we'll talk about him later. But Clavier is my least favorite prosecutor in the series. He can't get a pass on funniness like the Paynes or Portsman, nor does he have the genuinely compelling character arcs of Edgeworth or Eustace, the presence of Manfred, the being Godot of Godot, or the, I don't know, what does Fran have? I really don't like Clavier. He is this incredibly smug, smooth-talking goon who has Gary Stu energy to me. That is to say, he's a guy who can handle 3 cases simultaneously, is a fantastic prosecutor considered a natural prodigy, all while not devoting his full time to prosecuting, but rather being a full-time musician in a major band that goes on regular world tours and put out albums. Like, he feels like someone's OC. Yeah, my guy's like the best prosecutor like ever, he can do like all these things, he's like a natural prodigy, but that's like not even his like main thing. Like, he's a musician who like does rock music and he's like beloved by like millions of people around the world. This like prosecutor thing is like a side thing for him, like that's just how cool he is. He does not have the depth to him that would make this characterization acceptable to me. He begins with the outlook of I only want to seek the truth, which is ridiculous to me. Because while that could be interesting to have a prosecutor begin at that point instead of reach that later, he still makes the absurd leaps of logic and stupidly biased arguments that previous prosecutors did. Like, when Miles comes up with some ridiculous argument in the early games, it's like, okay, he is so devoted to winning, he will twist any facts to get that victory. But when Clavier's all like, I only seek the truth and to find the real thing with the case. It's like, bro, no, you clearly don't, because you're coming up with these ridiculous hypotheticals that anyone with half a brain could tell are bullshit. I completely forgot he was even related to Kristoff until the very end, because he never really mentions it past the start of day 1 of Trial 2, and then when Kristoff is there to confront him, he gets over whatever personal issue he may have with putting his brother in this position immediately and goes along with it. You can make him completely unrelated to Kristoff and it wouldn't matter. Kristoff could just be his good friend and nothing would change, except that I would believe the fact that he gets over having to put him in jail much easier. But okay, let's go over this case by case like I did the other Ace Attorneys. Case 1, Turnabout Trump, is hilarious because its name is really funny, but also it's where the game peaks. It's a completely fine case. I like the twist of having the person you're working for turn out to be the killer. It's especially hilarious because the first thing I thought about when playing this was, boy, that Kristoff guy is mega sus. The mystery is compelling, I like how it progressed, it's a good starter that I think made for that nice balance of being a way to ease a new player in, while also having some kind of meat to make it interesting. Case 2, Turnabout Corner, immediately goes to shit. Not only does it introduce Gavin, which is a cardinal sin, it also brings back Emma Skye. And while I was okay with how she was handled at first, when the game went on, she slowly revealed herself to be a more one-note character this time. Lacking any of the fun elements popping out, no real details on why she's like this beyond, I failed once and then gave up. She never gets to reunite with Phoenix in the game, she never develops, she fucking disappears during the last fucking case halfway. God, she's so badly handled. The mystery here in part is alright, but this entire game has a huge, obvious killer problem and it prominently starts here. The first day is also entire rigmarole based around finding a 15-year-old girl's panties, which turned out to be giant pretend bloomers, but they'll keep calling them panties, and this one fucking character goes on and on about wanting to know the secrets of a little girl's panties, and to expect and understand them. I want to fucking die, but I'm taking him with me first. Everyone is also such an idiot in this one. The obvious killer immediately breaks character in the courtroom with just the smallest press, and nobody bats an eye. And while I was immediately able to put the pieces together once the evidence was laid out, there's another 20 odd minutes of the characters bumming around having no idea what's going on with the fucking noodle car. And god, the defendant Waki, obnoxious piece of shit that I could not stand. It's crazy that he's not even close to the worst in the series though. He has this whole reveal that he's seconds from dying at any moment, and it's such a randomly dark reveal that it does not fit the tone of the rest of the case. Then the ending has to turn out that his dad is going away from his criminal empire because crime put you in this position. I won't use my crime money to save you. Which is a nice sentiment at all until your son dies trying to take too hard a shit because you didn't want to use your millions of blood money to pay for his surgery out of some moral obligation. Why didn't they just say the doctor wasn't accepting dirty money? That would be a lot more believable. I know they want a nice sentiment, but man, if I got shot and was on the risk of dying because of a criminal empire, I would very much prefer we use that criminal money to save my life now than just let me die because you want to go get some real money. And then the case just ends at that moment. Okay, There's so many annoying things in this one. Trucy has this self-kidnapping that doesn't go anywhere and is just a cheap way for you to get out of dodge on day 1. Phoenix shows up at the start of day 2 and disappears immediately, which is wonderful. The whole second day is one drawn-out testimony that feels like it should have ended about half an hour before it did. And the 3D elements that go at 60 seconds per frame and look like shit are absolutely unneeded. But my god, I didn't know how much I'd come to hate those 3D elements until Case 3. Turnabout Serenade. I go back and forth as if I like this one less than Turnabout Ablaze because they're fucking horrible. This case makes no sense, and I mean by Ace Attorney standards, it makes no sense. I understand suspension of disbelief, but for a mystery series that's supposed to be about putting pieces together to come to a conclusion, this one is absurd. And no amount of, well, the case wants this wrapped up ASAP regardless of the outcome, will make up for that. Especially if Clavier is supposed to begin this game with a the truth comes first outlook. This is the one that makes me question the whole point of Clavier, and the whole idea that he begins with that outlook of all that matters is finding the truth, yeah? Obviously the defendant isn't guilty. He is an actual child who could not overpower the gigantic victim, but everyone assumes that he did that, shot him with a gun that's explicitly so powerful that it would have broken a normal person's shoulder to fire, and then hid that dislocated shoulder, carried the giant man all the way to the stage without anybody seeing, and then lifted him up with telekinesis, I guess, only to pass out on top of the stage. He also must have knocked out a grown woman and stuffed her into a guitar case somehow. Everyone in this case is an absolute moron. There's a blood message that's super obvious, but nobody brings it up for 30 minutes. The defense attorney is doing the blood test instead of having it sent to the lab as you'd expect them to do. Emma Skye, of all characters, never considers that a blind person could not see a message of blood written on the floor. The defendant's testimony on day 2 is not just, I literally cannot fire the gun, but some bullshit about not being able to understand English as if it isn't blatantly fucking obvious he can't understand what people are saying because this very testimony is an answer to a question asked in that language. And again, everyone believes the fucking child did the killing. I wouldn't mind if there was like a different prosecutor or something, or just another group who clearly just have the goal of getting this caught over and done with. But Clavier is supposed to be, at the beginning of the game, that kind of, oh, the truth comes first character. He's not. There's the absurdity that the word of a magician going, don't tell anyone, is grounds for a witness to not explain the truth in court. As if the literal court and law is not more important than a fucking stage magician saying, please don't. Nobody addresses that Clavier's argument of, well, this one newspaper I have doesn't say a thing about that, so clearly no newspaper you could have read would have said that either, is moronic. Hell, Clavier at one point mentions that the gun being the victim's own means there must have been a struggle, and nowhere does he or anyone else point out that this is ludicrous. He has admitted to the court, on record, that the killer would have to overpower the victim. The defendant is a child! He could not have struggled with and beaten the giant man who could snap his body in half by shitting too hard 3 stalls over from him in a public bathroom. It's also built around some smuggling bullshit storyline that never gets brought up again. For a cocoon that includes the cure for incuritis, that's right, inflammation of the incurable. Something that's just thrown in there and ludicrous, but hey, it lets us pin the extremely obvious culprit. And the fucking truth of the magic trick is ridiculous. That the blind lady would be able to sing while hunched over, running down an air vent, in an echoey fucking air vent, mind you, without ever running out of breath or sweating like crazy as she goes through, and with the audio all sounding perfectly normal. Again, more absurd than I'm willing to buy from Ace Attorney. It's fucking ridiculous, and physics doesn't work that way, and it would not nearly be as big a problem if it wasn't a major element of the plot. This isn't some random small detail, or a visual or audio gag, it's an integral story element that makes no sense. Also, they can use this switchboard, which is a pain in the ass to work with because it's so slow! Like, the menus are so annoying to navigate because of how much running around goes on in this case, rivaling the previous one. I forgot to mention, this game can be a pain in the ass to go around. The entire case requires you to convince a court of law why Coughing Baby could not in fact defeat Hydrogen Bomb. And to top it all off, there's that ridiculous 3D motherfucking sequence that plays over and over and over and over and over again. It's so slow and ugly and boring. It's not even the fact that it's ugly, it's that it takes so long. It's a single scene with no singing like this is a goddamn Pokemon game. It's horrible and pads it out. Every time we see it, I feel time slipping away from me. I hate it. I hate this case. It doesn't help that in the background there's Phoenix's whole story. He brings up the court system is broken. Why is the court system broken? Because it's hard for the defense to prosecute the witnesses in court. That's it. That might not be exactly what he says, but that's the only way what he says makes sense. He says there's an issue with how definitive evidence is required to win a case, which is insane because he seems to be implying that pure logic and circumstantial evidence should hold just as much weight as definitive objective proof, without acknowledging that what makes sense and is logical will depend on the person. And there are times, including the next case, where someone comes up with a ridiculous story that technically makes sense but has no evidence to back it up. And while we happen to be correct, that doesn't mean everyone will be. Alright, the last case, Turnabout Succession. Incorrect name. Apollo Justice is not successor to Phoenix in this case. No. This case actually I think has an okay start, but everything goes to shit once Phoenix spawns in with his magical time machine. Breaking the fourth wall because clearly he isn't talking to Apollo in this scene. I think he's technically talking to his mum, and then he shows off a bunch of clips from the past. However, in theory, while this section should be fun and cool, they barely do anything with it. And what they do literally breaks the concept of continuity. There is a point where you talk to someone to get evidence from them, and then present that evidence and reveal truths you learned from that character in the past. To make this clear, you talk to a character at a point in time that should be around case 4. Phoenix learns from that gross pedophile-coded character that Trucy's mum had a former husband and a child with that man. Phoenix's reaction means he did not know this beforehand. You go back in time to a conversation from prior to the beginning of the game, reveal evidence from that moment, and say things Phoenix learnt from that moment, several weeks before Phoenix should have learnt it. If this is supposed to be some kind of simulation bullshit that's never explained in-game, it makes no sense, and if it's not, it's a plot hole. I think it's just a simulation though, but what gets me is that if this is a simulation shown to the jury, it is so biased. This is just an objectively biased system that shows exclusively the perspective of someone on the side of the defense, that is written with false scenes that could not have happened. Just to illustrate the defense's point, Phoenix Wright makes up a conversation that never happened to get to convince the jury. This would never fly in a court of law. Honestly, if a court of law allowed a simulation that allows for a biased side to make up conversations that never happened, that court is FUBAR. This is fucking stupid. It makes no goddamn sense, and the worst part of it all maybe is that Phoenix literally does all this behind the scenes and solves the case on his own. Apollo never gets to have a scene showing that he found out all this stuff. Instead, you cut back to playing as Apollo and solving the case in court. And of course, by solve the case in court, what I mean is you present 4 pieces of evidence and then it's over and you win. That's the ending. It's atrocious. And Kristoff breaks down for no reason. He finds out there's a jury system and then breaks down and gives away that he's 100% guilty. Why? A friend explained it to me that the idea is that he feels like he lost control because it's a jury system and they saw him break down. Except no, Kristoff's ass did not break down until he found out it was a jury system and screamed like an idiot. All the jury saw was Apollo weave a story that made sense but could not be proven. If Kristoff just went, yeah, you can't prove anything. Your testimony is about as strong as if you said your uncle who works at Nintendo talked to the programmer of Mario and found out that I killed Sonic the Hedgehog. It's insane, ridiculous, and completely unsatisfying. Phoenix does all the work. By the way, the Psyche Lock system spawns back in for this, and if this was your introduction to Ace Attorney, would be a horrifically jarring, sudden plot convenient power to drop. And even furthermore, Phoenix lost his badge for accidentally presenting fake evidence, something that Edgeworth did in the first game with no consequence. And while I understand the prosecutors always got an unfair advantage, it's insane that Phoenix would get punished this harshly for it. Especially if he could have said the entire time that he only just took the case this morning and would not have had the time to get a forgery made. Just explain that, no issue, no Dark Age of law. But despite the fact that he's been blacklisted from the legal system, despite that blemish, he is inexplicably, with no explanation given, allowed to have the authority to organize the entire new justice system with a jury. What? Oh my god, what a stupid game. It's made even worse with the knowledge that Phoenix almost has no relationship with Apollo. He has so few scenes with Apollo that you could count them all on your fingers, with fingers to spare. And the final picture drawn being of Apollo and Trucy with no Wright present is perfectly representative of the game. Phoenix Wright did all the work, but you play as the other guy. Phoenix Wright is the protagonist of Apollo's game. A worthless game to me. I had very little fun playing this. the writing is bad, and I know I shouldn't expect full realism from Ace Attorney. I only expect the level of realism that the previous games established, and this completely breaks it. And the worst part is it's just not fun. The cases aren't fun, story's not fun. The saving grace is Truce. I like Truce. I like this game overall more than Investigations 1 as well, but that's not saying much. After that though, it's now June 6 in terms of writing this, and I finished Dual Destinies. And while I would say that Dual Destinies is overall a step up from Apollo Justice, still not what I consider a top tier game. In fact, I think it's a very mixed bag. It had a few things I liked. The switch to 3D I'm not super fond of, but it manages to be far more lively and pleasing to look at than the later Great Ace 1. Some animations look wonky, but I think the newcomers tended to be pretty entertainingly animated. I also think the new prosecutor Simon Blackwell is great. He's not much for complexity, but he has aura and style. He is incredible, and I enjoy the recontextualization he goes under once the reveal is out of what his motivations really are and what he's like. It's pretty neat. Having 2 objection cries is awesome too. His normal one gets to be calm for most of his usage, and then he has an aggressive one for when he's angry. Something I wish Verity had in Investigations 2. Not all characters can be solved with just one objection shout. I also really did like Athena. She's not my favorite character in the series, even among just the protagonists, and I think it sucks that to make her a character they had to take so much time off of Apollo, but I did enjoy her arc and how it all culminates in the end. I thought she was neat. And mechanically, I thought the emotions thing was pretty fun, if severely underutilized until the end. Again, case by case, I have words. The first case is completely mediocre. It reintroduces Phoenix as an attorney, and we already have issues. This game hates its predecessor. And you might notice, I don't like that game either. But this one really tries to bury it in the dirt. I mean, it starts with the previous protagonist getting hit with a bomb, then Phoenix is the guy in charge of the opening case, while Athena is there as a tag-along. Phoenix himself is weird, I think. I would say that Phoenix Wright in Dual Destinies is a fantastic continuation from the original trilogy for the most part. Outside of the last case where he really regresses in terms of this, I think he shows a degree of confidence and class in court befitting all his experience. He feels like an older, more mature version of the original Phoenix, with some of the immaturity and silliness still present. However, in the context of this game, that shouldn't be the case, should it? Phoenix has gone through so much in 7 years, being outcasted for stupid reasons and becoming a more sneaky, selfish, and underhanded man. If the several year time gap was never shown to us, this would be fine, but we do have Apollo Justice. Now, I'm not saying he should be bringing in falsified evidence and lying in court, but I do think he should be a bit more different than this. It feels like Hobo Phoenix didn't exist, and I don't like that. I think he should be showing more defiance and even more snark than before. I think we should be able to see him having some suspicion towards the opposing prosecutor, especially in the sense of thinking that throughout something is fishy with Blackwell's motivations and all. I think him being so shocked at the forged evidence reveal at the end is also stupid. This is not the way Phoenix should be unless you completely erase Apollo Justice from the timeline, and even as someone who doesn't like that game, I don't think you should do that. Beyond that, first case is fine. It's not a great opener or anything, it's not even living up to its predecessor, but it'll fucking do. I like how it comes around in the end with the last case. Case 2, I think, is mostly fine, but it has a lot dragging it down. This is the case where you come to realize that Trucy's deeper character of, being someone who puts on an act to hide her pain and being genuinely very insightful due to all her experiences with Phoenix is just gonna be completely lost, and she's just gonna be the magic-loving quirky girl. Though I say that as if she gets to appear at all, because despite this case making up a super old friend of hers that never existed beforehand, she's barely in it. This case also has one of the worst villains in the series, many overall unlikable characters, a defendant who goes into a severely cringeworthy act midway through and just stays like that, and while I like Jinxie and wanted to give her a big hug, she cannot carry the case. Though I do like that she isn't the defendant despite how defendant-coded she is. I will also say, this is the case that opens up some of Dual Destiny's bigger problems into the fold. Notably, this game plays itself. Like, it somehow took Investigation's crown as the most brain-dead easy Ace Attorney game. You can only investigate when the game allows you to. The game tells you where to go at all times in ways that don't flow seamlessly. It barely lets you use the character's unique mechanic superpowers in the investigations. It always tells you exactly what to present without giving much in a chance to actually use your brain. These investigations feel super automated, like you had no input to be made here. And that goes for the court cases too. Even as far as the literal final segment of the game, characters will make remarks telling you exactly what to look for and what the issue is. Did I keep the suggestions option ticked on without realizing? Maybe that's it. Because they're always chiming up or flashing images on screen to tell you exactly what to do or look for. This might be on me, I might have left, because there's like an option to have characters suggest things to you, I might have just left that on. But it makes every case feel like it never gets above the average second case in difficulty, and that makes this one of the least engaging games in the series. I think one testimony in the DLC case and the 2 mood matrices in the final case were the only times I had to think. One of those still tells you what to look out for. The DLC case I put here, I think it's actually really great. It suffers from all the same issues as usual with the game, but I actually really like this cast of characters and I thought it was very entertaining. Defending an orca at first was quite amusing, and I think the reveal of 2 orcas was pretty damn well foreshadowed. I did pick it up immediately, but I did feel like the game did a good job leading you away from that conclusion by not drawing too much attention to what was going on in the background. Pearl feels oddly like she hasn't grown much at all since we last saw her outside of height, but I was still very happy to see her come back and I thought she was really fun in this one. I like the defendant Sasha, she was enjoyable, and the killer too, while somewhat predictable, was very entertaining and probably the most interesting killer in this entire game as a character, having very believable motivations and understandable conflicts. I genuinely liked him despite how cringy his gimmick was at first. The fact that he grows like 5 times in size and spawns a marlin out of his ass is really funny too. I have minimal complaints. The third case I also think is fine. The killer is very one-note and predictable, but I like the potential implication that he genuinely thought that there was value to the victim's belief, but they just didn't fall in line with the current age. And the idea that he genuinely would have gone out of his way to get the defendant off scot-free just using fabricated evidence. I at least think that those implications make him more interesting, but you could also just take it as that's all bullshit, because otherwise he becomes pretty bland. The case is fine, I think the setting is interesting, and the characters, while annoying, aren't too bad. We get a glance into Simon a bit more here. Again though, it's too easy. And the fact that they don't address Clavier playing the Serenade song at all, while someone is wearing Lammy's dress, is crazy. Phoenix and Clavier barely interact despite this being a great chance for them to as well. And the mock trial not being a proper trial segment is criminal. And what did they do to Clavier's voice? He sounds so young! Clavier, severely unutilized in this game. I know I said I don't like him, but that's not a reason to not bring him back and do more with him. You know, giving more to him could change my opinion, but they didn't want to do that. The 4th and 5th cases are intertwined, but I don't think in the best way. Not to say they're bad or that the sequel hook at the end of Cosmic Bullshit isn't good, I just think these cases show some major issues. Case 4 is super forgettable to me. It's a mediocre case that is extremely short, and begins Apollo's character revolution around a super special secret friend he always had that was never mentioned before, and is already dead. But also by the end of Case 4 it becomes very clear who the killer is. And that is one of the issues with Case 5, but I have many other problems with it. And on the upside, I do think Case 5 is generally solid. It has some good story progression, it completes Athena and Blackwell's arcs adequately, and I quite like how quickly they go to a first name basis once their issues and trauma are all cleared up. I think that's very cute. Apollo also gets to have more personality and development here than in the first game, even if I think it's in a weird way that doesn't really fit him. Aura is awesome, I like her hair. The mood matrices for Simon and the villain are also super good. I like the bouncing between the matrices and evidence, and the Matrix going absolutely nuts in the later case. Though the fact that Blackwell never has anything to say when it goes off in other cases, while making sense in the context of Simon not wanting to hurt what Athena got from her mother, does feel a bit weird both in gameplay and in Simon not using his skills much at all in the game other than this one point. The case also brings back Edgeworth, and while I have some issues with that, he's characterized pretty good. I like this approach to a post-investigations to Edgeworth. He's still scathing and has bite, and relentlessly attacks without remorse in the courtroom, but he's very clearly on the hunt for the truth. And when new theories arise that match the evidence, he's willing to hear them out. However, I take issue with much of the other parts, like how long it is. It drags, especially after the villain is ultimately revealed, and part of that is because it tries to redo the themes of Apollo Justice. The Dark Age of Law plot point is extremely frustrating, because this game just introduces a whole other super old case from before that caused the Dark Age to occur. What the fuck? And it seems to suggest and imply that this was the real cause of the Dark Age. Never came up before though. Phoenix's actions to create a new jury system at the end of the last game are completely ignored, when that was supposed to be the act that would fix the Dark Age of Law. In doing so, they even create a problem with the culprit that would have easily been solved otherwise. By the way, I absolutely called Bobby as the killer. I mean, by this point, the list of suspects it could have been literally dropped down to only Bobby's. It was still a neat twist, and I think it's really funny to imagine his shithouse detective work is because he wasn't a real detective and didn't know what he was doing. To have paid some of his actions as really stupid, like using his own actual lighter gun as the fake evidence. Why would he do that? But my issue is that the whole thing of throw evidence at him until he relents is not only very Quirkus Alba-coded in a bad way, but it also feels like it is the main reason the juror system has been taken out. Otherwise, they wouldn't need super ultimate mega definitive undeniable proof. They could just use circumstantial evidence and the guy being obviously super sus to break him. He openly shows that he doesn't demonstrate emotions right, and goes whatever maybe when asked what family members were taken hostage as he claimed they were. He even attempts to escape the courtroom at one point and they never address it. Not to mention he gets shot with a sniper and only the judge reacts? There's also some really awkward writing. Like, nobody at the police noticed the real Bobby was dead. Nobody noticed that in the footage they had in evidence, someone with blood on their hand walks out of the damn room looking super sus. Nobody looked at the fingerprints on the lighter? It's really scattershot, just like Edgeworth spawning in out of nowhere. In fact, him not looking into these things on his own is super unlike him, really strange. And while the triple pose off with our two leads and Apollo was cool, having Apollo use his bracelet and then Athena use the mood matrix, but not allowing Phoenix to use his Magatama in the final showdown, huge missed opportunity. I thought for sure that having the Psyche Lock animation with Athena meant they were foreshadowing a future usage of the Magatama in a courtroom, but no. Even though it would be perfect to break the Phantom down, they don't do that at all. And while we're here, the Black Psyche Locks. In the last game, there were Black Psyche Locks on Kristoff that they never explained, and that's fine. This game, however, explained that they're from secrets so deep down that the person hasn't realized it, which implies that Kristoff wasn't aware that he had gotten the evidence forged to beat his brother and repurpose it to get rid of Phoenix? Like Kristoff didn't know that? Okay, game, you're drunk. I don't know, I think this didn't come together as well as it should have. It brings back stuff from almost all of the previous cases, has a wild reveal for the real main villain, completes the major character arc of the game, and reveals the secrets of the main prosecutor, all wrapped up in a nice little bow, but what it wraps up is so full of holes and issues, while also completely spitting in the face of its predecessor that it's maddening. I have not seen a sequel that hated the previous installment this much since The Rise of Skywalker, and that says a lot. I don't dislike Dual Destinies, I think it has plenty of good stuff, but it does really suffer from its weird place in the continuity that ignores Apollo Justice, and the fact that it has no difficulty. The game's on autopilot and that's a shame. I can only hope that the last game in this collection makes up for it, and it kinda did. Spirit of Justice I consider the best game in this collection, but I have some major problems with it as an overarching story, and how it ties into the other games in the trilogy. Most of my problems flood in during the last case, so let's talk about the good stuff first. The opening case is really annoying by the end, but for a decent bit it's pretty enjoyable. It's really interesting, let us actually get into this new country and see important set pieces from it. Though it's really a shame that so many of them just keep reappearing throughout. Compared to the average Ace Attorney game that has about 2 recurring locations, 3 if the police station is there, and then every case is a bunch of new ones, this one doesn't do that. But this is a perfectly acceptable opening case, and I think it's enjoyable. The second case I don't hold quite to the same high regard as most people do, and by that I just mean that Trials and Tribulations probably still has my favorite second case, but this one is probably second. It is very good, and I'd say my second favorite in this game, honestly my favorite in this game now that I think about it. It brings back so much stuff that Dual Destinies didn't bother with, almost to a problematic degree. Like, they spend so much time on the investigation, almost as if they wanted to say, hey look players, you're allowed to actually investigate this time. It does have the most agonizingly annoying luminol testing in the series though, but the actual case is really good. Trucy gets to show deeper character than she had in Apollo Justice, the villain's really entertaining, the case is creative with one of the most Danganronpa-ass murder plots in Ace Attorney. Like, you can see it, right? The long-ranged magical murder is basically what would happen if Himiko turned out to be a killer in V3. I do have some issues. I remember this one line about Trucy saying, "This is one of my treasured memories with my daddy," which kind of implies that she doesn't have many of those, which is weird because the first game never implied to me that Zack wasn't constantly by her side. The way he's portrayed is like they spend all their time together, and he was there for a very long portion. I don't get it. Also don't really vibe with the whole there was a secret member of the Troop Gramarye the whole time, or a guy walking into a law office with 2 active lawyers in it, trying to cash in on a contract that has not been fulfilled, and not immediately getting blasted with legal jargon. Like Athena and especially Apollo treating this as a real threat as if he isn't breaking the law by possessing their property before the terms of the contract have been fulfilled, makes them feel completely brain dead. And with how Apollo's story ends, I do not feel like he has the competency they want you to think he does. But this is a great case with a great kill, cool elements to it, very fun, and also double purple hair woman, fucking yes please. Then there's the third case. There are some issues with it, but I thought it was really good. It was my favorite case in the game, but on reflection, case 2 definitely is better. But this case has some of the best ideas I've seen. With the exception of the final case of Trials and Tribulations, I think this is easily the case where the fantasy themes prevalent in Ace Attorney are best utilized. It's also the only one in the base game where Maya gets a major role, and that's a fucking shame. It's such a breath of fresh air to return to her relationship with Phoenix. Edgeworth and Kay have a great rapport that you can't really replicate with Phoenix. Apollo and Trucy have a great relationship that stands well on its own, and I think Athena is an underrated companion to either Apollo or Phoenix, but Maya has this special charm to her. I'm glad they nailed that while making her more mature. If the first Apollo Justice game didn't exist, this is pretty well how I'd imagine Phoenix and Maya a decade on from the original trilogy. Maya is more competent, generally better at locking in, and has a better handle on what's going on. And Phoenix brings a lot more pressure in the courtroom when he gets the upper hand, and is constantly considering what the prosecution might have up their sleeves. I think that hard carries the case, as well as I forgot how her name's pronounced. The fucking priestess, who I thought overall was a great character. Even if she's admittedly very by the book tsundere royal who defrosts over the course of the game and loses her brattiness. Nothing special, but well handled mostly. It's really the many revelations as to what was going on that makes the case for me. The fucking reveal of the murder being self-inflicted in an attempt to dodge the broken legal system of the country works both as a great reveal you wouldn't expect from a game like this, but a way to play into the game's whole bit of bringing down this anti-lawyer country. I think the two culprits are a bit too easily forgiven. I think it'd make more sense if they're understood but not forgiven for being willing to send Maya to her death with this plan. But they're not the most easily forgiven character in this game, now are they? This is where I think the game takes a nosedive to hell. It has a really here and there fourth case. This is Athena's only playable case in the game, and it shows how little they wanted to use her. Now to a degree I get it, because of the three main characters, she's the one whose story is the most concluded. Apollo never got to have a story of his own, and Phoenix, while having a concluded arc, is open to new things given the time skip. Athena is pretty complete though, and she helps carry this case along with Black Quill. Black Quill's amazing again, and his constant blasting of the game's primary prosecutor helps this be very entertaining. Ilendo is a surprisingly not harmful representation of dissociative identity disorder as well, which is great. I mean, a positive portrayal of the condition that isn't inherently negative in my media? Crazy. But the actual case is nothing special. It's completely mediocre in terms of most of its characters, the defendant, the events, and with no investigation, I feel like Black Quill was extra wasted. It's fucking insane to me that the only time we've seen him out of the courthouse area have been in the detention center, which doesn't count, and one moment in Dual Destinies DLC case. What are we doing here, guys? And I'm sorry, but it's hard for me to sympathize with the killer the way they want me to. Even knowing the greater weight Japan puts on the things that motivate her, I do not care at all for this one. However, the fifth case is where shit goes wrong for me. Now, at first I have minimal problems. We go to Kurain Village, which is a nice return to form. We see Pearl again, which is great, and especially we see Edgeworth again, which is great. Emma's also back in this game given Fulbright's reveal, and she's excellent throughout. She still has the elements of depressed Emma, but gets to have a lot more fun character moments and not be so miserable all the time. There are two overall court cases in this one. The first is a civil case that slowly devolves into a murder trial. That's fine. I think the idea of facing off against Phoenix in court could have been really cool. However, while the initial shock is powerful, it's just really obvious that Phoenix is not in his A-game for the whole thing. And more importantly, it's really off to me that Phoenix just acts as a prosecutor the whole time. Like, it doesn't feel like two Ace Attorney lawyers. Phoenix has almost all the evidence from the get-go, he has all the witnesses at his disposal, he is the one bringing the accusations, he's prosecuting. Which could be interesting, sure, but it's not really all that to me. I think this could have used different gameplay mechanics to a normal court segment to really emphasize the fact that it's two lawyers going at it. And honestly, this feels like the limp dick little brother version of the Edgeworth and Francesca trial day, which had so much aura and hype moments energy. The second part, however, is where the shit really goes to hell for me. The biggest two problems the case has on its own is insane predictability and a terrible villain. And what I mean by insane predictability is that I saw every reveal coming in this one. The moment I saw the picture of Amara, I knew it was her and that the baby was Rifa. It just clicked that it had to be the case because the picture made no sense to be important otherwise, plus the little girl's response to it. It was so obvious that Gardan was the killer that I almost second-guessed myself because it seemed too obvious. The literal moment that spirit channeling came up, I began asking, is Dirk even alive? And turns out no, he was not, so it wasn't really that much of a shocker. The body was even exactly where I thought it would be. Nina being Amara was also very obvious the moment that photo hit. Huh? Amara is still alive? I wonder where she could be. I wonder what character is missing from this case that would obviously be Amara. Extra frustrating is that there are some things that have the opposite issue of being insanely contrived. Like the reveal that the whole time Inga had no ability to tell faces apart. That on its own I could live with, but there's been no indication until now that the divination seance could have this issue of representing how certain people with certain disabilities see the world. They also just made up that spirits aren't aware at all until they're channeled, which doesn't scan at all with what I remember of the original trilogy with Dahlia and Mia. Mia especially constantly showing up as if she was a ghost watching over Phoenix multiple times. But the villain. Ganan I feel like I should like more. She has a hysterically stupid design that's very entertaining to watch in action. She has both purple hair and maybe the only muscle mass present on a female character in the franchise. But she is so generic and lacking in any source or aura. She has no energy or charisma, a very flat and boring character who doesn't carry herself any different to the average prosecutor. By this point I'm used to the last case cucking the main prosecutor of the game from taking part in the finale, but usually they have more going on. Manfred had a very uniquely aggressive prosecuting style, Edgeworth had a more calculated but also flexible approach than Fran and Blackwell, Cosmo was a lot more cunning and less vicious than Zeke's, but Ganan is just flat. There's nothing interesting about her except that she calls her guards too late and that she is willing to let the case end early to benefit her, which I did think was neat at least. Speaking of prosecutors though, now we get to my overarching issues with the game as a whole. Let's start with Nayuta, one of the worst prosecutors in the series. Like, I have a lot of issues with Clavier, but I at least remember his traits and acknowledge the ways in which he uniquely stands out. Nayuta, however, is so dreadfully dull. For most of the game, he is a completely one-note douchebag who constantly belittles people and goes on and on about what he believes in, but in the least charismatic way humanly possible. This is Ace Attorney. It should be easy to make an asshole incredibly entertaining. There's one scene he has with Apollo prior to this chapter, and suddenly we're supposed to accept their extremely strong bond as children, and how Apollo knows him, and we'll get to that, let me fucking tell you! Nayuta then reveals the reason he turned against everyone was because the Queen had his sister under lock and key and was blackmailing him. And this would be acceptable motivation if it weren't for the fact that Nayuta doesn't even get portrayed as having attempted to get out of this situation. He just accepts it obediently, he never shows remorse for his actions, and everyone forgives him despite how it's established that he has sent so many innocent people to their deaths just by prosecuting the way he has. Every case in this game comes with a threat of execution, and with how many execution orders the Chief Minister hands out, it's clear that Nayuta has convicted a lot of people who never got to have a defense to their deaths. And he's just forgiven being fully complicit in this. Fuck you, Nayuta. In real life, someone coming out as doing this will be seen as a monster, no matter their motivations. So seeing everyone just accept him is insane, especially a place so religiously devoted as Kurain. Apollo 2 I have major issues with. This whole storyline seems to have no ties to what Apollo was prior. In the first game, Apollo Justice is just an up-and-coming lawyer, his backstory doesn't matter. The second game doesn't change this, but as this guy was super important to him the whole time, and that he grew up from childhood as having exciting dreams of going to space and being an astronaut. The third time now has decided that the whole time he grew up in a super religious country during the crossfires of a legal battle between insurgents and an oppressive regime, and this all mattered a lot to him. We're supposed to buy his super close relationship with his foster father Dirk and his brother Nayuta. The problem is that with Nayuta we only get 2 pictures and 1 scene to show this. And compared to the similar situation with Edgeworth and Phoenix in the first game, it doesn't work at all. See, the original trilogy has 1 scene that's used constantly to emphasize the friendship between Phoenix and Edgeworth. It is a powerful scene that shows the conviction of Edgeworth front and center. You believe from this scene alone that Phoenix would see Edgeworth as having changed to what he is now. He is demonstrably different from the defined person he was in that flashback. For Nayuta, what we see is a normal kid acting like a kid, and then obviously he doesn't and shouldn't act like that as an adult because he's not a child anymore. It doesn't work. That's how people work. There's nothing about his past child self that has any strong characterization that would make me go, oh yeah, he has changed growing up. All I see is, yeah, he grew up. And I just can't buy that he's changed hugely because, yeah, the characters keep telling you he has, but that's it. It makes his relationship with Apollo feel completely disjointed and like it wasn't given the weight it should. Apollo overall is problematic in this last case because he randomly decides to become the main character at the end. It's the issue I had with Phoenix in the first game where he just decides he's the protagonist now and does all the work. Just now it's going the other way and it still sucks. Apollo has had no direct connection with the game's ongoing Kurain storyline, and I don't fucking accept the, well, the whole time this is where he grew up so he's closely tied to it, as an excuse. The game decides to jump between this intense rebellion storyline and normal Ace Attorney court cases as the game goes on, which in theory would be cool if they converged in a natural way, but no, off-screen Maya gets kidnapped and Phoenix goes to Kurain Village, Apollo just happens to come across him and then they go to Kurain because they got a phone call telling them to. Fuck off. It really doesn't help to me that Rifa seems to give a lot of weight to Apollo's impact on her character arc, and not as much on Phoenix, at best treating them as equally important to her development, which insults the player because you know that's just not the case. You played as Phoenix and were there to see how he influenced her. Apollo said a few inspirational things at the end and she's like, thanks for all the help, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, which, no! And it extra doesn't help that Phoenix is useless in court. Compared to Athena, Maya, Emma, fucking Apollo himself, Phoenix has to be the most rubbish assistant in the series. He never gives any good insight, he doesn't have any really out-of-the-box interesting ideas, he doesn't have a unique gimmick like the mood matrix going on, like he just knows Psyche locks in court. Naota goes through so much alleged emotional strife, but you never get to use the mood matrix on him, which actually sucks because I wanted to see how Kurayan reacted to that sort of bullshit. Athena is so just here, you'd be forgiven for forgetting she was ever in the game. This game feels like it was written with the intention that Apollo be the protagonist, but they wanted to have Maya be marketed as a big character as if she isn't present in just one case and cameos in another prior to the DLC. The entire emotional reconciliation with Naota has no weight because why would it? The entire case let me down. All the game comes together into a car crash calamity of a climax that it shouldn't. And it does have elements that still work for me. Apollo breaking down over realizing that Dirk has been dead the whole time is a genuinely good moment. Using Jove Justice's last moments to prove the attempted assassin in theory is good concept. In fact, I really like the divination seance mechanic overall and wish it was utilized more. You know, being in more than just 3/5 of the game would help here. Though with the DLC case, it's only in half the game, which is worse. The actual Jove Justice insight is pretty rubbish, as like, you point out the mirror 2 times and that's it. And one of them is like, the person is clearly wearing a glove, which I didn't see no stinking glove. I thought they just had a different complexion to Dirk and thought that was odd. But that's case 5, a combination of one storyline mixing with one that has nothing to do with it. Character resolutions with all the impact and believability of an A4 with the word bang written on it, and a climax limber than overcooked noodles. But at least it's a DLC case, right? Yeah, it's alright. I feel like the culprit is a bit weak when he really shouldn't be, and I don't care for most of the characters. Larry in particular almost feels like a Flanderization, which shocked me. Like, I don't know if I see Larry repeatedly pestering a woman in the situation the one he pesters is in. Like, maybe he would, I don't remember him ever acting like that. Yeah, he pesters women, sure, but like, in this context, I don't know. Maybe I just blocked him out in place of the goated Laurel Wood winner. But yeah, this is a big reunion case, and yet despite that, my big issue with Maya not getting to interact with any of the new characters persists. Maya has no real banter with Athena or Trucy, Apollo isn't here, and she barely has any dynamic with Emma Sky. She's fun with Phoenix, of course, and I did have a good time. I just feel like there's missed potential. And Edgeworth feels off. I don't see him being so aggressively in his must-win mindset. He seems oddly stubborn against any ideas that fight against his own. It doesn't feel like he believes he's right and so refuses to listen. It feels like he wants to win so he refuses to listen. It's a vibe thing I really can't explain, but it doesn't work terribly for me. Athena being so underutilized is also really painful. These trial segments are fun enough, but in going back to just the basics of the original trilogy, it feels like a waste of the DLC to not use any of the alternate game styles introduced in this trilogy, to which it is the final entry. Which matters most to me because this game completely underutilizes the mood matrix. Anyway, do I like this trilogy? No, not as a trilogy. Individually, I don't hate this collection. It has no games I think are particularly great, but I think 2 of them are solid enough. I encourage people to try out Apollo Justice to see what they think of that one on their own, and it's a perfectly adequate bookend to the franchise, even if Great Ace would have probably been better, because Great Ace 2 is one of my top 3 Ace Attorney games. Okay, that's enough Ace Attorney. What's next? Petscop. Oh. Petscop, yeah. And Michaeli hitting metal, which there was like, I like miscounted at some point, so I had to go back and add more analog horrors.
Holy crap, it really is a flight of Blue Eyes White Dragons!
I enjoy Dragon Mark for Death, but honestly, it didn't impress me that much. Like, yeah, sure, it's fun, the art's amazing, it looks and plays good, but I didn't find the story terribly engaging. I didn't end up finishing it because it was just really repetitive. Frankly, having to complete the game with all characters when I didn't enjoy several of the classes was not appealing to me. I have nothing more to say, I got it because it used the Mega Man Zero art style on the box, and yeah. Try Red Witness Archive, this was not great. Alternate American Folklore I think is funny because we like did the Nick Hatton thing, and before I'd watched Alternate American Folklore, we had like brought up some stuff that would end up being confirmed in that, so that's fun. CRT Anomalies, that's, it's alright, and Rot, it's, yeah. I have Rot too early, it should be a bit later than this, it should be after. Have you heard of The Inverted Man? Okay. And The Oddity Companion, which is good. And then Faust Love of the Damned, because I started watching comic book movies again.
Oh, I can stay this time? Awesome.
Kamen Rider Den-O X Kiva Climax Cop is a fucking lie. It's stated to be a crossover film, which I was excited for after watching both shows because it has so much potential. That said, I understand that this was made like early on in Kiva's run, only a few months, and that feels like a complete waste. It is a crossover between the time-traveling Kamen Rider, who gets possessed and acts differently depending on who is controlling the Rider form, and the Rider series that includes 2 separate points in the timeline with their own stories, and characters wherein the main one completely changes how he acts upon transformation. However, in this movie, Watsudu appears in about 4 scenes, and in the final battle says nothing, and just bitches out threats that completely dog on Den-O. Like the main villain, Evil Den-O, thrashes Den-O and then gets smacked by Kiva. Kiva is shown on par with fucking Climax Den-O while in base, and then no-sells an attack which is going to destroy the Den-liner. Absurd. Otherwise, this movie is a completely okay Den-O film. I like the idea of the crew just becoming time cops who make sure the remaining Imagine don't commit crimes, and I enjoy some of the new characters. Negatoros is cool visually and kind of enjoyable, but I only really like his similar but distinct spin on Den-O's different weapons. Den-O changes who is in control based on each weapon, while Nega Den-O is the same guy switching between weapons but otherwise not changing. And the design of Negatoros is really cool. I enjoy this one a bit, it's nothing crazy, I'm a bit disappointed, but it's also non-canon, so. From Hell, it's the movie, this is the Jack the Ripper one of the Alan Moore's, yeah, okay.
Genesis?
Darksiders Genesis is the spin-off game of the Darksiders franchise that I didn't even bother picking up. I'm a fan of Darksiders, I think the first game's pretty good, the third game is rubbish, and the second game is phenomenal. I didn't feel like picking this up for a while, mostly because I was disappointed that my second favourite horseman, Strife, was not getting his own dedicated game, sharing a spin-off with the first protagonist, War. But I decided to get it because it's always available in various EB games in my area for between 10 to 20 bucks in like every single bargain bin, and you know what? Genesis is my second favourite game in the franchise. It's a top-down Diablo-style game. In fact, instead of being a Legend of Zelda game with elements of God of War, Diablo, or Dark Souls, depending on the entry, this is a Diablo game with elements of Legends of Zelda, and I find that pretty damn fun. Both characters can be controlled and swapped on a whim, or played in two-person co-op. Strife is your long-ranged and highly fast gunman with various ammo types and different effects, and War is your big, chunky, close-range tank. I wasn't sure how I felt about this at first, but I quickly got used to it and found the combat extremely satisfying. The big issue I have with the original Darksiders is that you really just get one or two combos as War the entire time, which is very Legend of Zelda, but doesn't really make it exciting when it tries to emulate God of War in its DNA. But in this game, only having one combo I think is completely fine, because you have two different sets of special moves that you can use of varying degrees of power. They also have different ranges, effects, and other bonus things, and being top down, it's more about your maneuverability and crowd controlling the swarms as opposed to how well you can chain combos. Strife meanwhile reminded me of a lot of those like old Newground games where you just have like a swarm of assholes and try to gun them down. That's cool. It also helps that the first character I remember completing Diablo 3 with was a demon hunter. I enjoyed Strife a lot, and by the end was having a lot of fun swapping between them, not even because I needed to, but because I found them both really fun. And you know what? I was surprised how difficult it could get sometimes. I'm really used to Diablo 3, which I consider a very easy game despite how much I love it. So playing this game, but oh shit, I need to actually pay attention, was a pleasant surprise. I also enjoyed a lot of the puzzles. At first, they're simple as expected, but there comes a point of genuinely really good and complex puzzles, juggling the various abilities. Now, there are only a few puzzle-solving powers. You have a fist that breaks things, a razor blade that activates switches and transfers elements, a portal-making bomb. But there are some truly brilliant blends of these different abilities that come together to make really good puzzles. I do leave the fucking Ether Spark upgrade out though, because one of the most annoying to control and unfun parts of the game. Thankfully, it's only used in about 2 levels, the one you get it in and one right after. And then some backtracking in the hub world gauntlet that it makes it underutilized, but I am not complaining. It's just so frustrating as a mechanic. Some of these Ether Spark tests are just ridiculously frustrating and painful to endure. I hated these. I also really didn't like the razor blade bullshit sometimes. It just rebounds all over the place, and at times it doesn't go in the order I expect or want. There's this one extremely annoying puzzle where all you have to do is look at the order to do stuff and then hit the switches in the right order. But because of the way the blade rebounds, even if you don't lock onto anything, you can throw it at only switch 1 and it'll rebound randomly and hit switch 4. It's really annoying. The level design I've seen get criticized a lot, but actually I like it generally. There's definitely a few frustrating moments, but I enjoy these levels a lot. This game is a really fun journey from start to finish, maybe held back by some pretty minimally interesting boss battles at times, and I can't deny the zappy ammo for Strife shatters the game and melts hordes with ease. But that did make it fun, and when I ran out of ammo for it, I was definitely limited by my over-reliance on that one kind of projectile. I did find some of the bosses too easy, because if you just wait to use Strife's Anarchy form for the final boss of a level, you can just hold the right trigger and melt the boss's health bar to well over halfway, sometimes even all the way down to the bottom. But Astarte was a better horse boss than some of the other ones in the main game, so that's nice. As for the other elements, the game has an alright look, but it's nothing special, and the alternate costumes I thought were silly given how far away your characters are the whole time. The story was pretty one-note, like I expected to go how it did due to being yet another game that didn't want to continue the story from the original Darksiders, but what I think carried this game further from just being fun are War and Strife's characterization and interactions. You can see them bonding as the game goes on, just not super obviously. There's plenty of hints to their greater depths and fun moments as the game continues. Strife sheds his jokey asshole demeanor a few times to show his grief, his innate lust for killing, and that his main reason for questioning the council constantly is a need to find a reason to kill so he can control himself better. War's guilt and regrets come more into play, and once he and Strife are more open to each other, he starts engaging more in some of Strife's jokes, and at one point even makes one of his own. I really like these two. I hope the next entry continues to show War and Strife as very close. I also remember to see Dis come back, she was fun, Volgrim continued to be enjoyable, and I like to see Samael reference the events of this game the next time he shows up. But yeah, I think it's a great game. It definitely has its flaws, and I came upon more than my fair share of bugs, one of which even made me have to restart an entire hour-long level. But for how little I paid and what I was expecting, I enjoyed this a lot. It could have been better, but I'm not going to get upset. I eagerly await Darksiders 4 in 2037.
Anyway, Jurassic World Rebirth releases in 2025!
I don't know what possessed my family to go watch this movie over Superman in theaters, but here we are. Frankly, I like this movie. I have my criticisms, but I do genuinely think it's a pretty good film and a huge step up from the last two, and probably also Jurassic Park 3. The film has a lot of benefits that several of the previous ones didn't have. Like, say, that it actually focuses on and builds characters. They are protagonists with personality traits and conflicts and actual development. Well, okay, development may be a bit of a stretch. The only real arc is Zora going from, I want money, to, I want to do good things. But I did like the cast. I like the main group. I like the family that was there. I like Duncan Kincaid in particular. He's a badass. And I was worried for their safety. I mean, only kind of. The survivors were exactly what I figured. It's really hard to watch this movie and not immediately go, oh, well, obviously Zora and the Doctor will live, they won't kill off the family members because that'd be too tragic, and the only question mark is if Duncan will survive or not, because everyone else will certainly die. Something I do appreciate a lot is the movie's ability to both re-rail the dinosaur threats beyond the normal Velociraptor and token super hybrid of the day, and also to show the majesty of them better than some of the previous movies. While this still has the issue of portraying some dinosaurs as mindless monsters, it puts in a bit more work than some of the other films into making them believable. The Quetzalcoatlus doesn't mindlessly attack like some kaiju, it attacks to defend its nest for instance. Though I think it strays too far away from its nest, it's stupid. The T-Rex doesn't actually eat people it attacks, it's more content to drive them away from its territory, even if it's also a bit too aggressive and wastes more energy than is believable. And the ones hunting them are the smaller dinosaurs that might actually see humans as prey items. It also contains stuff like the Titanosaurus scene that makes them feel majestic, as I'd hope. Could probably go for more of these, but it is what it is. Generally some really good direction at times. There's some great shots showing the scale of the dinosaurs, which makes sense because the biggest up Gareth Edwards has as a director in my experience is that he gets to show off the scale of things really well. Godzilla feels humongous in the 2014 film, way more than any other MonsterVerse movie, and some of the dinosaurs in this also feel big, including the dumbass D-Rex, which is just absolutely monstrous. This thing is just a kaiju, it's wild. Also kinda lame because it appears in 2 entire scenes, and one of those is the stupidest intro to a movie ever, where a Snickers wrapper sucks into a fan and completely destroys the system like a fucking Final Destination bit. However, my biggest issue with this movie is its lack of innovation and creativity. It doesn't advertise itself as just a nostalgic trip movie, which I appreciate, but it does still prey on nostalgia at times. It has the usual cliches of these kind of movies in general. An arrogant military guy with a gun who thinks nothing and down a rent-smash the monsters and dies really quickly because the monsters are more powerful than the human military. The guy who is leading the mission and only cares about the money side of things with no moral compass. The science guy who is the good hero and gives a sermon on how humans are the real monsters. You know, maybe if media didn't turn to camera and belittle the audience while explaining the damage we have done on the world, people would actually recognize that damage instead of roll their eyes at being talked down to. But then the movie does the kitchen scene, but it's in a convenience store. There's the flare scene that's just the ending of Jurassic Park 3, but again. There's a pterosaur nest attack. There's a giant hybrid monster that's only at the end of the movie and at the start because we haven't learned from what people didn't like about the last 2 movies' mega monsters. But does that make the movie bad? No, I don't think so. I think Rebirth is a good movie and a good step in the right direction for the franchise as a whole to stray away from the bullshit of the last few films and lessen the insane nostalgia baiting that has defined the franchise since Jurassic Park 3. But it's not enough, I think, to be the best step forward. I still need to watch Chaos Theory Season 3.
It's the final countdown.
So Rubber Den-O Final Countdown was way too hard to actually find available to watch, but then I finally did, and it was alright. A decent send-off for the series that hilariously ignores Climax Cop for good reason. It has a story, there's a mystery, it actually plays into the time travel aspect well. The main villain plays into the time travel themes and like the importance of memory well, with his memories being so strong that he boards the train of death and tries to upend time to bring himself, but more importantly the person he cares about most, back to life. It's insane to actually have a villain with a backstory in Den-O, and while Shiro isn't nearly as entertaining as Gao despite using pieces of his suit, I do genuinely like him for having a degree of motivation and depth, which at this point wasn't particularly common among movie rider villains. The movie brings all the major players back and does feature plenty of new stuff with the Imagine as well as the newcomer New Den-O, who is really annoying but also has moments of being enjoyable. I think as he comes to develop more, I'll like him more. Though I think Teddy is probably the most boring of all the main Imagines so far, which is a shame. My main issue with the movie is that Ryotaro is barely in it. And while I get that's for the purpose of the story and there are a few good moments for him, and I think it gets a lot out of Momotaros as a character, having him like talk about Ryotaro without Ryotaro here, I think he is a huge part of why I like the Imagine dynamic, having that straight man to whom the story can use to balance out the silliness and keep it online. To me, the best part of this movie are Momotaros and New Den-O's interactions. Learning more about Kotaros, that's New Den-O, and his views on his grandfather Ryotaro, and watching Momotaros show his close bond with him by easily identifying the similarities, and defending Ryotaro in his own way from Kotaro's barbs. But it is a shame that Den-O himself only appears in the last 20 minutes, making the movie feel way slower than it really is. And Sieg, I think, is really underutilized. He's with the main group but disappears for a while until the very end, when I would have liked to see him interacting with everyone more. The ending is cool though. It's actually my favorite usage of liner form within the context of, with this, all the Imagine can henshin separately, meaning they sacrifice the raw power of Climax form for the larger number of fighters, and Ryotaro can still fight on his own thanks to liner form. The more I talk about it, the more I have to admit I do quite like this movie. I'm glad to see a nice send-off to a show I really enjoyed. G-Man from Hell is a movie no one is watching my comic book ranking for. Kamen Rider G is a fun little short, but nothing else. I think G is a fun design, and his penchant for wine and beverage puns and references overall are very fun. He could have actually made for a very unique and interesting protagonist for a full-length show, but that's not what happened. The writers all showing up at the end is random, but hey, it's not a very long thing anyway, it's not a big deal. I had fun, that's what counts. Ghost World, I actually quite like this movie. Star Trek Lower Decks is a show that I can only watch 2 seasons of because I don't have the streaming service, and they've not released the other seasons on physical in Australia, which sucks because the show is fucking great. I was a bit skeptical having only seen a few clips. It seemed like they were trying really hard to be Family Guy or Rick and Morty, but no, this is just a great show. It's very crass and does have its share of extremely sexual, crude, and otherwise raunchy humor, but it's all done in such a way that I think gives it so much personality. The animation is simple, but very charming. The characters, at least in these 2 seasons, are also fairly simple, but very entertaining. Boimler and Mariner are extremely endearing. I really enjoyed the dynamic, and they made for some of the most entertaining characters in Star Trek. I really like the others, like Tendi and Rutherford too. The whole Cerritos crew came around for being really enjoyable to watch, and I was also just always entertained. The jokes got better with time, the characters got better with time, and the instances where the show locks in and decides randomly to tell a compelling story with intense and exciting animation are always welcome. I really like this show. I want to watch more of it. Someday they'll put it out on physical here, right? Come on. I think there's very little worth saying about short treks. They're a collection of fun, short episodes in a different style that range from really entertaining to kind of bland. That's about it.
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Onigashima Warship is fine. I have surprisingly little to say about it, I think. It's not bad at all. I think the stuff with Yuto was weird, and it felt really clunky as like a way to get around not being able to have the actor, but I have very few notes or opinions. The movie is fun enough. I really like the 2 Oni villains though, and they're probably my favorite Den-O villains so far. I find them very endearing, and it's not like Den-O's ever had particularly compelling villains. But yeah, I don't know. I have very little to say about Onigashima Warship. All Riders vs. Daishoka is nothing but fan service, but god, I love it. Is it a good movie? No, not at all. Is it really fun? Yeah. This is the kind of thing I wish the superhero Tyson movies were. Yes, it's oops all fan service, but the fan service isn't just a screen cap of all the characters standing together doing nothing. They actually get to do shit. Kind of like Superhero Senki, obviously. The best fan service of all the Tyson films if you count it, because the characters get to say their catchphrases and do their kicks. Comparatively, Tyson's issue for me is that while there's a novelty to seeing everyone together, they just do generic punches and kicks most of the time. In this film, I think even all the Showa riders get to do their thing. We get to see form changes, we get to see their powers being used. I mean, Super 1 uses one of his multi-point hurricane kicks, which like, I watched that show, I pogged so hard. You have no idea how much I wojacked at that shit. Zekros uses his knee pad football bomb thing, Stronger uses Electrofire, we got a Rider double kick, the insane conclusion where Shadow Moon bodies Decade and Rising Ultimate Cougar, then Double shows up and bitches him out to destroy the power scaling of the whole movie, and there's a massive all-rider kick directly to his face. Then with no build-up and for no reason, Dark King from X shows up? Which I'd be mad about how out of nowhere and arseful this is if Dido didn't bring in Jumbo Formation J, to finally give Dark King a proper kaiju fight, wherein Decade gets final form riding himself into a giant Deca driver and transforms Jay into a kaiju-sized Kamen Rider Decade complete form. This entire movie is the coolest fucking shit, firing on all cylinders. My fucking man Shin got to have his own kick-ass sequence of tearing guys apart in the big fight scene. We got a scene of the original show's villains all henshining together into their monster forms. The original didn't even do that. I don't think V3 even did that when it revived all the villains. It's awesome. God, the movie is terrible, but I can't help but love it. A fantastic time as someone who has just gone through the entire history of Kamen Rider leading up to this. Kamen Rider Decade is the second last of the Rider shows I have coming up with a negative reputation online. After this, the only other one with a largely negative reputation up ahead is Saber, which will not even be covered in this year. And I completely understand in this case. This is probably a scenario like Ghost where I totally get it, I agree with everything said, but I can't really dislike the series as much as go, yeah, it's just okay. If Kamen Rider wasn't batting such an insanely high bar, this wouldn't even be that notable for being mediocre. But it is notable, and it's really not doing much for itself. I think the best way to go about this is just covering every world they head to. But first, I do really like Tsukasa, our lead. I wasn't super into him at first. In fact, he kind of feels like half the time a what if Soji Tendo didn't know how to carry himself. But as it went on, I came to realize it was an issue mostly born from the cast surrounding him. Tsukasa himself is very endearing and very entertaining, managing to be a great main rider, if only because he seems just about as done with everything as I am. I love his little quirks. For as little as Honora Decado is ever said in this show, I'm surprised that it is more well known as a quote than the frequent an X for an X that preludes any of Decade's transformations. I love how he plays into what's going on. But unlike his Sentai counterpart Gokai Red, he's not really getting into it. He's just kind of entertaining himself a little while getting the job done. D-End, on the other hand, is also great. I love this dickhead. He's an incredibly entertaining and likable guy, and it takes a bit for him to actually be likable instead of I like watching this dickhead be a dickhead, but damn if it doesn't work. The rest of the cast ranges from I don't really care about Natsumi, who was never that interesting to me and was just kind of always present and accounted for, and Yusuke Onodera, not to beat around the bush, one of my least favorite characters in the franchise. It's not just the obvious thing of like he spits in the face of everything that made Godai likable, and honestly with how Tsukasa acts, I would have really liked to see how a guy like Godai bounces off him, but it's just that he's such an obnoxious joke of a character. All he ever does is go on about how awesome Tsukasa is, no matter how much Tsukasa berates and degrades him as a person. Tsukasa wants nothing to do with this guy half the time, but he just keeps getting glazed over and over. Like a surrogate for the writers who want you to know that Decade's super cool guys, trust me. He never does anything, half his scenes are him transforming and jobbing, and the other half don't feature him transforming at all. He is a useless character, and yet he gets access to the forms of Kuga that are supposed to be incredibly taxing to one's mind, and has no issue. I guess they didn't understand Kuga. Not to mention his only other trait is fawning over a dead woman and being a galactic tier simp. So yeah, first world is World of Kuga, don't like it, moving on. World of Kiva I thought was an interesting concept, but not really anything interesting in execution. The idea of a world where the Fangai are peaceful with humans could be neat. I love to see what the dynamic is properly, and I'd love if the other demon races were present in the timeline. But instead it's just, you know, nothing happens. Wataru's a child. I did not like Child Wataru at all. There's no Otoya, that might be a huge blow as well. Ixer and Saga are barely in this show at all. World of Kiva was nothing. World of Ryuki actually was kinda cool. A really stupid one, but I think this concept's very fun. What if the rider battle was just the way the justice system works, with sets of riders fighting it out to decide the innocence or guilt of the defendant? This makes no sense at all, but it's a super endearing concept for a what if story. And credit where it's due, I think the Ryuki here is completely mediocre, but not bad. And while most of the riders have nothing going on, I actually like this version of Scissors more than the real one, because he's just such a silly Billy. I also really like Abyss. I've seen a few times where a rider shows up that's meant to look like they belong to a series that's long since concluded, and compared to the likes of Muez and Yuki, this neither looks like a reused suit nor entirely out of place. Abyss looks pretty much like a Ryuki rider, just maybe a bit too streamlined, helped by the insane fan service of making him the rider to a mirror monster from the show that never got a rider. That's awesome, and while he's nothing as a character, I think his inclusion was fantastic, and a great way to get around the issue of like, not being able to have the full set of 13 due to Ryuga not really fitting here. World of Blade I have nothing nice to say about though. It's a joke of an interpretation that takes my favorite Kamen Rider show and asks what if questions that nobody wants to know. They're not even fun. Board is some big mega corporation now, and it's all about the intercorporational politics of what the characters are up to and how they rise up their ranks and the cooking chef thing? This version of Blade's a joke, this version of Chalice has nothing going on, And this is the part where I realized, man, I'd love to see what these worlds would have looked like if they were based on the non-canon alternate versions in the movies. No, like, seriously. Ignoring the canon movies, which at this point were just like G4 and the Den-O ones, World of Kuga you can do anything with. World of Kiva could have taken place in the like Demon King Emperor movie, in a place where the timelines have been connected. World of Ryuki can be after the big final fight of episode finale that we didn't get to see. World of Blade could take place in the alternate ending of Blade Missing Ace. World of Fourze in the post-apocalypse of Paradise Lost. World of Kabuto in the also post-apocalypse of Godspeed Love, and World of Hibiki in the distant past of Seven Senki. It could play into Daido's very quickly dropped thing of getting the movie-exclusive treasures too. But no, we get this shit. World of Fourze is also nothing great, only notable for it being Daido's proper introduction after being kinda foreshadowed with the random Todoroki cameo. And in World of Fourze, well, we get to see an interesting what-if of a world where the school massacre didn't happen, but again, they do nothing with it. Neither Kaiser nor Delta are even present. World of Agito I thought was really cool though. Such an interesting concept. What if the seed of Agito that activated was within the user of G3X? And what if before he became Agito, he first became Gills? That's really cool, and it makes for AR Agito being by far my favorite AR rider. They cooked with this. Even everything on Odedo's storyline was mega cringe throughout. This was compelling, exciting, one of the best arcs in this show. World of Den-O barely exists and is an advertisement for the Cho Den-O film to start up. That's all. There's some fun to be had in the Taro's interacting with Decade and the knowledge that Sieg is so powerful that even Tsukasa's ability to ignore how the plot works doesn't immediately kick in. But there's no actual Ryotaro for obvious reasons, and that shoots it in the foot. World of Kabuto I didn't think was great story-wise, but it had some hype moments. This version of Kabuto is very uninteresting and one-note, but his moments in Clock Up where he fights the others are sick as hell. After spending an entire episode thinking, Decade, have you tried Axel Fies? The music kicking in as Tsukasa says, motherfucker, I can keep up with your Clock Up for a bit, and busting out that exact form was so hype. The whole fight looks incredible too, which helps make this a very entertaining world if otherwise kinda bad. It also has the funniest scene of the show, where Decade tries out the Den-O form and finds out the first 4 cards in the deck do nothing but make him shout the Imagine's catchphrases, while Gatak and Thubby watch in confusion and try to actually interact with him but it doesn't work. Fucking aces. World of Hibiki is one of the best though. It's a weird what if, but it feels like an honest to god attempt to make up for the faults of Hibiki Part 2. Asumi gets to be a rider and even take on the mantle of Hibiki once the first Hibiki succumbs into being Yuki. Akira not only gets to be a rider for more than one scene, but is actually given her own name of Amaki. And while still a bit too silly, the characters are all way more reasonable in terms of how they're portrayed. I enjoyed this. I like how it gave Daido more depth too, with how he interacts with this world, and the climax was of course really fucking sick. But then the show decides to dip into other worlds, which makes the fact that the Rider worlds each got only 2 episodes more or less really fucking frustrating. Because we get the world of negatives, which is bland, boring, it's a prelude to some cool action I guess. The only notable thing is, hey look, Orga gets to exist in a show, and Dark Kiva gets to be evil and used by actual Otoya. Well, an old version of him, but like the actual actor. World of D-End was cool. It's hilariously a better love letter to Blade than World of Blade, though being based on the terrible Missing Ace film. I think it did give more depth to Lance, Lark, and especially Glaive than they ever had in their debut though, and D-N got a lot out of this as a character. Of the new worlds, probably the most interesting one, and I did enjoy this arc. World of Shinkenja didn't need to be here. It's a Sentai show having an entire arc in the Kamen Rider anniversary that is equal in length to the other ones. And like, if this was a 2-episode arc in a 50-episode series where each of the Rider worlds got 3 or 4 to themselves to flesh out, I wouldn't mind. Because World of Shinkenja is plenty of fun, but it feels wrong. Then we conclude with 3 Showa worlds. Black RX, Black, and Amazon. And holy fuck, Black's 2 worlds are awesome. They're not exciting narratively or anything, but the sheer hype of getting the actual actor back to reprise the role as 2 alt-universe incarnations of Kotono Minami is hard to touch. The most hype moment in the entire show for me is Decade entering this new unknown world, seeing Kotono and thinking he didn't go into a new one. Oh, somehow I stayed in the world of RX. And then the lighting, and the smoke, the build-up and the sound effects as he henshins into the original Kamen Rider Black. Oh my god, it's so sick. And ARRX is probably my second favorite AR Rider too. He's really likable, and of all the AR Riders, I think the most true to the original character, while still having his own unique conflicts and flair. World of Amazon I'm not as keen on. It's pretty silly and has some fun moments, but Amazon himself doesn't interest me much in this incarnation, and his Amazon cry sucks. So that is most of the show right there. And yes, it is incredibly disappointing how little this feels like a celebration of Kamen Rider, when it's all alternate universes and the only returning actors also only play alternate versions of themselves, or are Imajin. Wataru and Otoya's actors are both in the show, but they don't play the original characters, which is frustrating. They got the original actor for Black in, and I think he was used well, but holy shit, if Showa vs Heisei Ichigo was bad, then Kamen Rider Decade Blade is a nightmare. Takuya Tsubaki got brought back not to play Blade and give us an interesting look into him in the future as an immortal undead, but yet another alternate version of Blade, who is not the same character at all. And I say alternate version because this guy just is objectively not the same. The man who literally doomed himself to an infinite existence of isolation from everyone he knows and loves would not immediately choose to kill Decade because he was told it's the only option. Just atrocious. Right, the last arc. As cool as it was to see Apollo Geist return as the main antagonist, I don't like it. Tsukasa reveals himself as the original Shocker leader, and then it's over as quickly as it began, and it's never addressed again. I am glad to know that his bad haircuts from Superhero Tyson came from this though. Hell, I like how they change his haircuts all the time, I think that's super fun. And then some nonsense happens, the worlds merge, Wataru Kurenai reveals himself as an asshole, just like this version of Kazuma Kensuke is. And then it just ends. There is a director's cut with more, but it still just kind of ends. What a shit show of an ending, and it did really do a lot to bring down what I already thought was a fun enough but deeply disappointing series. It's so frustrating to get a show built on so much fan service that collapses under the weight of its own stupid decisions so often. I don't hate this show. It started on a good foot. I love the intro with like all the monsters from the previous shows showing off their unique traits. That's cool, but it would be lying if I said it was anything above a 6 out of 10. It's so thoroughly underwhelming so often that the few times it really peaks aren't enough to drag it out of the muck it is so eager to revel in. Kamen Rider Movie War 2010 takes place in 3 parts: Decades, Doubles, and the Team-Up. Decades part makes for an ending for Decade, I guess, where he decides to just kill everyone, because why not? It's cool at points, but it feels really disjointed from the show and like it's doing nothing at all to even try and match up. There's a bit of fun to be had, but it's carried along by a nonsensical series of events and a ridiculous reveal at the end about what Decade was doing that just feels completely out of nowhere. I did not care for this, even if Kivala is a cool design. Double segment was actually really good though. A self-contained individual storyline that goes into Shotaro and Philip's past now they came to be together, matching well with his show and his difficulties living up to his predecessor. This was genuinely great, a really good segment that knows exactly how to fill its time with meaningful events, flashbacks to major moments, and otherwise heartfelt scenes that remind me why this show captured me so quickly and remains one of my favourite Kamen Rider shows. Then the two halves come together and it's nonsense. It's fun nonsense admittedly, this part is really fun bullshit, but this feels like a precursor to the Superhero Tyson series where it has this like entirely unearned but not entirely unfun climax where stuff just happens and it's really cool. So overall, I'm not big on this movie, but like, it's fine. It feels like it should have been a full dedicated Decade movie though, with the Double segment being its own special episode of Double. Oh well, nothing to be done.
Rock, paper, scissors. So you go to play it, but then instead he just punches you right in the face, and then he says, "You want to play again?"
Star Ocean Integrity and Faithlessness is only half a correct title. It lacks integrity, but it sure did leave me faithless. I really wanted to like this game when no one else seemed to. I was like, okay, I enjoyed Divine Force. I like the science fantasy vibe. I get a purple haired character as my first companion in this game. And, you know, Divine Force is a mixed bag of a game to a lot of people, but I really liked it. And then it hits me. There's maybe 3 hours worth of fully animated cutscenes in this game, and every other sequence that should be animated ends up as real-time sequences where the characters stand in place, barely animated, and talking while you try to swing the camera around to look at their faces. There's only 3 ways to handle these moments. You either point the camera at one character, ignoring the other one, or you try to fly the camera around back and forth to catch both characters' animations across the board, or you just give up and accept that you can't enjoy these properly, so you put the controller down. And these happen all the time. It is infuriating, and means that with the less than stellar voice acting you're left entirely divorced from the emotions of almost any given scene. Then there's the actual gameplay. At first I found it really boring because I wasn't sure what to do, but eventually I got the hang of it, and I found it completely boring. It moonlights as a real-time action game with insanely chaotic battlefields once you have a full party on hand. And being able to swap characters on the fly did make it a lot more comprehensible. But what it really is a game of pick a move. You don't have combos of special moves, you have one combo you can do, and then MP draining special moves that have no flow with what you're doing. And if I'm being honest, once I got Anne, I was just spamming Hammer of Might in every encounter because the enemies couldn't do shit. There's supposedly this rock, paper, scissors mechanic where light attacks can interrupt heavy attacks can break shields, and shields can block light attacks. And succeeding at making the most of this system rewards you with energy to perform a stream use. However, it doesn't fucking work. You can shield against a light attack pretty easily, but enemy heavy attacks do not have the same wind up that yours do, so they can drop one without you having any ability to counter it. You have to guess what they're going to do, which can get easier as you begin to get a read on different enemies, but when they're all over the place surrounding you, it becomes a lot harder. In particular, despite looking like a fully 3D combat system, it doesn't matter if you get hit or not by an animation. There are times where I've seen an enemy on the other side of the map swing for an attack, and it hits me anyway, despite me not being there, as if it was a 2D turn-based game. Even worse, when trying to break a shield with a heavy attack, your characters take so long to wind up that half the time, even when you're trying your best to combo into it, the enemy can stop shielding and interrupt you with a light attack before you hit them. But at least you can break an enemy's shield with a heavy attack, or block their light attacks with your own. Trying to interrupt their heavy attacks with light attacks is fucking impossible. I swear, it doesn't matter even if I start light attacking right as they get ready to swing. Light attacks either cannot actually interrupt heavy attacks in the game when you're using them, or the enemies are too fast and it's impossible to get enough light attacks in. I've had full light attack combos on an enemy doing a wind up for a heavy attack and it didn't interrupt them. But then the enemies can interrupt your heavy attacks with a single light hit, so what the fuck do I know? Not how to play this game. Actually using this system intentionally never came naturally to me. It always felt like luck, and throughout I could never interrupt an enemy's heavy attack no matter if I was even several levels above that enemy. But with Anne, Hammer of Might lets you leap into the air as its build up, so almost nothing could interrupt it, and it was a heavy attack so it couldn't be shielded against. With the thankfully generous mana pool this game gives you, and the low cost of the move, I was able to easily blaze through the combat with just Hammer of Might. Until I got to the fucking impossible moments of having to defend Anne with everyone else. Because sometimes the enemies completely ignore you even if you attack them to hit her with pot shots. Now the first one was reasonable to do, you just destroy the turret because the other things did no damage, but the entire strategy with the second is to heal Anne repeatedly and let the NPCs deal with it because fuck this game. And what's the little bow that wraps this all up? A story that is painfully short and has nothing going on. You play as Fidel, your standard generic JRPG protagonist. Nothing special, but nothing terrible either. He is accompanied by Miki, the epic purple-haired magic woman, whose artwork all gives her pink hair like she's trying to compete with Chrono in the battle of characters whose hair is pink or purple, entirely depending on the artist. And you go off to look for help after your home is attacked. You get to the city, get told to basically piss off entirely, find a random girl and save her from the space people, round and round you go doing shit from here on out, nothing goes on. I only have Divine Force to go off right now for Star Ocean, but that game would go on to have not an amazing story, but a solid story that played as a good foundation for getting the characters across. This game, however, has an incredibly bland cast and a story where you're barely sure what the hell's going on. Not because it's confusing, but because there's so little actually there. I think the main deal was like learning who Relia is and why people are after her, but it's mostly dicking around in the eternal squabbles of nations that have no personality or establishing moments. As for that cast though, there wasn't anyone particularly bad, but very few stood out. Fidel's nothing going on. Fior has a ridiculous design, but it was kind of charming and brought me back to a certain era of RPGs like a truck. Though, not as much as the delicious sound design in the menus. Oh my god, I love the sound design on the menus. That's such a weird thing to praise, but it got me back to the days of Final Fantasy X. Victor was incredibly bland to me and served as just the guy with the big sword without any of the sauce of like Dunban or Auron. And I got attached to for gameplay reasons, but as a character she was just okay, leaving only Emerson to be the only character with any sort of charisma. I thought it was just cool to see the grandfather of Marielle from the later Divine Force, and I think it's interesting to see the idea of living up to the name of Kenny is a constant concern for people in the family, not localized to just one character. He was the only character who felt like he gave a shit, and him being entertaining almost made up for the lengthy animated cutscene of a space battle, where all you see is his face as he reacts to what surely is a cool fight happening off screen. And man, the complete lack of reaction from the fantasy characters when they get on the spaceship is insane. Again, to reference Divine Force, that game had every character react in their own way, and be interested in different parts of the vessel. In this game, they understandably are more worried about Miki than anything, but once she's okay, they don't take a moment to react beyond Fior going, wow, that's pretty impressive. And I can remember no moment of the science fiction character showing any interest in the fantasy world either. The two barely meld together and it feels very disjointed. So where does this leave me? I find the gameplay sub-functional, the story subpar, the characters suboptimal, the graphics are nice, sure, honestly maybe even better than Divine Force, but everything falls short as a game and leaves me feeling wholly unimpressed. The only good thing is that I spent only $8 on this, and it has gotten me one step closer to experiencing the totality of Star Ocean. I've got Second Story and I've got Last Hope. I'll probably play Second Story second of those, just because that's apparently the magnum opus, so, you know, let's just get Last Hope out the way.
You're never gonna break this part of me.
K-pop Demon Hunters has a lot in common with Rainbow Rocks, a favourite of mine, but it has a purple-haired protagonist. So there was a lot going on, just giving it a lot of brownie points to me, and it continued to be extremely good all around. Not to say it's not without some flaws, but, you know, I really like this one. The animation is gorgeous, of course, with some amazing action scenes, extremely characterful animation, really creative and enjoyable visuals. It's such a nice looking movie at every turn, and that's obviously a big boon. It has music that, I'll admit, it's not my genre, but I really enjoy the songs in this anyway. I don't know how to explain it. But what really characters for me, the characters, the story. Yeah, the action animation is great, but there's a lot of movies like that. And the story is pretty standard, if we're being honest. However, this is the only movie with these characters in them, and Rumi in particular, I really liked. I had finished like the last piece of Kamen Rider Kiva content like 10 days before I watched this, so the themes of a half-breed between humans and the main monsters of the thing trying to find themselves and their purpose not only generally resonated with me, it was also relatively recent on the mind. And as an Asian half-breed, I understand what Rumi goes through with like her desire for all of her to be loved and not just part of her. It also does help that she has purple hair, yes, plus the rider kick at the start of the movie. I mean, purple-haired rider kick woman in leather, what am I supposed to do, not fall in love? But I really connected with her and her struggles. Genie was also a really good character, a great antagonistic force, and in particular, one thing I really liked was that his sympathetic qualities weren't used to try and undo his villainous acts. Yes, his suffering and guilt is sympathetic and you feel bad for him, but it doesn't make all that he does justified, nor does it forgive him for the acts that put him in this position. He's a well-laid character that I was genuinely invested in, and his sacrifice at the end really made me emotional. The other girls, Zoe and Mira, didn't get nearly as much development as those two, but they're endearing and they have a degree of depth to them. It's hard in general not to love the main cast of this. Sometimes they can feel a bit lol, random, quirky in a bit of a groan-worthy way, but I think those moments are vastly outnumbered by how fun they tend to be as a group of massive dorks. And their problems still play into the themes of not knowing where you fit in or who you are. But I think my biggest issue with the movie is that it doesn't have that extra bit of runtime to flesh it out. I mean, their breakup with Rumi feels like it's leading to something more, and like, as far as liar reveal storylines go, this has to be one of my favorites just because I completely understand why it is the way it is. There was a time in my life where I hid the fact that I was half Chinese just because I knew how people reacted, and you know, I get why Rumi does what she does when she's been told to hide that part of herself for so long. But then, instead of actually like developing this further, Rumi shows back up in the last moment, starts dropping bars, and the girls seem to immediately make up. The scene is really cool, but I can't not be a little bothered by that. That's really where my main issue stems from. The climax is awesome, but it could have used a bit more time between Rumi's last scene and that point. That and the villain group overall lack a bit of character, carried solely by the main lead because the other ones are fun enough but not much as their own individual personalities. But it doesn't even come close to tanking this movie. It's still peak, a genuinely phenomenal film that fires on every cylinder that it actually gets its hands on. And yeah, the similarities to Rainbow Rocks definitely help. Two movies about a group of best friend dorks facing off in a musical competition against magic demon musicians who seek to take advantage of the hero's main genre to empower themselves and gain dominion over everyone's dumb ass, focusing heavily on the relationship between one purple-haired outcast who doesn't know how to cope with expectations, and a regretful villain who wants to get past their history and escape from their actions. I said that really fast, no one got that. Save Zero X, I didn't play too much of. I got through like a chunk of levels in the game, but I wasn't getting into this. I enjoyed it enough, I liked the combat, the difficulty was higher than I expected, which I don't mind. But in the end, I wasn't getting much out of it. The story didn't do anything for me, the sprite work was really good, but getting a bit grungy and dull for my liking. I didn't hate this game, it just wasn't hitting me the way I would have liked.
It's a kind of magic.
A Touch of Magic is a great improvement to It Takes Two, but that really isn't saying much. I think between these seasons, I do prefer the second one, but I'm not sure how much I like the show overall. On one hand, conceptually I'm okay with going back to Barbie's magical era and embracing the silliness of those times. On the other, I don't think I needed the magic being this integral to this continuity. It's easy to ignore the previous mermaid films and their magic in this world by how they never came into play in the mainline story. Though I am glad they were mentioned now the series began using magic. Weirdly enough, Isla never came back, and neither did Marlowe, but they actually go to the Mermaid Kingdom, and Isla just isn't there, nor I think addressed, and given that her voice actor has already changed between movies beforehand, I don't think it would have hurt to have her come back even if it was with a different voice. But no, my issues with the show come from how weird it is, and I mean, Season 1 is unfocused stuff about the new character Rocky trying to steal a unicorn, which in execution was weirdly close to Son of the Mask in a way I didn't enjoy. There's a lot of Rocky using her magic to reset the status quo with memory erasure, and that got really frustrating at a certain point. It's one thing for the tension to be, when will the characters figure out who the villain is? But it's another for it to be, when will something stop Rocky from erasing their memories? And that's all the season is. It's frustrating at points, not to mention they bring back the Barbie and Ken romance, but instead of making it more in line with how Dreamhouse Adventures ended, they decide to keep it as this frustrating will they won't they thing, and right as there might be some kind of conclusion to at least give all that bullshit a degree of value, Rocky does some memory erasure, it gets reset to before the episode happened, and it never gets brought up again. Like, huh? It's crazy frustrating. It's one thing to recognize that people weren't enjoying that storyline, it's another to just decide the solution isn't to fix or resolve it, but to completely ignore it and leave the viewer annoyed that it was all for nothing. Season 2 fixed it a lot by focusing on the story more overall into making a sort of mystery series trying to find out who the villain really is. We already know early on, but the villain does reveal himself to the characters eventually, and while it's nothing special compared to any other show, or even any Barbie movie, it works as an acceptable and enjoyable storyline. I like this season a lot more, especially with its greater focus on Rocky's arc. I thought she was the big new entertaining thing for the show, and I did like her a lot. Her arc was good, she was enjoyable, though a few times a bit too obnoxious. I also appreciate how they course corrected from Barbie's characterization. There is still some weirdness with how Barbie doesn't share the magic with any of her friends, wasn't too into that. But, you know, she's more herself again. We got Trey back, we got her family back, we sadly don't get Tammy back, she's not super prevalent in season 2, and while they reference the Skipper movie, they do not address Tammy's actual arc in the end of Dreamhouse Adventures. She's still fun, but I think she could have been done better. Most of Barbie's friends are also pretty absent from season 1, and honestly season 2 as well, which I think is a bit frustrating. Season 2 did fix a lot of the issues, and I appreciate that. But I think in general, A Touch of Magic is good, but not great. Season 2 is a huge improvement, and I was happy to see it, but I'll have to see what the next Barbie thing I watch is, because we're nearing the end. Technically, I'd already played Horror Warriors before, just not the definitive edition. I'll quickly go over my thoughts for the sake of it. I really enjoy Musuo games, as repetitive and easy as they can be. Horror Warriors is a fun time, that's all I really care about. The story's fine, nothing special, though one of the rare situations where Link gets to be a character whose arrogance and pride ends up getting his dark self created. Though it's resolved in one mission, so it's really not much of a step up for him. Ganon is awesome, and those missions after the story seems over, where you get to play as him and rampage through the Hyrulean forces, slaughtering the characters you've just been playing as the whole game, and sweeping 3 of the main bosses at the same time, just sells him as a villain. And holy shit, he feels like a monster. And not just because the game makes fucking even Agatha feel like an unstoppable engine of destruction. This game still has my favorite Link, though if I ever play Wind Waker I feel that may change. It used to have my favorite Zelda, but that's the old cartoon version now, and it probably still has my favorite Ganondorf. It's a nightmare to 100% though, which is a shame. Still, I like this game a lot. My designated metal hero break between Kamen Rider is here. Space Sheriff Shaider. Well, it sure was a show. I see this series getting mad bad reviews all the time anytime I see it brought up, which is not very often, but I honestly don't think it deserves it. Yeah, I think it fails to live up to Garvan, but I honestly enjoyed this more than Sharivan. It might just be that, while Dai is about as nothing a character as Iga to me, I enjoyed the few times they go into his character more. They don't get into the characters very often, but I just prefer with Dai what they do over what they do with Iga in Sharivan. And I like Annie way more as a badass, capable fighter than the previous 2 lady companions to a metal hero. It has all the foibles of Showa-era tokusatsu, repetitive nature, same basic thing happens every episode with minimal innovation, hilariously dumb plans. I swear one of these episodes is we will kill everyone who falls in love with a child star, which sounds like a great way to halve the population of Japan to me. I don't see the issue there. And another makes them perform the evil act of inventing online shopping, but the evil catch is there is free shipping that is instantaneous. The villains range from the whatever Hessler, the whatever and hilariously named Girl 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and Priestess Poe, who is a woman played by a man? And I choose to believe this just makes a Showa-era trans representation, and everyone including Space Satan 3 is just cool with this. His grandson became his granddaughter and he's like, hey, still my grandkid. Though I thought them being related kind of came out of nowhere and they don't do anything with it. What kind of sucks is that the repetitive nature of the action and stock footage, while really fun at times with Shaider's hysterically big magnum attack, where he creates giant vector graphics constructs of himself out of willpower to shoot his 400 meter long spaceship as a huge laser pistol, kind of made the good choreography harder to appreciate though. Anytime there's some really cool choreography, it's then followed by the same stock thing we've seen before. Annie is a total badass, and I'm glad the trend of space sheriffs being weirdly superhuman without transforming did transfer over to the women as well, which in the Showa era is not something to be expected. She got most of the cool fights. So Shaider only occasionally got really cool and well choreographed sword fights in the few instances where he didn't just do the same basic attack over and over again, but she got the actually good fights. And I do like Shaider's random stuff, the big magnum, the big robot nipple laser that destroys the giant version of the monster, or whatever spaceship is summoned from nowhere, and then you get the Shaider blue flash finisher, but Now some people out there might be wondering, why are you complaining about repetitive finishes, Kamen Rider fan? Which, if you're wondering that, watch some Kamen Rider for God's sake, that's not how Kamen Rider goes. Especially in the Showa era, where they'll just bust out a random finisher out of nowhere for the sake of it, and it'll never get mentioned again. It doesn't necessarily tank Shaider overall, but as a show I don't think it's terribly notable. A perfectly okay 6 out of 10 Metal Hero series that continues to fail to live up to how fun Gavan was, and also oddly enough only has Gavan and Shadovan cameo in artwork depicting them protecting their homeworlds from a mass galactic invasion, and then the final episode is a huge clip show where they all henshin together because they were told to, by God I guess? But at least now I know that the sentient light that tells people to transform for the audience, which appeared in Gavan vs. Gokaija, is actually an established character in Metal Hero lore. That light that tells you to transform for the audience is just a character. I don't get it. Dagashi Kashi. If you're thinking I only watched this because I was drawn to the purple-haired woman, you're correct. And to get out of the way, Hotaru is my favorite part of the show. She is a ball of fun, hysterically brainless and genius at the same time. She knows everything about nothing and nothing about anything. A perfect specimen. She can go on a massive hyperfixation ramble about Dagashi and the history of Japanese snack foods, but if you ask her to count to 5, she'd probably finish at 3 and then start talking about some squid on a stick dish. She has the worst luck in the world, but constantly engages in luck-based challenges because why not? Or because she wants a guy to work at her company, and he'll only agree if she can convince his son to take over his Dagashi store. And so the show becomes a fun slice-of-life formulaic series where, yeah, it's pretty predictable what will happen, but it's genuinely just really a relaxing time. The show has a lot of fun with itself. Yeah, it has the expected anime thing of fan service with a big boob character, regardless of how old she is, but compared to most, this show is shockingly reserved with it. It has some fairly unsurprising jokes, and a few that were groaners. But it has a cast that it's really just Hotaru, Saya, and the two guys. They'll sometimes have these completely pointless but really fun moments where things are just animated in a completely different genre, like a fantasy sequence, sentient sweets that blow themselves up, random bullshit generally, which is nothing crazy, but it makes the show a lot more enjoyable than it could have been. That was kind of all over the place, but I guess the core of the point is, the cast is fun, and the show is fun. I also really like Saya, but the other two main characters are just kind of there. Kokonatsu is nothing special as a protagonist. He's a pretty bland character, but that kind of that's just part of who he is. He's a guy whose defining traits beyond sweets get shelved really quickly, and that's his character, because the point is that everyone's taking time away from what he enjoys. Endo is just kind of there. It's enjoyable to have the token pervert character not be defined solely by that aspect. I'm used to that, even in shows I adore like Psyche. Toe is very horny at many points, but that's just a part of a larger character who is more defined by being lazy but willing to step up when he's really needed, and very supportive of his friends. I don't dislike him. I just think Saya and Hotaru were far more entertaining. Saya felt like she'd just be this standard tsundere adjacent jealous girl, but she almost immediately befriends Hotaru, and from then on is a lot more reasonable, and so those infrequent moments of jealousy and tsundere tendencies just kind of felt more natural and funny because they weren't the only jokes they told with her, they were just a joke that sometimes would be told with her. They did play her up being just unnaturally perfect at all kinds of games, which I think only works because she's oblivious to it, so she doesn't feel like a creator's pet. But yeah, it's Hotaru that kept me watching. I loved her random antics, I loved her chaotic eating, I loved how stupid she is. She spends a whole episode sick because she had an ulcer from eating too many sweets, and she chose to rationalize it as actually no, it's because thinking about sweets all night made it hard for her to sleep and that gave her the ulcer. And then when it gets even worse, she makes her own medicine to help with the ulcer. Except her idea of medicine is to drink soda packets depending on what symptoms she has to help herself feel better. And so she mixes several unrelated flavors of soda together to create a terrible drink that makes her condition worse because she is on a quest to be the dumbest motherfucker ever. That makes her moments of genuine insight into the human condition and how people think and feel a lot more interesting as well. She's dumb in a lot of ways, but not in what matters to her and what she wants to do with her life, which helps give reasoning to how she acts all the time, though makes it questionable just how oblivious she is. Regardless, she was my GOAT, and I like this show a lot just for her. Then there's Dagashi Kashi 2, which... yeah, arguably this is just season 2 of the show, but I think it's very reasonable to consider it its own entry, when the studio making it is different, the name is Dagashi Kashi 2, and the whole vibe of the show has changed. Now, instead of 12 24-minute long episodes with lots of fun, expressive animation made to represent stuff that's happening in a more visually interesting way, we have 12-minute long episodes that are pretty basic. The designs are changed, but I think they all look good still, and the story becomes a much bigger focus of the season. It's more about Kokonatsu as a character, and how he's been affected by Hotaru in his life. It introduces Hajime, who is probably my third favorite character behind Hotaru and Saya, and is just extremely entertaining and endearing, and it has more happening overall. But this isn't entirely to its benefit. Having more going on exasperates the half length of the season in terms of runtime. It feels like it doesn't have room for those nice day-to-day moments that exist to let us enjoy the characters. Or when it does put those moments in, now the story has to move at a breakneck pace in the later half of the episode because there's much less time. It makes for an overall inferior watching experience in my opinion. While I'm totally down for a story arc about Kokonatsu realizing he hasn't even mentioned the manga he was making in fucking 19 episodes and trying to get on track with that, Hotaru's response is, yes, if you pursue this it goes against what I'm aiming for, but who cares, you should be doing what you want to do. I don't think it was delivered right, and that's not even to mention Hotaru isn't in over half this season. She appears for 4 episodes, then vanishes until the last one. It's fucking insane, and definitely for the worst I think. There are points where it definitely is nice to see how these characters interact without her, and it does play into Kokonatsu's arc, but I think it goes on for so long that I was left at a point wondering where the hell she is and if she'll come back. She's an established part of the formula and dynamics of the show. Once she was taken out, it just didn't have anything to make up for it. Hajime was great, but she played a different role in the comedy as the one that's freaking out over everything instead of the one making everyone freak out. And for as enjoyable as Hotaru's brother could be at times, he didn't appear very often and didn't make up for her absence. I really wanted more Hotaru and I didn't get it. What I got was a decent enough season that felt like it needed those extra 12 minutes an episode to tell the tale it wanted to tell. I can forgive the loss of imaginative presentation and the overall inferior animation that lacks the depth and detail of Dagashi Kashi 1, but the story problems took me out of it, and that's only because they chose to introduce those elements in the first place. So yeah, I watched the Kamen Rider Double Hyper Battle DVD. I already seen the series, so I could kind of go past it for my marathon. W was my first foray into the franchise, and still my third favorite show as of now. The special episode was fun. It's nice to return to the characters again, and honestly I feel like Shotaro being unwilling to hard-boil an egg in any other way than the specific one that makes them so hard they're inevitably rock-like is so in character that it must have been mentioned or seen at the show at some point, and I just forgot. That's all, fun time. Superman was peak, end of story. Okay, no really. Having to wait longer than I wanted to finally watch the James Gunn movie of one of my favorite heroes was killing me, and to finally get there and for it to be good, man. From the start, I really appreciate the movie's approach. I've seen a lot of people accusing it of trying to one-up Man of Steel, but frankly I didn't find a lot that specifically felt like an attempt to outdo Man of Steel as much as an overall theme of attempting course correction on Superman as a character. The ways in which Clark just wants to do good and help others while everyone around him wants to think about ramifications and justifications and just want to get the job done with a good old-fashioned heroic murder, only for Clark to respond with lives are at stake and I had to save them, end of story, very much feels like more of a commentary on the evil dark Superman take that's been permeating the public conscience for a decade now. It's not just Man of Steel, it's the entire way in which Superman has been interpreted as needing that edginess and that being a campy hero makes him bad. Regardless, I didn't care about that part. I wanted to see what they do with Superman as a character on his own merits, not how he relates to the 2010 zeitgeist. And I think the start of the film represents it so well, with Superman often being viewed as boring for being overpowered, ignoring how people love Batman and Goku for never losing and always being able to win. I think starting it with him having lost a direct fight makes sense to me. What I like is how Clark immediately heals himself up, and before even fully recovering, he tries to go back to the city and save lives. It works so well as an introduction for him and Lex Luthor, who managed to be one of my favorite takes on the character, matching well both his unbelievable aura as someone who doesn't flinch for most of the movie, no matter how aggressive Superman gets, and his attempted justifications of his actions that he uses to reason that he's right, as well as his humanity as someone driven by his envy and inferiority complex. This is one of the most evil takes on the character I've seen in a while too, and I think that's incredible. He is an unforgivable monster, and his willingness to kill anyone to accomplish his goals makes him an easy to hate villain, which is all I can ask for. Superman himself, though, I also really liked. This younger Superman, who hasn't really come into his own fully, makes for a surprisingly unique take in live action, given how this is the only Superman who doesn't have an origin story sequence. Which I don't mind. The movie does well to naturally work his origins in, while generally trusting that most people know the deal of the most iconic superhero in the world. Clark isn't the always reliable wise guy that one might be used to, but seeing him grow closer to that point was compelling. I like seeing his conflicts about his origins and what his parents wanted clashing with what he thought they wanted and how he viewed himself. While making Jor-El kind of a douchebag was a weird choice, I think making the central conflict of his character build upon the foundations of his basis as an alien trying to live in a place he wasn't born in works very well. Being myself the son of 2 immigrants to Australia, and singled out often in my childhood for being different, I can't help but see some myself in Superman. He is the hope that being different doesn't mean I don't belong. Lex is the representation of people who can't accept those who live in their area if they weren't born there. The person who can't handle that someone who originated from somewhere else could be better than them and do more with their life. Despite the patriotic energy Superman sometimes can come across as having, Lex is that representation of a blind patriot who wants their country to remain separate from the outside world out of some need for perceived cultural purity. Needless to say, if you're on Lex's side, get the fuck out of my home. Clark's arc can be a bit weird, partially because the pacing of the movie is so breakneck. Outside of a few moments, the film doesn't take much time to slow itself down and let things sink in. It is one of my issues with the movie overall. From the start, it's high energy, it's fast, it has these amazing fight scenes that focus on Clark himself and get more hectic and jittery the less clarity he has and the more he's afraid. But there's not much of a gap between that and now Clark is talking to everyone at the Daily Planet, and then Lex invades the Fortress of Solitude, and then a kaiju shows up, and then Clark is fighting it. Now Green Lantern, Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Mr. Terrific show up, then they kill the kaiju. Lex talks to Superman on TV, Superman gets a moment to breathe at last after that, and then he gets taken into prison and exposed to kryptonite, and Mr. Terrific shows up, there's a dramatic breakout scene, and it just kind of keeps going. Superman only really slows down when it comes to Smallville after his kryptonite poisoning, and he can talk to his parents. To some degree, I think this makes sense. It highlights that Clark is the kind of person to spend every waking moment trying to save people, too locked into his need to help others that he never stops to help himself, and that mentality slowly beats him down until he doesn't have the mental strength to keep going. But I don't think it was necessary to work that into the actual pacing of the movie in that way because it's a little too fast. I do really like the Smallville scene though. I'm sure if I was adopted it would have hit much harder as a wonderful representation of the value of having a foster family that loves you over a biological family that you never knew. In the end, Clark was a character I really liked in this film. He's constantly out to save lives and help others. Now, I feel a bit weirded out by how he just willingly offed his clone like that. It wasn't direct, but as far as he knows, his actions directly led to his death, and Clark doesn't strike me as the kind of person to see someone who was born with mental deficiencies as inherently less than anyone else. I think they had Ultraman go out this way primarily because a black hole could take him to another dimension, and in the future they could bring him back to be the evil Superman of another Earth, like Ultraman is in the comics. But unless I missed something, I don't think they ever have it been known that the black hole works that way. I could believe it a lot more if Clark knew that he could survive a black hole, and that the risk earlier was it sending him somewhere random. Then it would be more sensible to me for him to be okay with Ultraman going out like that. As for other characters, Lois was fine. I enjoyed her enough that she doesn't do as much journalism as much as letting Jimmy take that role for her. But I suppose that's okay, because she's off doing more important stuff, and I do like our pal Jimmy Olsen getting to be plot relevant. He's also alright. Mr. Terrific was badass and aura farmed as hard as Lex at one point. He doesn't have any kind of character arc, but he remained a consistently entertaining character and a great take on the guy, especially after whatever the CW did. Guy Gardner was surprisingly likable. I tend to find most of the time he's either an insufferable dickhead in a way that's not enjoyable, or he's just the Green Lantern that we can kill for stakes. Nathan Fillion was a great choice for an actor though. He's a master at making a normally unlikable arsehole character into a charismatic arsehole character that you just enjoy seeing be a dickhead. Perfect, a great version of the character, and as much as I do love Hal Jordan, it's nice to see other Lanterns given the spotlight that aren't him or Jon Stewart. Eagerly waiting to see Alan Scott in action. And Hawkgirl was probably the least interesting of the Justice Gang to me. I did like the interpretation of her as this pretty chill character until the time comes to fight and then she becomes a shrieking monster with no remorse. It's different from what I'm used to, but pretty entertaining. The villains beyond Lex weren't anything special. Engineer was pretty basic even if the powers tended to be really cool, and Ultraman was something of a characterless clone that feels more like what if Nuclear Man wasn't kind of shit than he does Ultraman. Though his existence does really sink in that idea that Lex already won before the movie began. Beyond that, yeah, I think the action was great. I love how colourful the movie was, I found the comedy enjoyable, the aesthetic in general, even beyond just the colours, was great, the action was exciting, it did a great job of giving us aerial combat that I don't think I've seen this good since, well, Man of Steel. I did love this movie. It captured what I love about Superman, the humanity, the message of hope, the message of not being worse for being different, and not being different for being born elsewhere. It set up the world wonderfully, and is only held back to me by the pacing being a bit fast, and likely that being a result of having to include so much in a single movie. Very glad I got to watch it though.
I like trains.
The Den-O trilogy begins with Red, a film that I find okay. It's good even, it's just, man, I miss Ryotaro. I know he's here, but the new actor I just don't think captures the vibe of the character right, and it means the dynamic of the Imagin is a bit messed up. I'm also getting a little tired of the Imagin's brand of humor. Yes, it's extremely endearing when it's good, but it feels like with each entry they're trying less and less, and they just rely on the same jokes over and over again. I do like that the new Ryotaro actor is the one who years prior played his child counterpart in a different movie. That's really fun. But while the Imagin weren't doing much for me and I found their entire storyline kind of present and accounted for, I really like the stuff with Yuto. This carried it, because while he's not doing anything new either, the whole sacrificing his love life and being with the woman he cares about for the sake of protecting the timeline, and thus her, has never been the primary focus. Here it is, and it works great. I was always compelled watching him work through this. And seeing Deneb just trying everything to give his best friend some happiness after all he's had to suffer. So while the Denliner crew didn't do much for me, and I think are lacking in the right balance to make me compelled to see them in a serious story, Xeranos was the GOAT who carried. And I found the Piggy Imagin entertaining enough. The bit where he encounters Climax form Den-O, and they start arguing because they're both made up of multiple guys in one body is really funny. I particularly love Ryutaros going, haha, but we have 4 and you only have 3, so we win. And then the straight man of the Piggy Imagin trio can only respond with, shit, he's right. That's fun. Otherwise, good enough movie, I'll see how the others fare when I have time. The Very Hungry Caterpillar board game, one of the multiple of which will likely all be on this list. It's not very good. I guess for kids it might be fine, but I know when I was the actual preschool age this wants you to be, I wouldn't have been super into it. You draw a card, move the number of spaces it says in a circle to get all the pieces, or if you're lucky, get the cheating card that lets you teleport. Then whoever gets lucky enough wins. There's no strategy. Again, I know this is for kids, but I don't think I'd be learning anything from this. There's something to be gained from something like Snakes and Ladders or Tic-Tac-Toe, and really simple games that objectively babies are capable of playing. This isn't anything. I do think the way the butterflies are formed from various puzzle pieces make for something fun. Everyone will get their own unique butterfly every time they play, with over 3,000 potential combinations. They don't always look nice, but they're unique and I think that's fun. And the caterpillar pieces, while cheap feeling, are fun to have. So that's that, at least it's not Candyland. I don't think I've ever finished the original Legend of Zelda before now. Now that I have, I think it's, it's decent. It has problems, especially in the endgame, but I enjoyed it more than I thought. I kind of did have a guide to help me in those moments that are extremely cryptic because they give no visual indication of anything though, so that might have made me like it more, but, the original Legend of Zelda, it's fine.
I like trains.
Episode Blue of the Den-O trilogy is actually really good. In fact, most of the Den-O movies, aside from Climax Cop, I found to be followed by inferior installments. Climax Cop is the exception because it's all around weak and non-canon. Episode Blue, however, I think is great. While the stuff with the Imagin and Ryotaro remains kind of secondary and whatever, I find the dynamic to be done better here, and it was a lot more engaging overall. Part of that is that they don't try to be funny the whole time. They allowed the Imagin to show their better characterization, especially with the most recent and underdeveloped of them prior to now in Teddy. One of my favorite moments in this movie is Momotaros being fed up at his friend being in danger and deciding to go out even when injured to help him, only to be stopped when Teddy decides to go instead. Momotaros backs down in this moment, despite how rarely he does that, because within Teddy, he sees that same devotion and need to help his closest friend that Momotaros himself has. In that moment, he sees within Teddy a bit of himself, and he knows how stubborn he is. So he makes the logical choice, as unusual as it is for Momotaros, because for once, the logical choice lined up with the emotional choice. He lets the currently more capable Imagin who works with Kotaro better go out and help. And Teddy's relationship with Kotaro and Kotaro himself in general are the strongest part of this movie. I really like getting more of them and properly exploring Kotaro as someone who plays into the themes of time and memories in Den-O, with his story of only coming to appreciate his grandfather after he lost him. The main villain is about as lacking in character as they frankly usually are in Den-O. At best they're entertaining and likable with no depth, and at worst they're boring or obnoxious with no depth. However, while the Mantis Imogen is enjoyable yet basic, she comes with a very interesting contract holder. Her story about constantly pushing back spending time with her grandma because in the moment she believed, well, they'll be together forever, so I can just fob her off and I'll see her again another day. Only one day to have her grandmother just not be there anymore. It hit way too personally. It just is that kind of thing that really affects me, and it made this movie extremely powerful to me. The story itself isn't all that special, but what makes this movie is the characters. Yes, it's just a story where an Imajin shows up, Ryotaro gets left incapacitated for a long time, and Kotaro goes on the job, finds the contract holder, the Imajin's killed, and the contract holder gets to have that one night with her grandma that she always held off. And of course it ends with the grandma saying she knew the whole time it wasn't the granddaughter of this time period, but she didn't care because it was still her no matter if it was now or a decade in the future. God, fuck this movie, man. It makes me feel too much. Den-O Blue is great, not because of the strong story or because of the exciting action scenes, but because of the things that Den-O does best. Character writing and comedy as well, but I didn't have anywhere to work that in. Final Destination Bloodlines is shockingly good, and this time, unlike with Saw X, people actually told me in advance. Surprisingly, just generally great with a lot of creative ideas and fantastic kills. Some kills are way too heavy on the CGI to look good at points, despite having great concepts, but generally they were all solid. I really like this, especially among other Final Destination movies, for not only having its fresh take, but also being one of the only movies where I actually cared about the characters. I genuinely came to like most of the characters that got to live long enough to matter. None of them were hateable, and the family dynamic made it easily enjoyable. While this did mean that knowing they would likely all suffer horrific and brutal deaths could make the movie less appealing, it does a lot as a generally compelling story where the risk of these brutal deaths is used not for shock value, but to add tension to a strong narrative, instead of being a bunch of sleep through them scenes of boring or hateable characters in between the few minute minutes of epic gore kills you actually want to see. This is a compelling and enjoyable movie where the gore kills hover over you, making you genuinely worry about the character's well-being. And because you want to see them live, it also makes the ending... So one of the coolest things with Bloodlines is that it pays fanservice to the whole series, and works as an interesting dive into the lore. The idea that a tragedy with a huge number of dying people was actually prevented in such a way that everyone survived, with death having a huge list to work through that included having to eliminate the offspring that were never supposed to exist, is a very interesting addition to the lore. It does mean the idea of new life being a child born from someone who shouldn't exist no longer applies as an idea, which I could have gone without. I'm sure you could have written around that. But there's references to various casts of the previous films, including confirmation that the deleted scene that killed the only true survivors is now solidly non-canon, instead of potentially canon. There is now a genuine way to escape death, which I think adds some tension in future movies, if they make any. And Bloodworth's last scene was fantastic. It does josh the theory that he's actually the physical incarnation of death, but I don't mind that. It means him never returning due to the passing of the legendary Tony Todd won't create a hole to be filled in any future movies. However, this also means that the ending being so derivative kind of hurts the film. I felt genuinely and honestly bad when the characters die at the end, just to pay service to the traditional trends of the franchise, and how most of the movies have to end. And while for the Final Destination, that tragic ending was part of an insanely awesome plot twist, and was left mostly off screen to be a purely sorrowful ending, Bloodlines ends with the characters being brutally splattered, which is more in line with things, but after building them up as such likable characters with their own arcs of coming back together as a family in the face of long-term tragedy that destroyed them before, I just didn't want to see that happen, and the credits showing that it wasn't just a premonition means it ends on tragedy that feels bad. Now on a future watch, this won't be as big a deal as I'd have seen it coming, but here on a first watch, it doesn't do it for me. What makes it worse is that even if they survived, the ending would still be derivative of a previous movie. It has the same drowned and resuscitated method of new life. especially compared to the earlier set-up idea of an allergy death, which I thought was cool. They also have a character not on Death's list being killed to prevent him from getting in Death's way, which is not seen often and also pretty cool. One of the best death scenes in the movie too, holy shit. A perfect blend of comedy, gore, and creativity. Also, because everyone kind of buys into things and is aware of the random bullshit that could kill them, I honestly feel like this is the best movie in terms of capturing the paranoid fear that the films overall inspire within the characters themselves. So all that said, I think Bloodlines is a really good Final Destination movie, and generally good horror movie overall. It's marred by that ending, but it's full of new and creative ideas that make me confident that any future shows, either doing their own thing or telling tales within the long span of time we didn't get to see of Death hunting people down, will at the very least be very compelling to watch and full of fun and new kills.
I like trains.
Yes, you do.
I don't think Episode Yellow is as good as Episode Blue, but I still think it's a genuinely really solid movie with a lot going for it. Oddly enough though, its main focus is on D-End from Decade, which is a very strange choice no matter how much Decade used its World of Den-O just to advertise this trilogy. And the newcomer Rider, while a pleasant surprise as G Den-O was actually a design I'd not ever seen before, or at least if I did I probably just assumed it was Liner Den-O due to the similar silhouette, was just an okay character. I liked him enough and I thought his arc was solid, but he's nothing crazy. What I really liked though was just D-End's story. Specifically, unlike Decade throughout most of his run, D-End directly interacts with and plays into the themes of the original Den-O show. Which is funny, because the one time this happened in Decade, the one time in Decade where a character played into the themes of the original show, was also D-End playing into the themes of Hard Work and Hibiki. And it makes for a really compelling story for the guy. It gave more insight into D-End and kind of helped elaborate on his motivation behind his dickhead actions. I understand the guy, even if I still think he goes about it in a stupid way. And bro aura farmed like crazy. For a movie where he jobs at the start, he has no business doing something as cool as letting himself get shot so that the bullet could go through the softest part of his body and go out the other end of his body to hit someone behind him. That person behind him being his own past self, holding the past version of the gun that he just got shot with. Perfectly timing it so the bullet goes through his own body, hits the past version of the gun out of his past self's hand and into his current self's hand, while also retconning the present version of the gun out of the original shooter's hand. It's so fucking cool, man. Yeah, I do think Yellow was a good movie. Not as good as Blue, but a lot better than Red for me. Aside from the purple hair given to one of Barbie's friends, which I couldn't even identify because they all look the same now, nothing to note in this Barbie miniseries. Barbie makes a necklace to show her creativity, she flies a plane into a Donovan, and then dances to bring color back to No Color Land. What am I supposed to say? I guess considering I put the Nutcracker miniseries as its own thing despite being part of Dreamworld, we can just do all these as their own segments, why not? Barbie Dream Magic's whatever. Another Chelsea Dreamtopia adjacent story without the imagination or the nice animation of Dreamtopia. Nothing to be said, I don't think. Yeah, and I watched WWE Unreal as well. It was neat. It was neat to get that behind the scenes look at things, but not much else. Definitely feel scripted at times, despite supposedly not being.
I swear, Yuzu, you're unbelievable.
I watched Hell's Paradise for Yuzuria. Get that out of the way. I heard of a purple hair and I jumped for it. And Hell's Paradise was in many ways really cool and creative, but in other ways kind of not great. As a baseline positive, I think the basic concept is really neat. Gabimaru is a death row inmate who is part of a group sent to an island to retrieve the elixir of immortality. This island is supposedly a legendary paradise, and all criminals such as him sent to this island are accompanied by an executioner to keep them in check, with the criminal that brings the elixir back from the island rewarded a pardon for their crimes. I immediately realized the vague similarities to the Fate franchise, with the killers treating this as a battle royale due to killing the competition being the easiest option to ensure you get the elixir. So it's basically groups of two in a battle royale for the elixir of immortality. I was pretty intrigued though. The island itself had that special brand of Japanese horror to its creatures that made it equal parts surreal and unnerving. There was insects with human faces that make contact with you and make you start to grow plants out of your body, giant monsters that vaguely represent religious figures and criticize your actions, and the gender fluid immortals, who as of now I have minimal opinion of because we don't get to see much of them. They're built up as entirely unkillable, and that did make the finale focusing on everyone coming together to try and kill one of them a natural conclusion I thought was cool. Overall, I thought the animation was fairly good, nothing incredible, but some of the effects look great and some of the animation is well done. The action scenes were enjoyable, the story was interesting, and the characters were fine. I liked a lot of the main cast. However, Hell's Paradise's biggest issue in my mind was that there came a point where all the characters getting killed off in such quick succession went from a shock to a successful rising to the stakes to falling off point of making me stop caring about any of the characters because I kind of wrote them off as bound to die. Outside of Gabimaru and his executioner Sagiri, who I was sure would continue to be around, I was pretty much ready for everyone else to die because of how the show had been going on. So when Senta and Tenza died, it was less, oh no, that's tragic, and more, yep, thought so. Whether or not that might be because this is just how it happened in the manga, or if it was a change from the pacing of the manga that made a lot of the kills happen more rapidly in the adaptation, I don't know. But it did make me care a lot less about the safety of everyone when I went from everyone's in danger to, oh, everyone's gonna die then. That would be about my only major criticism in terms of the show overall. Otherwise, it's kind of just things that are like, yeah, you know, like Gabimaru and Sagiri are given attention as characters, where most of the side casts really aren't, unless it's literally right before or after they die. But with this only being season 1, we could get more in later parts of the manga that can get adapted later. I have only seen one season, I don't know if there's another season by the time this video drops. The Immortals don't have all that much going on as characters, this can also be expanded later on from all I know, and the mysteries of the island are also to be revealed later. For a first season, Hell's Paradise did a good job of introducing the two important characters and setting the stage for the story. It creates an interesting setting, which is from what I gathered one of the key parts of the series, the titular Hell's Paradise. I am invested in seeing where it goes from here, because I want to know what's going on. And the season 2 hook is... well, actually, I'm not too invested in Gabimaru losing his memories. I'm not super fond of these kind of amnesia stories, but I guess I'm invested in the idea that the wife he's been fighting for this whole time didn't exist and he might have been gaslighting himself into thinking she was a thing. I guess I'll wait to see what happens with that.
Really?
Really? You really are a master of deduction.
Oh, thank God.
Futo PI. I didn't watch this when it dropped because I wanted to watch it in place of Double when I got back to this point in my watching in order. And as I said, I watched Double already. If anyone's wondering, because I watched Ghost out of order, I'm going to substitute it with Amazon's when I get back to that point in the Heisei era. Futo PI was fantastic. A wonderful time that I wish was longer, with some stunningly gorgeous animation at points, really fun action that made use of the freedom from restrictions of live action, and a great return to the mystery-solving duo that dodged the potential issues that some sequels can have of flanderizing the cast. It's not uncommon, I think, for sequels that come long after an original show's conclusion to flanderize the cast by focusing on what fans remembered most and not what they actually were like by the end of the story. But Terui isn't a cold asshole who doesn't like being asked questions. He feels just like the same stoic straight man again that he was at the end of the show. But it does feel like he's naturally evolved from that point too. He gets along with others, and while having tension and taking jabs at Shotaro, he is immediately open to help when he's needed. Shotaro retains his well-known goofiness, but he's also still capable and intelligent. There's many great moments where he and Philip just talk about a case and show their different specialties and knowledge. Philip is very clinical and logical, while Shotaro is better able to suss out emotions and subtleties in human action. It's great to see that element, so credit to the original mangaka for watching the damn show. This show also introduces Tokime, I forgot how her name's pronounced, a purple-haired woman who ends up being one of the main characters in addition to the show. I did not know of her existence beforehand, but I'm not complaining. She's very fun, she has purple hair, I think she fits right into the main group with surprising fittingness for when she got added. Doesn't feel like a character who was always there, like say Wolverine when he was added to the X-Men, but she does feel like she fits in nice and well. The villains weren't much, but that's fine. It's clear the story isn't finished and the reactor dopant was cool anyway. I really enjoyed my time. There's not a terrible amount to say because it's just a bunch of fun cases that get solved by our squad and we get an epic animated fight. The mansion in particular I found to be very fun, and I really liked the usage of extreme only when it was needed. I really enjoyed this overall, I don't know how else to put it. A very fun anime that I had a great time with, and I'm so blessed to be a Kamen Rider fan. We get the coolest shit for doing nothing. And also more Den-O.
Spill the beans. Or?
I'll cut him off.
I don't know how I ended up watching a movie about a dog getting neutered, but I mean, I don't even know how to review this. The only things I can say on their own is that the animation was oddly fluid and good, the voice acting was generally solid, everything else kind of hinges on the question of how much do you enjoy dirty and crass humor. If you enjoy dirty and crass humor, you'll probably enjoy this movie. If you don't, I don't believe the story and characters will be enough to make up for it. I feel like I've seen a lot of movies about a guy and a girl who knew each other as kids. One becomes a popular, affluent, successful girl, the other becomes a dirty asshole guy who likes her, but doesn't think she would like him for not being rich or handsome or successful, and then they work it out in the end, and it's always a rich, beautiful girl and a poor, ugly guy too, I feel. The only difference here is that they're dogs. That's that. Fuck's sake. The Very Hungry Caterpillar A to Z game I think is a marked improvement from the last one I played. It's still a baby's game that I didn't get much of anything from, but I can see this being good for little kids. It's not random spinning that determines a winner, but the ability to identify big and small letters. I do think that's good for the age demographic, and that did make it the most fun of the games to play with friends. We got a lot of ironic enjoyment from Huan being unable to tell the difference between a little L and a big I. That's that, nothing more to say. And then, we played another board game for Hungry Caterpillar. This time it was also better than the first one, but still mostly relying on random spinning. You spin, you go places, you eat food, then you become Butterfly. I don't think there's much educational or value in this game, nor is there much fun to be had. There are better board games for little kids.
I left everything I own in one piece.
Playing One Piece Odyssey simultaneously with other full-length RPGs was dumb, but I had a lot of fun, and I think this is an interesting gateway to One Piece media for me. My first full piece of One Piece media I have engaged with, and it was a terrible choice. I already knew a lot of the plot beats from cultural osmosis, death battle spoilers, and my friends, but they didn't prepare me for what was going on exactly. I was able to get a general handle on things, as the game is very open to help explain some story elements and lore in various ways, but it meant that some of the obvious fan service things didn't work for me. I feel the pacing of the game especially would be better if I knew what was going on. Story-wise, it's pretty simple. The crew sans Jinbei, because fuck him I guess, wash up on a mysterious island and get their powers taken by a girl named Lim. From there on, you get help from her after clearing the situation up, you travel to the Straw Hats' memories to redo some of their adventures and regain their powers, and in between these Memoria worlds, you take out the island's guardian Colossi that has some of their powers within. The Memoria include Alabasta, which is the only full-length one that feels like it's an RPG, with multiple places to go, side quests, and tons of stuff to do. That does go on a bit long admittedly, and I was feeling some major burnout by the halfway point of this game, partially because of how long this was. And then Water 7, in which you don't have access to Usopp for most of it, and it doesn't last very long, but there's stuff to do, I guess. And then Marineford and Dressrosa, which are just a boss rush and a glorified boss rush respectively, where there's basically no story going on. I can forgive it in the former because the little story that's there is highly significant to the arc of Lim, and it has some really hype moments, but Dressrosa is kind of a Lim finale because of, nothing happens. Most of the game is focused around the development of Lim, and I did like her in the end. But it means that the actual Memoria worlds felt very underdeveloped. What doesn't really help is the combat. Not because it's bad, I had a lot of fun, but because there's very little customization and very little new things you get for an RPG. You level up, you can give the characters some stat increasing accessories, and at the end of certain story moments, the characters will get a few powers. Much later in the game, you'll get access to Frankie, and even later than that, Brooke as new characters, and that's it. Those two barely, if ever, get new abilities due to not being affected by Lim, and it can feel like you're just using the same few moves over and over in this game. This is especially bad in Alabasta, as it's the longest one. The box system is not at its best here. The best kind of customization you get is being able to allocate collectible box fragments to various moves that increase their strength. It allows you to make weaker moves strong enough to be used late in the game. This does mean that later in the game you can use cheaper, more efficient moves instead of their expensive alternatives. This comes, however, at the cost of allocating your boxes to that move. So if you don't have enough supplies, you can only have a handful of really powerful cheap moves, and then you won't have enough to power up some of your other moves. You have to choose what you want to power up. But I really only got usage out of this in the middle of the game. At the start, there wasn't enough to make it interesting, and by the end, I could just slap on a cost reduction accessory and amp up the strongest moves for the biggest number. Frankie in particular became my GOAT because he was consistently dropping 10,000 damage hits. The gameplay itself is turn-based and has a rock paper scissors system with its strength, speed, and technique characters. Fairly simple, but fairly fun. I enjoyed the combat at its best moments, though only a few battles really tested my skill. Namely the triple general battle right before the final boss fight where Frankie hard carried. Otherwise I found the game to be pretty easy. It was fun enough for me to enjoy for the most part, and the story was just strung together well enough for me to enjoy it as a game. I think as an RPG it's a bit lackluster, but compared to, say, the Fairy Tail RPG, at least it runs properly and isn't a laggy mess. I'd say it's worth the time I spent though. It's a fun game in the end. I'm going to ignore my frustrations with how this movie breaks canon by just accepting this movie as non-canon. How else am I supposed to handle Decade, D-End, and Den-O all being from the same timeline and not different worlds? All Riders Let's Go Kamen Rider is mediocre. It's very unremarkable. Aside from the epic fanservice ending and the Heisei outfit glow-ups of some of the Showa era villains, I thought this was honestly kind of boring. New Den-O didn't get to have many moments to shine as a character. Oz also didn't get to shine, though I'm sure his solo movie will supply that. And I really just didn't get much from it overall as a package. The ending with all the riders coming back is cool, sure. I mean, we're running on Den-O rules here, but it feels like nothing happens for a lot of this. Momotoro's becoming an arm like Ankh is funny though, but it looks really bad at times too. And Noriotoro as well, which is wild to me. So, it was a movie. The Very Hungry Caterpillar card game is the last of the Hungry Caterpillar tabletop games we played. And while I give credit to the A to Z game for being the best educationally, I'll consider this one the best of the lot in terms of being a game. It's not fantastic, but it kind of plays like a shit version of Uno. You get a hand of cards, you play whatever day comes after the one on the pile, and if you can't, you draw a new card. Saturday can be played over and over again as long as the food on the Saturday card hasn't been used before, and Sunday is a wild card that can be used following anything. In theory, this is great. It does work out fairly well, but it has a few pretty big issues. One is that Uno is a game where you're rarely going to have an unwinnable situation, because there's two ways in which any card can be used. There's also a large amount of extra cards and a bigger deck in general. The deck for this game was much smaller, and as all that matters is the order of the days, it's possible for a game to be completely unwinnable without literally drawing out the entire deck, at least in my experience. You also don't win by having no cards in your hand. You win by having the butterfly card, of which there's only 4 in the game in your hand, and playing that. If you don't have the butterfly card and never draw it, fuck you. Luck will always be a factor in card games, but they shouldn't be made in a way that you can play perfectly and still lose just due to bad luck and literally do nothing about it as a player. Oftentimes it just goes down to we get a sequence of days going, we use all of our Saturday and Sunday cards, and then we keep drawing cards until we get the right sequence of days. This makes it a lot more annoying to play than Uno, and on its own really limits the game's chaos, fun, and enjoyability. For young kids this might still be fine, but being as it is the only Hungry Caterpillar game actually trying to be a real game, I figured it was the only one warranting a proper criticism, and it could have been much better.
That's not how the f works.
Kamen Rider O's movie I'm not including with the show because there is no way this fucking thing can be canon, I refuse to believe it. The greed are all working together when they shouldn't be, the ending doesn't make any sense of how Gata Kiriba works, it doesn't fit. And also, O's is a great show and this is a bad movie. One of my least favorite summer movies ever, because it's so boring. Despite some really cool sequences and action scenes, most of this movie is fucking boring. It's also only an hour long, which I guess is good because it still felt like 2 hours. Like Date Henshin's I think twice and AG once. The first action scene is okay, Gata shows up and she immediately takes everyone's powers. She then sits in a tower all movie doing nothing whatsoever as nothing happens. AG gets these new medals from nowhere that then get one really mediocre fight scene that shows the form off as the least interesting power-wise of all the combos, except maybe La Torata. And then like they appear to fight Gara. Fourze shows up and has a fun intro, but he comes out of nowhere and is basically responsible for the villain being beaten, because right after Gara is beaten up, she turns into a giant monster and AG basically uses Gata Kiriba, makes a bunch of copies, those copies are somehow completely sentient with their own functional O's drivers that all henshin into their own combos. This is extremely cool and fun and about the best scene of the movie, it's all it has going for it, but it also doesn't make sense with how the form works. Just really disappointed. I love O's, at least as of where I'm now in the show, and you'll get to see me gush over when I get there, I hope, but this is not it, Chief.
Monkey!
This is not the 2015 movie I haven't watched. This is the 2019 game that for some reason released 4 years later that I picked up for less than a tenner. I was hoping to say, well, it's a bad shovelware game, but I liked it more than Black Myth, but I can't. Black Myth doesn't vibe with me, but at least it was a game that I can respect as a game. At least now that I've calmed down from how bothered it made me, it's a fine game. This is dog shit. What can I say works about this game? Sometimes the cutscenes are nice looking, but only sometimes, because other times the cutscenes aren't cutscenes, they're just random still images with voice lines playing. They had a whole movie that was out for 4 years at this point and couldn't make cutscenes for all the scenes in this game. Oh, but then there's the gameplay. Holy hell, really boring level design, really bad enemies, really boring gameplay. Dashan, because they only call him Wukong in like one scene in the game, has one combo that you can make longer with upgrades, and nothing else. There's one heavy attack that doesn't chain into anything, some weapons of which only one is really worth using and that's the really long stick, and some magic powers that don't combo at all because you pause the game to activate them. Most of the combat is waiting around to be attacked to execute a counter attack that instantly kills the enemy, because you get more spoils for it, you get health and magic refills from it, and it instantly takes down anything. Even the bosses often amount to just standing around and instantly deflecting the attacks, aside from the crocodile enemies that I just could never get a read on, and the flying enemies that are really annoying because Lashan's aerial game is dog shit without the 2 spells that can help out. I had no issues otherwise with the enemies in this game. They're all reskins of the same group. Monsters things that do nothing, identical monsters that shoot annoying projectiles and otherwise do nothing, monkeys that are fast and sometimes shoot stuff, birds, crocodiles that shoot lasers and roll around, and that's it. There's the mini bosses in the giant guardian entities you take out with like 3 counters and that's all she wrote, and then the 5 bosses of the game. A big pig thing that goes down in 3 counters and does nothing, turns into a recurring enemy, which I guess is fine for a dangerous, stronger enemy, but then you fight him again at the end game as a boss in a boss rush and he's no challenge. There's the big rock golem, which you fight multiple times as well, of course, never getting any harder until the last part of the game. They all take about 2 combos and some button mashing after some hopscotch. Probably still the best boss in the game though, because it's not frustrating, boring, or too easy. There is some challenge, especially the last 2 that have new attacks, and a charge move that you actually have to do stuff to beat. But still, you take on one souped up version and then have to immediately fight it again in the boss rush. The Wraith boss is super annoying due to Deshawn's terrible fucking aerial game. I feel like its moves, counter timing, and invisibility would be really fun if it was a grounded boss where I only had to worry about its moves and not swinging the camera around to track it because there's no fucking lock on in this game. That also makes range attacks really annoying because you have to manually aim while the enemy is attacking you. The camera isn't smooth enough for that. Sometimes there's auto lock, but it's really inconsistent and frustrating. The throw button is also a face button, so you have to move the camera, then move your finger to the throw button hoping the thing doesn't move. Just make the throw button the trigger, you morons. Then there's the dragon, the most ambitious boss that in any good game would be the best boss of them all. Jumping around platforms, dodging huge attacks, taking on this massive foe. Instead, the dragon has 1 attack on the ground, 2 attacks in the air that you really can just stand in place if you know where to go and not be worried about it all, and it's really long and boring. It takes so long to do anything and so long to just get to hit it. There is a 5th extra pseudo boss not in the boss rush, which is a mirror match with your shadow. It's kind of decent at least with how he can counter you like you can counter him, but otherwise woefully underwhelming for what could be a contender for the best fight in the game if the game was good. And then the real 5th boss, the final battle with What's-His-Face. You counter him a few times and then he sits there and gets pummeled with ease. Then you jump up some buildings by pressing the dedicated jump up building button at the dedicated jump up building spot, you do a QTE and he dies. There's actually the best part of the game then, where the monster comes back as a giant monster, he kills Zuer, the annoying kid I hate, and then Deshawn gets his full power back and absolutely thrashes him in a fight where your health bar explodes because you're too immortal for the game to gauge your health bar. You can't die anymore. You literally destroyed the health bar. That's a really cool detail. It's a short and quick battle with maybe too repetitive with that one annoying biting move, but it is a successfully cool climax that makes you feel powerful and is fun. No, I didn't get the DLC. I can't despise this game. I won't criticize the story because I think that's more on the movie, and I'd like to know what parts are just a bad adaptation job, but man, the gameplay and the bosses, it's so shit. Repetitive garbage rubbish. There's also annoying side characters who never shut up. Every time monsters show up, the little kid screams and the big pig goes, "Monsters!" I was so relieved when the kid was captured and I didn't have to hear him anymore. Extra frustrating is the fact that anytime you put the controller down for a second, they start pestering you about it. I have to put down games a lot to help out around the house or just do stuff generally, and usually I don't have to worry about stepping away from a game because games don't bug me about it. But here I have to actively pause the game because it wanted just that added bit of tiny frustration. This is not pausing a game because I want to avoid getting attacked. That's just normal game design. I don't blame a game for having encounters that can attack you when you're not doing anything, because that's just how games are sometimes. When a game is just annoying though, get out of my face, fuck you.
Monkey.
And shockingly, the movie is much better. Genuinely, the movie is fucking good. It gets a lot of benefits from just explaining stuff. This movie made me care about Luer and actually really get what he was supposed to be. A well-meaning monk in training who stumbles across Wukong and wants to learn from him and get him to help save his village. Wukong here is also so much better. He really feels like an arrogant asshole who needs to learn the lesson of humility and heroism, to be selfless and responsible with his powers. I genuinely believe this slow arc of coming around to Luer. It all stems from his need to be the center of attention. He only responds to questions about him and his life, praise to him and his accomplishments. But slowly, This need for praise changes as the kid talks about him the way nobody else has before. The kid admires him, he has a desire to know about him. He comes to care about this kid because he's someone who actually gives a shit about who he is, and that's enough for him. I believe his arc, I liked his story. Piggy was fine too, he was entertaining at points. There is this weird super brief breakup midway through the film, but like, it is what it is. It's not long enough to be a deal breaker that makes me hate the movie or anything, and the ending is even cooler than the game would have you think. This is a good movie, not an all-time classic for me, but it is a good time that I would recommend, and having a reason to watch it makes the game a little more worth it in my opinion. Oh! Kamen Rider O's is the next series, and man, it feels so nice to say this once more, but I love this show. There is no asterisks like Futo PI not being a standard Kamen Rider affair, no heavily flawed in my opinion like Kiva and Decade, just back to front, very damn good Kamen Rider show. Top 5 for me in fact. O's is a lot like Kuga, not in terms of its tone or its vibe, but in terms of its theming and concepts. The ancient threat reawoken from the past, the hero wields the power of an ancient user whose strength comes from the same source, the full power of which threatens to turn him into humanity's greatest enemy if he allows himself to be corrupted. But I think all the little things that took inspiration from other shows only helped the show. It really demonstrated the ways in which Kamen Rider can reinvent itself with each installment, even when using similar themes. Kamen Rider Blade's fun little theming of the undead Hajime becoming akin to a human thanks to Kenzuki's influence, while Kenzuki turns into an undead for the sake of Hajime, is kind of redone here with Eiji and Ankh. Eiji becomes a greed, and Ankh begins to turn more human. However, the reasoning is more different. Kenzuki and Hajime were friends who came around to trust and relying on each other until they were closer than brothers, but now we have to fight each other. Trust our fate to the- While Eiji and Ankh were enemies using one another for their own purposes, who grew in trust and came to realize they completed one another. Eiji's selflessness was given direction by Ankh's ambition, while Ankh's greed was tempered by Eiji's compassion. That overarching theme of wants and desires, and how they relate to us as people, are extremely strong. Each of the villains is an entity built upon desire because they have nothing else, while our hero is someone who has everything except for desires. And that he becomes a greed while Ankh becomes a human represents the thinness of a line between those consumed by and those without desire. Everything or nothing being the same in this context. Greed are not only incredible characters and villains, easily my favorite cast of villains overall from any Rider show so far, but they work so well as, not I guess even villains, but antagonists. It's hard to blame them for their actions. They literally have no senses. They have no concept of morality. They only know that they want what they cannot have, and what we take as granted. We take for granted the family we have and Musuo wants, the trust we share that Kazari cannot feel, the food we eat that Gamil consumes endlessly, and the life we live that Eiji is so free to throw away. It's a series where even the hero being a selfless good guy is criticized and deconstructed in such an interesting way. The idea that Eiji is so selfless that he literally lacks a self. No desire, no goals, wasting his life by living it exclusively for others, and that makes him susceptible to the corrupting force of the purple metals later in the show, with its final form, Puto Tira, making him go berserk if it goes too far. Eiji takes the ends justify the means outlook, but puts it into our protagonist. It's not uncommon for Kamen Rider heroes to use the same power as the villains of the show. Literally, almost all riders take their strength from the same source as the villains, or are the same as the villains, or is the same kind of like villain, except for Hibiki, who's just kind of different to everyone, and Super 1 I guess as well. But this kind of usage is very much reminiscent of Kuga and Blade, stories where the characters go from human, using this dark power, to by the end the same thing as the villains. But while Godai hid his darkness and barely survived, riding the thinnest of lines and needing to find himself after all was said and done, and Kenzuki hid his intentions to force himself to become a monster in an act of selflessness that was itself a grand tragedy, Eiji is open about it. He wants to use Ankh for his own means. Yes, he's using the core metals of the monsters, but if it gives him the strength to save the day, it's okay, right? Yes, this belt made its user become a monster tyrant, but that clearly can't happen to Eiji. He's the hero. He's using those powers to help others, so he's different, right? Yes, these purple metals make him go berserk, but that's still okay. He can control it if he doesn't use all of their power, right? He constantly pushes the line and moves the goalpost. He risks destroying everything and hurting his friends because in his eyes, the ends of saving every life justify the means of indulging the power of the villains. Futo Tira culminating it all perfectly, as a final form that cannot save the day, because the villain ends up being the same thing. Futo Tira, the purple core medals, they are the hell that Eiji's good intentions paved the way to, and he had to pay the price by losing the person closest to him because he couldn't see the biggest picture until it was too late. And as for the greed, to go back to them, I find them so compelling and entertaining. The dynamic is great, the characters are great, the rapport is great, the designs are great, all the designs are great. O's especially grew on me. When I first saw Tatoba, I fucking hated it, but it grew on me quickly, and now, I love Tatoba. And I love all the combinations. Futo Tira, Tajado, and Sagozo, in my opinion, look amazing. But Gadakiriba, Shauta, and Latorata also look great. Those three just happen to be my favorites. Birth as well, great design, and two great characters. Akira Date is a genuinely really endearing guy. I love his subtle arc of going from what we assume is just a greedy guy out for money, into a tragic man who had to abandon everything for this one shot to get surgery, to get a bullet from his brain that no reputable doctor wanted to risk touching. I came to really feel for him, and I got enamored, especially with how he acts. The character acting for the first Birth is some of my favorite in Kamen Rider. His casual performance, how concise he is with his answers. What can I say? I love a guy whose answer to "what kind of person are you" is just gesturing to himself and saying, "this kind, I guess." And the second Birth is also a really good character, who has a decent arc that kind of represents the overall core message of O's really well. That is, there is no shame in having selfish desires and things you want, as long as you can see the line at which you're wanting so much that you become greedy and get absorbed by it. It's healthy to have wants and goals. It's healthy to have dreams. It's not healthy to let them consume you. Again, a Kamen Rider show helping convey the themes that complex topics cannot be measured in binaries. It's not selfless or selfish. It's a sliding scale between those two metrics at which a healthy balance is the right place to be. And all that doesn't come to mention things like the incredibly well done action scenes, the really damn cool core medal thing. The core medals that O's use to transform get lost and traded between characters across the show. This allowed the creators to include some of the super strong forms early on, but then the medals could be lost later to not ruin the tension. You're not left thinking, why don't you just use X or Y? You're left thinking, oh no, you can't use that form because you don't have that medal anymore. What abilities O's has access to changes between the episodes, and astute viewers can keep track of them, as the show also helps you keep track of them. It helps to improve tension while also letting super forms have more time to shine than they otherwise might. Even in shows I like, such as Blade, once Kenzaki gets Jack and then King, he always has access to them. He'll use them in episodes after, but this means they cannot introduce those forms early on, so they don't ruin progression, which means that you don't get as much time to enjoy them as you might want. I don't think this is ever a huge deal to me, but O's allows forms like Gatakiriba and Sagozo to get big moments in early episodes, and then the characters can take those medals from him, and they can be absent in later ones to keep the tension up, and make the times where they do show up more special. It's really cool. The show is really fucking good. I love Eiji, I love Ankh. I think Birth and Birth are both great, the Greed are incredible, and Kokumi might be one of my favorite non-rider, non-villain characters in the franchise. I will never say, "Happy birthday!" the same way ever again. Kamen Rider O's, you're damn good and I love you. Movie War Core continues the trends of O and W. That is, every time W comes back, it cooks with phenomenal entries that manage to feel like they were always a part of the story since the beginning. And every time O's comes back, it completely fails to capture the magic of the show, or even remotely fit in with the timeline in any way whatsoever. The skull segment of this movie is amazing. The framing is weird though, like they set up the wedding with Akiko and Terui, which makes scenes later more impactful, but the main meat of the segment being the story of Skull and his journey in like his first henshin, that's what makes it. I already thought Skull was cool, but this segment made me love the character. It's so simple, but it works. It perfectly captures the vibe of W, despite not even having the main characters in most of it. With a much more simple mystery than usual, which is understandable, as normally they went over multiple episodes, and this one's only about 1.5 episodes worth of time to tell the same kind of story. I adore having the Bat and Spider Dopants as the two big antagonists. Kamen Rider loves to throw back to the first two villains in the franchise, Batman and Spider-Man. And oftentimes they will have them be the first two enemies again. They weren't present in Double though. Instead, they're present in Skull's segment here, which is the earliest point in the timeline, meaning that the first Dopant enemies we see in the timeline are still Bat and Spider, fighting against Kamen Rider Skull, a Kamen Rider based on the character who would inspire the first Kamen Rider. Oh my god, it's so cool. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose, it's so cool. And there's those moments of Skull showing how much he cares about and wants to be a good father. Oh, it hurts so much, but it's so well written. I love you, Skull. And then the entire O segment is... fuck, that yawn was not intended. It's forgettable. Nobunaga is an okay-ish character, but they wasted the crustacean core medals. It feels like nothing meaningful happened, it's just there because it needed to be. The climax is complete nonsense, but it is cool. Tajiro's transformation is awesome, though it contradicts the first time it's used in the show by offering a different first transformation. The way its winds allow Double to transform into Extreme Gold is fucking awesome. And Kamen Rider Core may be one note, but he's super visually striking as a villain, and the set pieces are amazing. The Double Rider kick is sick, the Double Sword Strike rocks, it's pure cool, and I'm willing to accept that. Beyond that, nothing more to say. Overall, solid movie, with just one segment that's kinda lame.
My source is I made it the fuck up.
Before you say it, I am also disappointed that I didn't wait until the 12th to finish this game. So I'd never played Revengeance, but I was aware of a lot of it via memes and cultural osmosis. And I've been hunting it for years at a half-decent price until EB Games this year randomly started selling their stock of PS2 and 3, Xbox and 360, and Wii U stock again. Which was a shock, but very welcome because it was awesome to help me get some older games that I'd wanted. And this wasn't the first I got or played, but it was the first game I'd never played before that I put in and finished, and holy shit, it was fucking excellent. It was a Platinum Games product, so it was always going to be at least kind of fun, but I was surprised in many ways by this game. For one thing, while the presentation of the story kind of obfuscates it, the game does have themes of geopolitics, child soldiers, the state of war, the economy and world governments, and how people choose to live their lives. Each major boss has some philosophical spiel to try and justify how they view things and why they do what they do, and while I don't think Sundowner or Armstrong were ever justified in their actions, I was interested in how they tried to argue their points that war is necessary for a strong economy, and the belief that people should choose how they wish to live as long as they're strong enough to live that way. Yeah, compared to the themes and storytelling of regular Metal Gear, it's pretty small beans. But I appreciate not only that it's there, but that Revengeance knows that it lacks the same depth, and so it keeps you engaged with sheer entertainment value in its place. I love how this game presents itself. It's over the top, it's silly, it's here to have a fun time. And by getting in the mood to want to engage with the game, it helps the more serious and thoughtful moments connect when they want them to. Sundowner isn't a terribly deep character looking back, but in the moment he feels like he has more to say than he really does. He carries himself in a very charismatic way. Everything is entertaining, even the French woman. I love Sam, I love Armstrong, I love Sundowner. And I was also very endeared to Raiden being just who he is. Let's be honest though, the gameplay carries this entry, and I love it. The action is fluid, the action's fast, and the action is hectic. There's combos all over. Multiple weapons, though I only really use the staff for most of my playthrough as a backup to the sword, and you can upgrade and improve yourself as you play. Blade mode and the Zandatsu system also added to the game a lot to me. Rewarding good play and the game systems well, though my old and kind of iffy controller and the precision of some things made the game more difficult than it should have been. And while things like the parry mechanic taking the place of a standard block or a dodge I was able to get accustomed to, the game was surprisingly challenging, partially because the controller was kind of goofy, and also maybe because I was just more accustomed to the more modern kind of hack and slash. You know, in modern games they provide a bit more healing, so I was struggling at points in this game, and that made it more satisfying when I locked in and got to win. Sundowner is commonly seen as a pretty easy boss, but I actually struggled quite a bit with him. Partially because I am a very reckless kind of player who just kept jumping into his exploding shields, and the fact that precision with the Zandatsu was really hard with my controller, but when I locked in and took him down, it felt good. Every other boss I didn't really struggle much with, but I found them really fun, especially Sam. I didn't even consider using secondary weapons or tricks to bitch him out. I wanted to go in with just a sword, and man, it felt good to do it that way. Armstrong then began with a kind of annoying but otherwise comfortable Metal Gear, only to turn out to be the hardest fight in the game that I lost a ton of times to before I was able to get a read, lock in, and had the most fun boss fight yet. Aside from the final QTE, which I kept fucking up for some reason. But it felt good to beat this game, even if it was a bit short. And Armstrong wasn't really present at all, which surprised me a little bit given how much of the game's identity and online sphere revolves around him. He's barely in the game. All that to say, this was an extremely fun game, though I wasn't shocked. I love Mad World, I love Transformers Devastation, I love Nier Automata, and now I love Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I fully intend to get to Bayonetta at some point now that I have the 2-pack with Vanquish, which I'll probably also play, and hey, I might even jump into Astral Chain at some point. I'm glad to check this off my list, and I'm ready to really jump in and become a Platinum Games fan.
I got a skateboard. Bugs.
Prodigy is a weird one, where I watched Season 2 because that's all that's on Netflix, but it isn't labeled as such, and then I went back to get Season 1 on DVD, and then I went again to watch Season 2 on Netflix now with proper context. As such, I've watched it more times than I would have liked, but I don't regret it because I really liked Prodigy. It takes full advantage of being animated, just like Lower Decks, but in a different way, with a cast full of alien creatures of which only maybe 2 would be feasible to have as a consistent cast member in a live action show. The first season of Prodigy is a great time, consistently threatening and entertaining villains help carry the story of a scrappy crew of nobodies barely managing to survive due to the assistance of their incredibly overpowered starship. It was helped a lot by how we get to see the characters grow into the roles that they'd fall into later, with each one learning about new things and coming to find what they're good at. I really appreciated that they waited before giving us each character's backstory. Having the backstories come later not only helps the characters' bond feel real, as they just naturally get closer until they're comfortable asking about what brought everyone to the prison they first met in, but it also doesn't bog down the pace of the show. It allows it to start with the cool fun stuff. It gets us endeared to the characters and makes us want to know when it comes around. Instead of telling us the backstory to make us care, the show makes us care about the characters and as a result, makes us interested in their backstory. The second season then gives a lot more returning Star Trek characters. Notably to me, and I imagine a lot of people, it re-railed Chakotay and Janeway a lot better. It allowed them to be more consistent and more entertaining characters than they were on Voyager. Janeway is now a consistent badass with a strong moral compass, and Chakotay is not just the Native American guy anymore. He is a character who happens to also be Native, but that's not the core focus of him. They were very entertaining throughout and I enjoyed their scenes. I also really like Wesley's return and how his traveler powers were used. The story overall, I just liked. I can't say which season I prefer, I like them both, but I overall really enjoyed Star Trek Prodigy. I'd like to see more of it, but it seems that's not happening. Jankum Pog's name is accurate, he is my goat and I do Pog when I see him.
It's not shit! It's not shit!
I was shocked to find out that the movie Mega War was kind of fucking awesome. The previous movie wars in Kamen Rider weren't bad, but they were hard carried for how incredible the action in the climax was, as well as the fact that Double just never misses. This one, however, was able to have a badass as hell intro with the legendary 7 Riders, a fun short segment with Double, and a very characterful and endearing bit with Kamen Rider O's that gave a hopeful future for Ankh & Co. There was a fun reunion between the characters and a great time in general. Kamen Rider Poseidon was a cool if one-note villain, but he brought with him the simple but endearing Kamen Rider Aqua, as well as some pretty cool fight scenes. Aqua isn't anything too crazy to me, especially considering the quality of most of the riders I've been meeting throughout this part of my watch through of all Kamen Rider, but I find his fear in water and how uncertain he is over if he's cut out to be a hero, as well as how AG helps him get through it and come into his own, all really likable. But it's really seeing AG and Ankh again, and the note that Ankh may be gone, but one day they'll be able to fix his core metal. There's hope to work towards that makes this segment so fun. Even in quote-unquote death, Ankh still acts as the guide for AG's selfless beliefs. Fourze then, I think, is the low point of the movie. It's like a 9 out of 10 though. Nadeshiko is very likable, but it does just kind of feel like a lot of Gentaro bumming around with this girl he likes while not much happens. Still, the fact that he gets close to her does work to the benefit of the movie. Her death has a lot more weight to it because we spent all this time with her. And the final part of just hype moments in Aura with a few moments of character as well is not only earned in a similar way to how Cho Superhero Taisen earned its oops all fanservice moment with a well-told and solid story, it's just generally good. Gentaro and Shotaro's meetup was very fun and endearing, seeing Philip proper for the last time was great, and all the stuff built up over the film comes together perfectly. O's getting his core medals back so he can fight again, Aqua bringing him medals from the future that end up counteracting the villain, Fourze getting the super rocket from Nadeshiko with Genta helping out as well, as Nadeshiko herself being instrumental in saving the day, and other non-focused on riders get to have their spotlight too. Double gets to help deal with the Zodiacs, the Showa riders get to do their rider kicks with Heisei level effects, or at least some do. Stronger V3 and X get it good in this regard, though I would have liked to see the vacuum Hellwave from X instead of the X kick. But, you know, Amazon doesn't get to use his stronger moves, he just uses Big Slice instead of the Blanca Cannonball. Still, it's not a huge deal, it was hype as fuck. And that final fight may have looked like a half-animated PS2 cutscene, but god, if it wasn't a really good half-animated PS2 cutscene. with a final boss named after fucking Gingo, the first truly unique movie villain in the series from the Skyrider film. Insane pull, but well appreciated. I genuinely think this is a great movie, maybe one of my favorite Kamen Rider films ever even, because it used its 2-hour runtime to tell a compelling anthology story that doesn't feel like a bunch of unrelated nonsense that happened to come together. The low point of this film, I still think, is excellent and would make for its own incredible short story, with the strong throughline of Foundation X's actions and their tearing of space and time to acquire the ultimate power, helping bring it all together in a natural way. Genuinely great.
Pretty or not, don't fuck with a witch.
So now that I've played Bayonetta, what do I have to say about it? It's pretty good. It has plenty of flaws, most notably its story, which I found very uninteresting, confusing, and disjointed, as well as some issues with just really annoying QuickTime events and shit. But I think for what it is, it's a fun hack and slash time. It does its job as a really enjoyable game where you just get to mop up shit brutally. I would have preferred if it didn't have all the repeat bosses, and I think the levels are very inconsistent in length, which, I don't know, they can range from too short to really fucking long. And then the missile shooter segment that completely spins the camera with every dodge gave me a rocking headache. But that doesn't take away from how much I enjoyed slicing and tearing my way through all of the enemies, even when they're repeats and really fucking annoying. Witch Time was always satisfying to activate, but I really didn't enjoy any time it seemed that like Witch Time was just not working. There are times during bosses where it felt like I dodged perfectly, time would slow down, and then right as Witch Time kicks in, I'd land and it would go back to normal. That got really frustrating. There are times where the fight takes place entirely within Witch Time, and in that case I understand why Witch Time doesn't work, because you can't Witch Time in Witch Time, it wouldn't make sense logically. But when it's just a normal fight, I don't get why sometimes Witch Time just doesn't activate. I also really didn't like some of the insta-kill bullshit that would happen. That could get really frustrating, especially because most of the time the reason I would get a worse fucking trophy is because some instant kill bullshit would happen and I just didn't press the button in time. Some enemies will also get a cinematic and immediately sucker punch you before you can react. That's annoying. All in all, there is a lot of stuff in Bayonetta that was really frustrating, and the story I thought was just shit, but the gameplay was so goddamn strong it overpowered my problems, and I'd call the game really fun in the end, yeah.
The one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Kamen Rider Fourze's summer movie is my new favorite Kamen Rider summer movie. It was a tough contest because Gaim Memories of Fate I think is a pretty damn good movie, but Space Here We Come manages to match it through simple, fun, and a unique trait that Gaim Memories of Fate and no other summer movie has yet, perfectly capturing what makes the show special. Other Rider movies have tried but rarely captured it, and that includes Double. Gaim Memories of Fate is really good for its own reasons, but it doesn't capture the vibe of the show the same way. Fourze's film, I think, perfectly captures the vibe of Fourze, mixing it with a simple but enjoyable story, entertaining villains, really damn good effects by the standards of Kamen Rider films and honestly in general at the time, and great designs for those entertaining villains I mentioned earlier that call back to old tokusatsu series, as well as really good fights. This is my favorite dramatic storytelling in Fourze, even including the show. I really like Gentodo's anger over not realizing the sentient machine was trying to help him, and his anger during other parts of the movie. The general likability of the Fourze cast helps a lot and makes for a movie I genuinely can't say anything about beyond it's fun. I also did get emotional when everyone from the previous episode of the show came together to bring Gentodo back into fusion states. That was peak Kamen Rider, and I think my favorite creation of a movie exclusive Rider form. Even more than the hysterical Jumbo Formation Decade Complete, and somehow even more than Cyclone Joker Extreme Gold. Just a really fun movie, love it.
We'll use the power of friendship. Oh shit.
Kamen Rider Fourze was a great time, and I'm so glad to see Heisei Phase 2 have an even better debut than Phase 1 in terms of quality. Of the first 3 shows of each era, I'd rank them all a 9 or a 10, except Ryuki, which lets down the side of Phase 1 a bit. It's like a 7. Fourze though is a great time, and that's in spite of plenty of flaws, and its low stakes vibe at times. In fact, I think this show managed to carry itself well into being almost a spiritual successor of Den-O's vibe, with the concepts of Super 1 and the storytelling of Showa Kamen Rider. It's hard carried as well by its acting. There's a sincerity and love for everything being done that makes even the potentially cringy moments genuinely entertaining, turning, wow, that's so cringe, to, that's exactly how cringe teenagers act, I can vibe with this. It's so much fun just watching the show, it knows exactly what it wants to be, and I think that's fantastic. With a great roster, the primary 7 characters are all even named after the legendary 7 riders. That's great. Kengo Utahoshi is an anagram of Takashi Hongo, and is a great character. developing really naturally, and I think representing even better than our protagonist, the quality of the friendship storytelling in this. A lot of stories about friendship, including my beloved Fairy Tail and Yu-Gi-Oh!, and even the latest seasons of My Little Pony, kinda just go, friendship good, solve all problems. Which, you know, it works, but it doesn't really tell you much about friendship. But Fourze is surprisingly a lot more layered than that. It's more about how friendship matters, and how friends will fight and have conflict, and even have moments that test the strength of their friendship. But like a muscle grows with usage and being stressed to the breaking point, friendship grows by building bridges that we never realized needed to be built. I loved Kengo's relationship with Gentaro, and while I get people interpreting it romantically, I think it just reflects any normal friendship that I have had in a way that makes me take this as a great representation of a simple, non-romantic friendship. It's really well done. Yuki Jojima is named after Joji Yuki, or Rider Man, and she was very fun. I wasn't super into her the more the show went along because she was entertaining, but she did get a little bit tiring and one note with time until she kind of became the one that was just there, but she got an arc near the end that brought it around and made her a pretty likable character. No worries there. Miyu Kazushiro is named for Kazami Shiro, or Kamen Rider V3, and maybe had the best turnaround from hateable asshole to very likable character. I feel like she didn't get quite as much development after her initial batch of episodes, but she was consistently entertaining and I like that. JK, real name Kaizo Jingu, is named for Jin Keisuke, the Kaizo Kamen Rider X, and he probably had some of the most development after his initial set of episodes. Most characters in Fourze were enemies that joined him after he befriended them, and JK I think had some of the more interesting focused episodes and moments that worked on breaking down the walls he'd built around himself and showing him as this really insecure guy with lots of layers he's built up that he kept hidden from people. Shun Daimonji is named for Hayato Ichimonji, and I think he fell off the most for me. I still like him, but his deeper character I found so compelling in his debut, but it almost completely disappears within 5 episodes of him joining the team. He slowly turned from this capable guy who piloted the Power Dizer and had conflicts over wanting to go his own way and be a decisive person who isn't just told what to do, into kind of just a nice guy sim for Miyu that only sometimes gets to show character. He probably turned out to be my least favorite of the Kamen Rider Club. Tomoko Nozama, whose last name is literally Amazon backwards, was also kind of just there for a lot of the time, but there was a lot more variety in the jokes they would tell with her, and I liked her growing relationship with everyone, so I didn't mind. And then there's the other members like Osugi, who really came around from a kind of annoying character who was sometimes funny to one of the most consistently funny characters once he joined the team. He got a lot of laughs out of me. And our secondary rider, Ryusei Sakuta, or Kamen Rider Meteor. Love this guy. I don't quite love him as much as the secondary rider from Double, but probably more than the secondary riders from O's. I love his combination of the show's general comedic tone, but his more serious elements that make him stand apart, as well as how he's the only character we can hear the thoughts of because he says them out loud without realizing. It's a funny bit that reminds me of the Mirage Turtles from the Turtles Forever movie. He had great action scenes to help out as well, and a fantastic arc from a solo asshole to slowly bonding with everyone against his own wishes, and realizing he can't close himself off as much as he'd like. His growing bonds with Gentaro were great. My only issue is that Gentaro never figured out he was Meteor the entire time until he spells it out, which was frustrating because Gentaro's stupidity is only up to a point. He's actually very insightful when it comes to people and how they act. It's weird to see him so oblivious about something like this. I think it would have been more in character and more interesting if he knew for a long time that Sakuta was Meteor, but he didn't say anything because he wanted him to come out on his own and admit it when he was comfortable. But yeah, then there's Gentaro Kisaragi, whose name feels more like a play on Kotaro Minami, but it does include the letters for Stronger, who is my GOAT. And Gentaro is also my GOAT. I love him. He's my favorite character in this show because while he is pretty damn one-dimensional compared to a lot of writers I'd rank as my favorites, I think he's such a positive vibe and a fun time. He's too consistently enjoyable for me to care that he lacks that depth. And that's an important thing for me. He's so basic most of the time that the moments of him having depth every now and again, they feel more impactful. But none of that detracts, so he's always fun to watch. He's so positive and uplifting, I don't think he could ever be disliked. And this is a decent cast of villains. I'd say just below Museum from Double, but still quite good. The main villain is kind of just there, and he's only interesting in like the last 3 episodes, but Libra made for a very compelling antagonist reminiscent of Aligned Starscream with his wavering loyalty that eventually turned into true dedication. Leo was an entertaining antagonist just for how imposing he could be. Virgo turned out to be quite a good character, and the other rarely seen villains are all pretty entertaining. Now the show does have plenty of issues I think, none of them kill the show for me. Like, Fourze has a few powers that I felt oddly were underused despite how much the show has fun with them. The presenters of this alien species introduced really late in the show that are super important but they never elaborated on and they feel a bit like a total arsepull. And I mentioned the Sagittarius Zodiac, who is our main villain. He doesn't really get to be much of a compelling one until the end of the show, which does kind of make him stop being interesting for a lot of the series because he's there from the start. And I do think not all the main cast got the development they truly deserved or warranted. These do hold the show back for me, and overall the fact that I rarely had any emotional investment in what was going on, aside from like the end of the show and I think Ryusei turning on Gentaro and that storyline, means that I don't think I'd give the show a full 10 out of 10, but a 9 is still really solid. It's a fantastic series and a great time. Part of me almost wonders if Wizard's middling reputation is because it's middling or because it came after 3 insane bangers. We'll see when we get there, won't we?
Yes, master!
It took way too long to watch season 3 of Jurassic World Chaos Theory, and I still quite liked it. I thought it was quite good. I'm not sure it came up to the level of the first 2 seasons. Season 1 I thought was great. Season 2 I thought was great too, but with some issues about how it meandered a bit. Season 3 I think has this same issue but bigger. It often feels like, while on one side there's this gripping story of Brooklyn and Santos having their really interesting and complex dynamic, with Brooklyn trying to work behind her back and get dirt on her, and learning about the underground dinosaur trading market, there's also this other storyline of everyone in one house meandering a lot, which, I mean, it's fine, right? I mean, I like the characters, but it feels like nothing happens for a lot of it. It is a bit of a nice vibe, I won't deny that, and I like Kenji having a new parental figure after all that happened with his dad. It's nice to see Ben just has a girlfriend, and they're close, and they have a great rapport, instead of it all being a joke at his expense. I think Sammy and Yasmina having their dispute is interesting, though I hope they don't stay apart in later seasons personally. I also appreciate the ending of this season a lot. It's a lot more conclusive than the others. There's still more to do, but Santos is dealt with seemingly and the handler is dead, both of whom were great in this season. The dinosaurs continue to be great when they appear. I love the Pyroraptor here oddly, especially compared to how it was in Dominion. Like, it being feathered is a big deal that gets a lot of conversation, and having it face off with the Atrociraptors is pretty damn cool. A raptor on raptor conflict? That's sick, man. Ceratosaurus thing's a bit of an arsepool though. But I do think, while I like this season, it is definitely my least favorite so far. I would like for the next season to have a bit of a brisker pace to not feel like a lot of it is wasting time. We'll see when we get there. I think by the time this video is out, season 4 will be too.
Allosaurus had never seen such bullshit before.
Walking with Dinosaurs 2025 had a lot to live up to, and it failed. Now on its own as a paleo doc, ignoring the name and what it's supposed to be, it's mediocre. It's about 40% dinosaurs and 60% paleontologists who don't know how to act. The dinosaur parts are fully anthropomorphized. They take away from the realism and believability. It feels like standard Hollywood humanized dinosaur stories that makes the carnivores evil monsters and the herbivores heroic good guys. The dinosaurs have names as well, and with like one exception they all tend to be super young, but every episode opens with the youngling fossils. There's rarely any real tension. You know obviously they're not going to kill yet, but you also know that they're not going to get terribly injured. Every episode ends with them alive and tries to be hopeful, with the narrator being like, oh, we don't know how Jeremy died, but for now he lives. But you know the dinosaur's gonna die very close to when the story ends. There's no hopeful message there. He's gonna die a day later of fucking shit fart. I like the Spinosaurus episode at least. But as Walking with Dinosaurs, it's an embarrassment that fails to capture anything that made the original special. The camera work doesn't even attempt to be like a real documentary. It has none of the original crew, none of the hallmarks, the structure's wrong, the vibe is wrong. This will not educate a new generation of kids as to the nature of dinosaurs as ancient animals over movie monsters. Instead, I think this show will reinforce the movie monster view.
Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is he good for?
So I'd already beaten the God of War Trilogy, but this is the first time I played the Saga Collection on PS3. And while this was pre-owned and so the 2 download codes didn't work anymore, I also got it for about a tenner, so I'm not too bothered. Overall, I think this is a great trilogy. I won't go into it too much because, I mean, I've played them before, so I'm not cataloguing any new parts of my journey. But God of War 1 remains a fun, very well made game with a superbly engaging story. Probably the best storytelling in God of War in my opinion, at least in terms of the build up to the reveal as for Kratos' past, and why people are so hateful towards him all the time. It's held back by the fucking annoying Hades challenge, and especially the Hades level right before the end, and I'm not into the final stage of the Ares boss. I also think Ares is a bit woefully inadequate as a villain who barely shows up, but also none of his appearances outside of like 2 are that noteworthy. God of War 2 fixes a lot of the gameplay issues and makes it feel way smoother and more clean. While I miss some of the abilities from the first game, really just Poseidon's big lightning fart, I still found it to be very fun, and I enjoyed the magic you get a decent bit too. The scale is way more impressive. There are some sequences that were breathtaking for their time. The Temple of Fates, Atlas in general, the battle with the Fates that even takes you back in time to fight on the bridge from the first game that became the sword used by Kratos in that final battle. The puzzles were much less frustrating in my opinion. I mean, the first game has that really annoying box pushing at the start with the archers, which is much worse on the PS3 with the higher frame rate, and the Aphrodite box puzzle, which I did choose to bypass with the Poseidon's Wrath extra jump exploit, but having already done it on PS2 properly, holy shit, nightmare. But God of War 2 never gets to the heights of bullshit the first game does. It's generally just really fun all the way through, and I enjoy some of the time freezing puzzles. That said, I think it falls flat story-wise. A lot of the game is filler. After the insanely cool intro, the Zeus villain twist, Kratos escaping from Hades, which is way better this time, you go on a journey to go back in time to the moment Zeus betrayed you. In doing so, you meet Typhon, who is neither a boss nor does Kratos just free him to help destroy Olympus. You do a really boring Pegasus flight and a boss battle that you can just ignore, wherein I got soft locked for a while until the game decided to let me continue. Then you go through all these trials of the Temple of Fates that don't matter to the story, comparatively to the first game's Pandora Temple where all the puzzles are part of an elaborate temple built specifically to keep people away from the box, so it doesn't feel like filler because you literally need to get through them to get to the goal, and there's bits of Kratos' backstory revealed over time. The Temple of Fates isn't like that. It really could have just been ignored if Kratos' Pegasus happened to live a bit longer. Most of it didn't need to be there if Kratos had just protected the Pegasus better. And there's so little story content throughout that it feels kind of monotonous for a while as you keep killing things with no change. This makes God of War 2 technically better than the first, but not by much in terms of the overall package. God of War 3 though I think is phenomenal. The first God of War does a great job of making the entire Pandora Temple interconnected and interweave with itself naturally. God of War 3 does that for the entire game. It's so natural going from place to place, and aside from a few bullshit moments throughout, especially those stupid minotaurs on the box with the chain, it's a very smooth game. It might be the easiest of the God of War trilogy, if anything because you have so many more options, and there's so many easier ways to counteract some of the annoying enemies. My favourite being the ability to yank those stupid assholes out of the ground, when in God of War 2 you have to just try and live. If you've played the games, you know what I mean when I refer to that. God of War 3 is the most fun to play, and really interesting narratively as there's no good guy in this game. Pandora's good, she means well and she is nice, but really you play as the villain destroying the entire world for your own gain. And while a lot of people came to see this as the epic dude bro, I'm so cool destroying the world because I'm badass and I was wronged game, it's rather scary to me how much they miss the point. The end of the game makes it clear that this narrative is more about the tragedy of cycles of violence and pointless hate, the ways in which revenge only breeds more revenge, and literally the whole adage of an eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind, as even Kratos' last acts to give hope back to the world might not be enough after the damage was done. Kratos kills the Olympians in his way, resulting in the underworld and chaos, the sun disappearing, plague everywhere, plant life dying, the ocean going wild, and the sky itself going mad. And while Kratos is justified in his anger and some of the gods were really asking for it like Hermes and Zeus, the consequences of his actions never hit him until the end, and he realized that the hope within him doesn't matter anymore. That said, I really dislike the reveal that the gods of Olympus, especially Zeus, only turned evil due to the influence of Pandora's box in the first game. Not only does this whole reveal make their complicity in helping Kratos open the box in the first game really confusing, why would Zeus never want the box open and then help Kratos open it for instance, but it also results in them being partially absolved for their actions, which just feels really stupid because the nuance of the storyline is the fact that everyone is the villain by their own actions. The best outcome is Kratos losing, but you the player are in control of him and you make sure he wins. But if the Olympic gods are just controlled by evil right now, well, then if they win, the world is still fucked. It wouldn't be ruled by assholes who at least let the people live as they will, but by villains who will continue making things a living hell. I still think the game is really good, but that ending reveal really hurts it. I'd recommend the trilogy overall though. For as little as I paid, I got 3 extremely fun games in a nice little package. Just try to bear with the arrow box bullshit with a higher frame rate at the start of the first game.
Heil Internet, welcome to Game Theory.
Oh my god, it's so wild to put Game Theory on this. But yeah, I finished Game Theory, all 500 plus episodes. And Nemesis's final thoughts are that there was a period at the end of its run where like, the final 100 episodes and a few years of it were a real slog. In its heyday though, it was a great series with a great variety of franchises that were usually just what was relevant but was fine because there was a lot of things that were relevant. And it wasn't just mascot horror over and over. There was a nice balance of solving mysteries, solving lore, applying science to things, calculating events, figuring out how things work in reality. but there came a point where it fell into the mascot horror lore videos all the time, and that's when it dropped off for me. It became repetitive and boring. It's quite unfortunate that it ended up that way, but hey, I enjoyed most of my time, and I do not regret making the video. And then I had to start getting to those comic movies, eh? So I started with Hellboy, The Crooked Man. Well, no, I watched a couple before it, but I already seen all the other Hellboys. Crooked Man's like an okay movie. I think it does a lot of things right, it does some things wrong. I saw one person who was really fighting for it in the comments, and you know, fair play. Like, it is a movie that I can understand someone really liking. I just didn't think it was all that special. It was just okay. I Kill Giants is... I'm still not sure whether I really liked it or not, but yeah, I really liked what it was going for and has some great moments to it as well. It's just, you know, it's trying a bit. I can respect that, but... And Jiu-Jitsu. Fucking awful movie. Just terrible in every way, and I can't believe Nicolas Cage is in this and they didn't make him overact. What's the point?
San Francisco is gone now!
Vanquish is a bit of a frustrating game. I only played it because I got it in that 2-pack of Bayonetta, and I decided to give it a shot. In many ways, it does feel like a Platinum Games shooter. That is, the gameplay is highly stimulating, very fast, and very fun. It also has a very underdeveloped story that feels like it goes nowhere and doesn't end properly. It's incredibly cliched, it's locked in a Vince McMahon level stuck in the Cold War attitude, and often feels like Metal Gear Rising without the entertaining villains or fun over-the-top moments. That's not to say it doesn't have those, but they are less frequent than in Rising. The game is longer though, I'll give it that. Not by much, but has plenty of extra content and tons of stuff going on. But I have a few issues with the gameplay that would probably lead me to not necessarily calling it a great game. The weapon upgrade system in concept is not terrible. Basically, if you pick up a weapon you've already got, it upgrades the weapon to be better. The issues I have with that, however, is that it means two things. One, it only upgrades the weapon if you pick up the weapon while having full ammo. If you don't have full ammo, then picking up the weapon will just refill the ammo. That means sometimes if you want to upgrade a weapon quickly, you have to not use it at all until you get those upgrades. It also means that, yes, it does make it so that anyone who's happy with their loadout and doesn't want to try new weapons will have a reason to explore a little and get those upgrades. This also means that if you ever want to switch weapons, you have to go back to a lower level one, and fuck you. At least, I don't know, maybe my game was bugged there, but that's what happened to me. For me, I mostly just used the assault rifle and the laser cannon. The laser cannon being a heatsink weapon, so it was easy to upgrade to full power and shred through everything. There's also a melee attack, but it results in your entire energy gauge dropping to 0. This sucks because it means you can't really use it most of the time. You need that gauge to slow down time for brief periods for more damage and more precise shots. As well as, you know, slow down time when you're in danger, give you a chance to get out the way, dash around the map, get to place quickly, use the laser cannon, do half the shit in the game you need that gauge for, and the super punch in the face isn't good enough. These problems hold the game back a bit. It's still a really fun game that I enjoy playing, and some of the bosses were pretty good. That final duel boss was surprisingly fun for what could have been total bullshit. But I don't know, the story sucking and the gameplay issues meant that I probably won't go back to this often. It's still fun, I'd love to see a sequel. It's never gonna happen though. So then I watched Josie and the Pussycats. It's a really funny movie, great time. I'm gonna be a bit short on this one because I'm tempted to do a series of videos on every Transformers game. This is a great one though. I really enjoyed just the quality of the gameplay and mechanics. The large and impressive worlds, the fun campaign with a simple but acceptable story. Collecting minicons is the name of the game for the most part, and you get new weapons to gap down Decepticons with, all leading up to various boss fights that tend to be fun, and finally an ultimate boss fight with Unicron that is something that no other game to my memory actually lets you do. It's tough at times, yeah, but I was never really bothered by the difficulty. Even the parts that were so tough I got stuck, like the Megatron boss fight, weren't that bad. I just needed to figure out I could equip the healing minicon and stand under the platform anytime I was in trouble. Great game, there's no other way to put it. I'd never finished the Unicron boss before, and now that I finally got a copy of the game after so long, it feels good to close this chapter in my life. And then I watched Kick-Ass, and after that I watched Kick-Ass 2, and oh, it's a fine movie. I mean, you can check out the ranking to see what I really think. Family of the Wurtelak is a hard one to review, if only because it's so old and thus has some outdated storytelling tropes in it. If I had to sum it up though, it's a decent enough storyline, has some creepy moments done effectively. That's all I got. I also watched the Kingsman films during this, and I'd already seen all of them except for Argyle, which... let's just say that the Kingsman franchise just consistently started going downhill. Still good in the second movie, then...
What can go wrong for you will, creep. Murphy's Law.
Oh, damn! There's some good shit. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's fun as hell. RoboCop Rogue City is a solid, simple FPS game. It's fun to run around, shoot, and blow shit up, and in keeping with its origins, it tells a fairly compelling story where the humanity of Alex as he is now, and whether he deserves rights as a dead man turned machine are the driving forces for the emotional climax, with a few memorable characters along the way and a fairly simple but compelling storyline that puts it all together. The game is very fun when you're going around and blasting shit, with your primary Auto 9 going from an acceptable starting weapon to an absurd engine of death the more you upgrade it. Alongside plenty of fun, though gradually more superfluous secondary weapons you can pick up along the way, you can upgrade Robocop as well and complete secondary objectives in each area. I came to enjoy a lot in this game, though admittedly, the secondary objectives felt really whatever at points, as did some of the upgrades. Like, I get the ability to crack safes without wasting time looking for codes, and there's like no more safes left in the game at that point. Scanning for stuff could be annoying at times, the night vision felt completely unnecessary for most of the game, and the lack of more than 2 types of boss fight was a bit sad. I get Ed 209, that's cool, and Robocop 2 as the final boss was genuinely hype as hell despite how shit Robocop 2 itself is, but there's not much else. And I did feel like the villain was taken out a bit too easily at the end of your rampage through the best level in the game. All that said, nothing negative about the game could overpower how awesome it feels just gunning everything down while the Robocop theme blasts and you tank your way through attacks, building your way up as you get upgrades to become the unstoppable, indestructible engine of justice that Robocop was in the films. I think it's a very fun game, especially given how low budget it feels. It feels like an indie fan game at points, and that's only somewhat negatively said. Like everything ragdolls, you can throw objects and enemies clean through solid walls. Robocop, the environments look nice, but most of the people look straight out of the PS3, maybe early PS4. But I enjoy the game, I think it's quite good.
Suck!
You just looked at your...
The Gaim movie, and I'll explain why Gaim and not Wizard later. For now, I wasn't into this one at all. I found the soccer movie to be extremely dull and slow, sometimes quite confusing, and honestly just really bland. The soccer thing felt barely important, and when it did, it felt like an advertisement for Japan's soccer team and players. The villain had an interesting concept, but otherwise it was whatever. I did find the return to the alternate universe type of summer movie storyline perfectly in line with how it also marked a return to summer movies being bad.
I'll rip them off.
I do not remember why I watched this. I just kind of did. And honestly, for what's listed as an exploitation film, I found Hard Candy to be surprisingly compelling. A sociopathic 14-year-old vigilante traps a grown man she suspects of being a child predator in his house, and does all sorts of inhumane things as she tortures him mentally and sometimes physically, constantly raising the question as to whether or not he really is a nonce, and later whether he really is a murderer. And it's very easy to root for her. Elliot Page plays the role fantastically and gives the character a lot of charisma in how calmly and clinically she will say the darkest of things, and the ambiguous ending as to whether Patrick Wilson's character was in fact a murderer or not keeps things interesting. I honestly enjoy this. It was a solid psychological thriller. Not much more to say.
So as you all know, corporate now feels that the terms fruits and berries are a little too vague for our product.
So I skipped over Kamen Rider Wizard because I intended to watch that with Biff whenever the two of us had time. But, you know, that never really happened, so that will be like in a couple months. And while it is a bit sad because I do like experiencing the franchise's change over time, in fact, I think Wizard's legacy was introducing the overbearing type of henshin jingle that is way more noisy than the likes of Double or O's. However, it is what it is. I value one of my closest friends on the planet over that kind of experience. Kamen Rider Gaim then. This has to be one of the biggest roller coasters of a series to me. Kiva was kind of like this, but that was for the most part just like getting consistently better at a certain point. And Decade was also a roller coaster, but its structure made that inevitable. Gaim, on the other hand, got me into it, meandered, fixed up some issues, went way downhill, pissed me off, and then ended on a banging note. I don't know how to put to words my thoughts on Gaim overall, because there's a lot I loved and a lot I didn't. The most notable thing to me immediately was this was the first Rider series since Kabuto to really introduce a shitload of non-legacy related riders, with a ton of armored riders showing up in just the first few episodes. This made it feel very clunky and cluttered at the start, but it did work out in its favour in the end. For the most part, I quite like this cast. Kota Kazuraba himself has to be one of my favourite protagonists in Kamen Rider, and that's a pretty high bar. I really loved, for one thing, how real he was. A lot of Kamen Rider nice fella protagonists take a lot to get angry, and while they can often work to the benefit of the character, Godai and Eiji being great examples in my opinion of that lack of aggression playing into their arcs well, with Kota he felt like a believable person, someone consumed by emotion. He is a really good person. He wants to help others if he can, but he also gets angry when he's betrayed like a real person. He feels down when he's down. He feels a lot more human than most other Kamen Rider protagonists that aren't like Hibiki, ironically given what happens at the end. It does a lot to keep him engaging throughout the story. I can believe his less realistic moments of being overly trusting, because in the context of how he's written, it ends up feeling more like just one quirk of his as opposed to an unrealistic character acting in a weird way. Everyone has aspects of them that overpower their other traits when it comes to decision making. With Kota, it's his trust. But that good-natured spirit only makes him stronger. He faces hardship after hardship, being beaten down and pushed to the edge of his emotions as everything conspires to break him. But it's his faith in people and the hope of a better future that help him improve and overcome all of his turmoil. His ability to find something he truly values and use his faith in that to surpass his despair and stand tall. But to keep the "oh wow, he's so hopeful and positive" thing from feeling overly one note, the writers make it a point to constantly challenge Kota himself on it. Not in the way of saying hope and positivity are bad traits, but rather having Kota fail regularly because he just doesn't know enough as to what's going on. He doesn't always know the situation, and so he mistakenly wonders if it's his outlook that is the inherent problem with his choices. And when he finally comes to agree of self-actualization and understands that fighting for his ideals was never the issue, it's all the more satisfying. He's someone who comes to learn, actually yeah, having a positive outlook is fucking awesome, and being educated on the truly dire state of the world is not a counter-argument to that. It's a reinforcement to prove why that viewpoint is so important. Someone who is naively positive is not the same as someone who knows how shit everything is, but chooses to be positive anyway. The ignorant man who hopes for a hypothetical situation, who becomes the very hypothetical situation that the ignorantly hopeful strive for. And he is a perfect foil to Kaito Kumon, a character I was so mixed on but eventually came around to loving as one of my favourite secondary riders. For a while it was hard to get much out of him. His actions and place on the moral slider kept going all over the place. But in the end, they chose a super interesting angle for the character that I thought was fucking awesome. A man who believes in survival of the fittest, who saw all the darkness in the world and came to the conclusion, it's the strong who survive and the weak who perish. But instead of becoming your classic Armstrong-esque villain because of it, someone who uses that viewpoint to justify beating up other people because me strong, they not, survival of the fittest, Kaito is someone who hates that state of the world. He doesn't believe he's strong. He's very insecure, and his ability to see the strength of other people only makes that more potent. Kaito views his own strength as purely physical, how powerful he is in a fight, which implies that he sees himself emotionally and characterfully as lacking strength in any other way. With other characters, especially his closest friends, he values them as strong, not because they can throw hands, but because of the strength of their conviction. Their strength as thinkers, as people who hold on to hope, who fight for what they believe. His friends are strong because they have their convictions challenged, but hold strong to them anyway, and do what they think is right. At the end of the day, his goal is to destroy and remake the world because he wants to create a place where the strong no longer rule over the weak. He wants to destroy the survival of the fittest, something he genuinely believes would benefit everyone. He's suffered at the hands of this outlook and this way of the world, and he doesn't want anyone else to suffer the same. It's an extremely interesting approach for the character, and made what could have been an abrupt and disappointing heel turn into a very compelling final conflict between him and Kota. Two men who see eye to eye but can't agree with one another. And as Kaito lays in Kota's arms at the end of the fight, his last words are telling Kota that he truly is strong. I loved Kaito at the end, one of my favorite characters in the show. I love the dynamic that sets up the whole final fight. Is it better to see how shit the world is and hope that it will get better, or is it better to see how shit the world is and do all kinds of horrible actions to try and fix it immediately? The battle of hope versus action. Beyond them, I don't think the other riders nearly got as interesting, but I liked most of them. Takatoro or Zangetsu was a really compelling villain. He wanted to save the world and was willing to sacrifice billions to save just anyone from what he thought was a certain apocalypse. But he's so against the idea of actually killing people that the instant he sees another path that could save lives, he tries to take it because it would mean not hurting as many people as he can. Unfortunately, there is a long part of the story where he's not active, and when he comes back he gets taken out by a character I don't really like, leaving him absent until the final episodes. Ryugen then. Michi. The lesser Michi of Kamen Rider. The little brother of Zangetsu, I didn't like him. I didn't get into his arc, and I didn't feel his transformation from hero to villain to back to hero. To me, I get what they were going for, but in execution, he was never entertaining or engaging to watch. He was a sniveling little weasel who just suddenly became super evil and suddenly became good again. A flippant moral compass that made his changes from hero to villain and back again not have any emotional weight to me. He never really got punished for his actions. All Kota did was be supportive and friendly, and Michi blamed him and attacked him for it. This isn't ever called out. He just kind of gets away with it and is forgiven by everyone. I didn't like him, even though I kind of got what they were going for, I just didn't like what they was going for. Kurakage doesn't show up much, but Gridon does, and for what amounted to mostly a joke character, I was really endeared by him in the end. He means well, he wants to do good, he's a constant butt monkey, but he becomes a stronger person and does his best, never giving up and standing as one of the survivors. Bravo, or Oren, though, is an absolute icon. It's almost shocking to see such a campy gay stereotype in the 2010s, who is not demeaned, not treated as lesser for being effeminate. In fact, Gridon goes to Oren for lessons on manliness, treating Oren as a particularly masculine character, not because he follows any standard masculine stereotypes, but because he's in touch with who he really is and doesn't hide it. Oren acts traditionally feminine, but in doing so is untraditionally highly masculine, in the sense of not being ashamed for who he is and standing firm in his identity and who he wants to be. He is a man who is completely in touch with his feminine side, and all the jokes related to his campiness aren't made at his expense. Rather, it's more that he doubles as a very funny and silly guy alongside being campy, and those moments sometimes just overlap. He's a complete badass, and all that somehow managed to make up for the fact that he's French. I can't stress how shocked I was that Oren came around as just a genuinely cool and well-meaning guy that no one treats as lesser or even weird by the others. He is an absolute weapon. If he was put on equal footing in terms of power level with the rest of the cast, he'd mop the floor with most of them. He only falls behind on the totem pole because he never gets a more powerful form. If he had been given forms as powerful as like Lord Baron, he would have cleaned Baron's clocks. Done. That fight's over. Kaito, gone. The villainous group then, I have little to say on. Sigurd was a whatever jobber who never interested me, with his death was pretty gnarly. Marika came around near the end, but I wasn't ever super invested in her, she was just kinda cool enough. And Duke I didn't care for until he was gone, and then I was begging him for him to come back, and when he did, I was minded that he was a super entertaining villain the whole time. I was just ignorant to his game. Very full villain. And the reason I only got that after he was gone is because, well, the Overlords I found to be really boring. Rossio, whatever, was kinda neat because he wasn't that bad, but he doesn't do anything. Lord Baron's his own thing, I don't consider him separate to Kaito. But like, Redyu was a completely whatever antagonist and forgettable. And this is where some of my problems with Gaim lie. The storytelling feels off at times, the characters can be phenomenal, but at first I was truly just getting into the show, enjoying the silly games, I was proper invested in the mystery. What is Helheim, what's it doing, what's the goal of Yggdrasil? This is helped by how Urobuchi's storytelling really, his style favored it, with the juggling of information. You as the audience know everything, but you also know who knows what you know and who doesn't. It becomes a game of which character is aware of what, and who is able to solve what problems. Various characters unaware of who knows how much and trying to play around each other, not knowing how many pieces are even on the board. You as the viewer see the board, you see all the pieces, and you get to see these players making their plays without being fully aware of what's going on around them. That's really cool. And the rug pull of this going from, hey, it's your kind of standard Kamen Rider shit, to no it's not, was beautiful. That was all neat, but I kind of lost interest a bit as it became more about Michi and Ryoma. Then it became all about the Overlords, and it felt a bit slower and more meandering. After a while, Ryoma came back and they started taking the fight directly to Helheim. This got me way more engaged. They fought their way to the end, but then I began to lose interest again as everyone started simping really hard for Mai. I don't care about Mai, she's whatever. Everyone obsessing over her wasn't something I needed. But then Kaito got the fruit and now I'm interested again. Kota becomes man at the beginning, which I thought was a great payoff. Just beautiful, a really cool moment. And throughout the whole thing, I at least loved DJ Sagara. He was a charismatic enigma who was always entertaining. And then the final episode happens, it's a whole bunch of what the fuck as the villain from the movie spawns in to attack everyone. God, what a mixed bag of this show to me. I haven't even gotten to like the themes and that, but they're fairly strong. I guess I have, because the themes are so prominent in Kota and Kaito. All that guff about true strength, the value of being positive in the worst of times, the importance of knowing what's going on so you can stay true to your convictions and make educated choices. I will say, the show never got past the very surface level issue to me of trying to take it seriously when characters henshin and a fruit screamed out. I love you, Kaito, I really do. But the biggest downside is that in the end, I can't take a fight seriously when right before the fight happens, Kaito stares at the camera with the most intense scowl you've ever seen, and what you hear is, banana! And like, Kurakage's death is way less impactful when it's directly preceded by melon, lemon, cherry, peach, soda! And then he dies via giant energies literally clapping him between the cheeks. The fruit attacks are all very silly, and it definitely feels like it clashes. It feels like it clashes with the intensity of the storyline. Almost like they were adding that to try and make it come across less intense so it's more digestible. But I didn't think that was good enough. Still, at the end of the day, I really enjoyed the show, and I can check off another great Kamen Rider series from my list. What I can't check off is great is Last Days of American Crime. A very long and very fucking boring movie. So at this point, I finally got my hands on David Attenborough's Den-O documentary. I am a huge fan of Attenborough's work. I think I've made this very clear. Blue Planet 2, Blue Planet 3, Planet Earth 2, Planet Earth 3, Frozen Planet 1 and 2, Green Planet. Brilliant. But also some of his other stuff. Life, The Hunt, Madagascar, Life Story, Life of Mammals, Life in the Undergrowth, Life in Cold... Just, it's all beautiful. And his Den-O doc is one that never showed up in Australia. I have all of these physically. I own them with my father. And we love to watch them together because it's just love of the natural world. And we never got the chance to watch this one. But we got a region-free DVD player, a region-free Blu-ray player, and I was able to get a copy of both seasons of this one, and it was excellent. Now, there is definitely something to be said for how it kind of recycles scenes from previous nature documentaries Attenborough's done, and there are points where, you know, he should have dispelled fucking pack hunting velociraptors. It's bullshit. But it definitely feels like the closest we'll ever get to walking with dinosaurs again. It's definitely different. It has its own identity. It's not about walking with the history of dinosaurs. It's more about, literally, Attenborough goes back in time to one time period and does a normal nature documentary in that time period. And that is still a beautiful concept for a show. But the way it treats it like an actual documentary, like this physical cameraman actually there filming everything, or like physical drones filming things, it is the closest I've ever gotten to feeling the same magic of Walking with Dinosaurs, the original. And I love this series. Brilliant. Perfect. No notes. Barbie's Dream World is a fun enough web series that I am now listing as its own thing, even though I have finished, like, I kind of did put some of the other ones up separately. But, you know, I have finished all the miniseries for it. It's fun, nothing special. Let's quickly talk about each series. Fashion fun for everyone's whatever. Malibu Helpless Club's okay. Return to Dreamtopia is fun. Ride and Style's mediocre. Double the Fun's pretty fun. Mega Building Adventures is super disappointing. Nutcracker is there. Team Fashion's fun. Camp Sister Switch is fun. Fashion Fun is confusingly named, but okay. Dream House Mysteries is whatever. Dream Vacation is there. Dream Squad's okay. And Summer Adventure is fine. Then I watched Marry Me. Surprisingly enjoyable, given it's not really my thing, but, you know, problematic in the end.
Trolls exist. They steal your socks.
The live-action How to Train Your Dragon is completely inoffensive. I'd even go as far as to say, it's a good movie. It's just one that doesn't inspire. As its own movie, it of course features a lot of the qualities that made the original movie a masterpiece in my eyes. As an adaptation, visually it's not great, nor all the characters look as I'd expect, but the dragons tend to be great. The Monstrous Nightmare looks way less unique to me now. I do like the Terrible Terrors redesign a lot though. The less said about the Skrull the better. The movie overall has way more colour and beauty than I'm used to from a live-action remake, and it does have a lot of breathtakingly well-done scenes, if not living up to the quality of the original animation. I think where it suffers most from me is just some really bad line delivery. Plenty of great lines and hilarious moments I remember are rendered far less enjoyable because either the delivery isn't up to snuff or the pacing's wrong. There's so many moments in the original film of entertainingly snappy dialogue. Even the animated series picked it up, not even just the sequels, the animated series got it too. Gobber was butchered. I just think Nick Frost plays a terrible Gobber. It's not just that he went from Scottish to English, but he loses the fun obliviousness the original character had. There's so many lines from the original that come across as Gobber being well-meaning and trying to give good advice, but just being unaware as to how abrasive he is or not knowing that what he's saying is kind of hurtful. He's just a good guy who acts like a dick because he doesn't fully realize what he's doing. In this version though, he just comes across as an asshole who's aware of what he's saying and how it could be harmful. He's not nearly as funny, his lines don't hit at all, he's just not the same character, and it's a damn shame because Goblin's one of my favourite characters in the franchise. So, the movie is acceptable. I will probably be seated for whenever they adapt the second film. I'm curious to see how they do the Bewilderbeast.
What the bloody hell is this?
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 I understand to be the black sheep of its franchise, though I didn't know this going in. I assumed that like the other Xenoblades, it was widely considered a masterpiece, which might be why my utter boredom in the first entire half and a bit of the game took me by surprise. Xenoblade 2 utterly failed to capture me. Most of the time it went beyond boring and dipped into actively bad. The characters weren't hitting, partially due to the frankly dog shit dub. I understand why, the dub is bad, don't go telling me, I know why, but it doesn't make the dub not bad. Pyra and Mithra are fine, and I want Morag to read me bedtime stories while I sleep on her lap, but other than them, it wasn't working out. Rex sounded really flat and one note for most of the game, only having a few moments where his acting hit, and when it does hit. Neo was fine mostly, except anytime she had to emote or sound angry, where her animations would play her as extremely pissed off, only for her voice to sound borderline bored. Like she'd be animated like she's really screaming, but then the line delivery would be, "Oi, you're really pissing me off." Tora was overall annoying, but apparently he's an Omega level nonce in the original Japanese, so I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that. Jomark didn't inspire. Poppy was quite fun though. The stilted acting really fit Poppy well. The story just wasn't doing anything for me early on. It takes forever for anything to happen. It feels like I'm just running around completing micro tasks until finally something happens. And to top it all off, I just didn't like the gameplay. It's technically more sound than the first game, but Xenoblade 2 explains itself really badly. I'm sure veterans are sick of hearing people complain about the tutorials, but frankly, fuck you, the tutorials suck. They appear once and freeze the game. As someone who learns by doing more than being told, that was a red flag. The game tells you a bunch of shit in a string of text boxes, hopes you retain it, and doesn't let you reread the tutorials. I had to get help from friends to figure out what the fuck I was doing. This is just not how my brain learns. Guess I should have been born better, thank you Xenoblade 2. And even when I got the hang of it, I just kind of fell into a basic rhythm that didn't tend to be all that fun. I didn't get into the blade system. It's theoretically sound but gutted by the fucking dogshit gacha mechanics. As someone with the worst luck you've ever seen, except maybe Raymond, I came out of this game having gotten, aside from the main story blades, a grand total of 3 actual blade characters. Gate or whatever, Electra and Veil. And Veil I got literally right after the Amalthus battle. I guess I also got Poppy Cutie Pie, but that barely counts, that's not luck-based. Whoever said 100%ing Xenoblade 2 is easier than Xenoblade 1 and people were misleading me, actually shut up please. I do not have the time on my hands to monotonously grind for magic crystals so I can give myself a better chance to get all the blades and access to all their quests. I don't normally hate gacha mechanics. I mean, I do hate that they exist. It is a scummy practice. It's just I've never fallen victim to the allure of spending money on it, and I've never been frustrated by a gacha mechanic before. I've played Grand Order for like 3,000 days straight now in my off time, when I don't have time to play other games I'd rather be playing. And as a result, I've gathered literally all the best servants currently in Global, aside from like normal Skadi and Godjina, and I've not spent a single cent. I've gotten all the best ones, because with a gacha mechanic, you know, with time you'll get them all. But Xenoblade 2 is one of those games that I play when I'm actively available to play a real game. When I'm not just like, well, I guess I'm watching the cricket and nothing's happening, so I'll just play a bit of Grand Order. No, Xenoblade I play when it's dedicated gaming time. I spent money on it from the start. My luck is awful, so the gacha was frustrating. Unfortunately though, the game got better. In fact, about the halfway point, it really kicked in, and while a lot of my problems weren't solved, the story genuinely got very compelling. I had come around to most of the cast. Morag and Zeke especially surprised me with their arcs, and I found them very engaging. Rex eventually came around, and I can safely say, I like him. And while the villains were mostly underdeveloped to me and kind of boring, they were carried by Jin and Malos. Didn't feel as like Ruby's Adam Taurus, but done right. He has a point, and the characters don't deny that he has a point. His actions are fucked up, but you can actually make sense of what he's doing. He's also not a nonce. The heroes actually try to talk it out with him, and more or less get through to him in a way. They make him think about his actions more. He feels a lot more reasonable, and more importantly, he feels believable and complex. We get to see and understand him very well. I really like Jin. Malos I don't think is nearly as good as a character, but he is so fun. His voice actor really hams it up. He's so entertaining. He's fun to watch just be a massive shithead with his boyfriend. It's great. And the final battle has this reveal that the game is a sidequel to the original happening simultaneous with it, with Shulk's voice being heard revealing the final battles happen concurrently. It is such a good reveal, as is the reveal of who the architect is and what's left of Elysium. The story hits at this point. I was getting into the drama, I was getting into the reveals, I wanted the character to succeed. Despite how much I didn't like the first half of this game, by the end it had built up so much good faith, I was even willing to forgive the fake out death of the Aegis that ends up meaning nothing. That said, the final boss fight was extremely underwhelming. What comes during and after is good, but the fight itself is a fucking boring battle where you just stand there whacking a big robot that sometimes attacks. He has one bullshit move that can instantly end the fight, though I just survive somehow, and sometimes he summons the actually dangerous goons that can stop you from healing, and you beat them and you take them on. It's fucking lame, especially compared to how great the Jin and Amalthus battles right before were. Man, Praetor Amalthus, what an asshole, but also such a compelling antagonist who is really engaging to watch. Fuck man, it's such a game of ups and downs. The entire first half of this was so dull to me. I don't think I'll ever replay this game again just because I don't like that first half. But the second half is so good. It definitely got me back into the series overall. I don't think this will end up like a Great Ace Attorney 1 that severely slows down my engagement with the franchise, especially given I'm already going through it rather slowly. Because it had that great ending, I can safely say I do like Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I think it's a good game. It's just also a game that I probably won't ever bother playing again, because if I feel like playing Xenoblade, I'll play one of the games I have not played yet, like X or 3, and hope they're good, or I'll just go back and play the first one. And then I watched Rise of the Black Bat. In fact, you can just keep a lookout in November being like the shortest segment probably, because this is where I just talk about a bunch of comic movies I watched, because I can't just really locked in for this. But yeah, I watched Rise of the Black Bat. It was absolutely terrible, but on the upside, it did get me to read the Black Bat books, which are not listed in this video just because I didn't get to find every single Black Book Detective issue ever released, but I did read a bunch, and I do like a lot of them. Then we got Captain Bell's solo run, which I think is entirely unremarkable. He has about 2 issues, and then 2 reprinted issues, and issue 4 just doesn't exist. I don't know, the comics are fine. His Silver Streak comics are better off, really because they're actually his story, and it's solid. It's definitely better to me than his solo run, or honestly a lot of Marvel comics of his time, just because I found timely comics, they're very wordy at times, but it also ends on a cliffhanger that's never resolved, so that sucks. And then Captain Bell Jr. is an arsehole who lets his father suffer, the piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Then I watched The Old Guard, which I remember saying was a pleasant surprise, and honestly, it was one of them. It's not one of the better pleasant surprises, not compared to like American Splendor or Ghost World that I'd never seen before, but was like really good, or Road to Perdition. But Old Guard was definitely a movie that I quite enjoyed. And then there was The Old Guard 2, which I did not quite enjoy, and I thought was a terrible sequel, and I have no idea where they're even going to do with Old Guard 3 if that ever becomes a thing.
It's Doom time!
Doom the Dark Ages took a while just because I didn't have the money to get it full price, but after I managed to get the game, it's really fun. It's another incredible Doom game of the modern era, with a story that's surprisingly not a background bonus. And a great experience, of course, of just gunning down demons en masse. It's fun to shoot, it's fun to jump, it's fun to find secrets, if only because the map is so fucking good, that the secrets more become about figuring out the how and not the where, so you're not left around running blindly. Except for the fucking dog statues, fuck those guys. I love this game's new set of weapons, at least in theory. The skull-crushing guns are so excessively metal that they're perfect, the big fucking crossbow is only a visual change honestly, and it just functions as a BFG, but I think it's pretty cool. The plasma gun is sweet, and the Halo Needler is cool too. Though the game showers you with ammo so frequently that honestly none of the weapons mattered to me much. I just kind of used the super shotgun and very rarely the rocket launcher or the chain shot. Because the shield you have takes out so much so easily, it didn't give me much reason to use other weapons. The shield is great though, I love having the extra options for defense, and also it's hilariously it's so metal. Also quite fond of the melee weapons in general, the Mace of You're Fucking Dead is especially quite fun. That said, I don't really think I have much more to say. It's an extremely fun game. I enjoy dooming timing all over hell, and I had a blast. I do like the dragon. I think the dragon's cool. I think the mech's cool. I just, you know, if anything, maybe I wish the game was longer, but I feel like there's a point of, like, you don't need a Doom game to be that long, so I'm not going to complain. I would rather a Doom game that's too short than too long, and this one is honestly a perfectly good length. This is a really fun game. I watched Paris 13th District, which is weird because I kind of thought I put the Franco-Belgian comics aside, but apparently this is an English language comic, I think, or something like that. But, you know, this is definitely a good movie, but it's definitely not really one for me. Paying for it's in a very similar position where it's like, I don't even know what to put on screen for that one. Or for these ones, like, what was I supposed to put on screen? Then I watched Polar, which was like another not John Wick in the ranking and not as good as Atomic Blonde to me. But it wasn't bad at all. And then Random Acts of Violence. I was so excited to get to a slasher film because I was like, hey, that's something I like that a lot of people don't really appreciate or just can't get into. It was bad, and it was a bad one.
With the Mario Brothers and plumbing's a game.
Wahoo in that, it's Super Mario Galaxy time. This is one of my man Biffweed's favorite games of all time. So when I saw an original Wii copy available at EB Games, I figured, yeah, I might as well pick it up. Now, admittedly, I'm not sure how much I'll have to say about this because it is far from the most complex game around. I can do my best though. Super Mario Galaxy is overall a pretty fantastic game. Now, I'm not the best at platformers, nor are they my favorite genre at all. I really enjoy Sonic Advance 2 and Super Mario World, but I can't say I've had much strong positive reaction to what I've tried otherwise. This one I did enjoy quite a bit though. It controlled well, though I felt at times that Mario could have been a bit faster. It had generally good level design, and it felt fairly comfortable, which is good because I kinda suck at these games. I really enjoyed a lot of these boss fights. Even though they weren't technically all that interesting, some just carried with their presence or their design or general fun factor. Bouldergeist especially, he's my goat, I love Bouldergeist. Now, I could go over all the galaxies, but I feel like they would just pad out the video, and there are a lot that I don't have much to say about. But for the most part, I enjoyed a majority of them. Some of the smaller ones didn't do much for me. There was some like just really gimmicky ones of, hey, this is just a flip switch sort of deal. But most of them I thought were pretty good, except the desert one, that was shit. My favorite though was probably Melty Molten. It had my favorite purple coin, had some of my favorite levels generally, I don't think it fell off at any point, and the boss wasn't anything special, but I thought it was really neat in concept to have like, hey, it's the first boss of the game, now it's back as one of the last bosses, and it's on fire now. That's pretty cool, I like that design sense. And the final boss was pretty damn spectacular. It definitely probably wasn't my favorite boss in terms of just gameplay, but I can't deny it looked great, and in general, I think this game's visuals have aged fantastically. I'm sure the Switch port would look better, but I can respect the quality that they could put out on the Wii. The Wii's not a very strong console, but they managed to get a lot out of it to make what I would call a really nice to look at game. I generally tend to find that most of the best looking Wii games to me are the ones which have a very distinctive design sense. I think Mad World's one of my favorite looking games on the Wii, and that it's just all black and white, but it looks so cool. And I would say Mario Galaxy's riding that line of like, yeah, it's stylized enough that it just looks great at times. And the music, oh my man, the music in this game is incredible. This has got to be probably my favorite Mario soundtrack that I've listened to, and I don't know if it's going to be beaten except like Mario Galaxy 2, which I did not play this year, but I really want to get a copy of at some point, because I want to play it. I want to play Mario Galaxy 2, and then we'll see if I play any more of the other Mario games I've not touched. And then I watched R.I.P.D. and it was bad, and then I also watched R.I.P.D. 2, and it was bad, and then I watched Remains all on the same day, and Remains was bad. It was so bad. Holy shit. And then I watched Richie Rich, which honestly probably got a bit higher than it warranted in the ranking, just because everything I'd watched around it was so awful. And then Richie Rich, A Christmas Wish. Just, you know, I feel like this doesn't always feel bad about it, because like I'm sure there's some kids who really enjoy this movie because like they watched it when they were young, but like I thought it was rubbish. But then I got to my reward at the end of the road of the R, like the movie starting with R, all terrible, and then Road to Perdition was fantastic. One of my favorite comic book movies of all time, just in general. I think it's a fantastic movie, and I'm definitely going to watch it more often. The best of the surprises for me. And then I watched Rotten Tail, which, you know, that was, oh my god, it actually made me gag recording its segment in the ranking. That's how much I didn't like it. Then Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the original film, which I did not know predated the show, but that's neat to know. Then Sabrina Goes to Rome, which is my favorite of the Sabrina trilogy, and I thought it was quite fun. And then Sabrina Down Under, which I was very disappointed by. Come on, at least the stereotypical Australian jokes are more entertaining than nothing. And then Dynasties 2, which I can't really review, but what I can say is that after spending so long unable to actually watch it, it was really nice to find a copy online, put it in my region-free Blu-ray player, and finally get to see what it was about. I love Dynasties, it's one of my favorite Attenborough documentaries, and Dynasties 2 sits right there with it. The release I had also came with the Meerkats and Macaque episode, which, no complaints there. I am very happy to have seen them. Great time. And you know what, Shortcomings was also a pretty good time. You know, it was a very rough start for the movie, beginning as it did with the whole, like, well, you know, cultural diversity in movies is like, it's just a way to get brownie points, which is like, yeah, that is a viewpoint, and you can definitely tell sometimes, yeah, there are definitely movies or shows that just add diversity for the sake of making you think that they're morally upstanding, but the issue is just assuming any case of it is like, any case of diversity in a piece of media has to be that, and then making it to more of a deal than it is. But like that actually being like portrayed as a bad thing and the character learning to not be such a douchebag, you know, it made it easier to stomach. Shockwave Darkside was not easy to stomach though. This gave me hell just to try and watch it, to try and get it to work and watch the damn movie. It put up way too much of a fight, and it was not worth it in the end. It is a terrible movie. Spirit, I watched the 2007 one first because I couldn't find the 87 one initially, but you know, the 2007 one, I was hoping to enjoy it because it had like the Sin City sort of look a bit, but then like it was also really wacky and wild at times, but I felt like it was just more of a confused movie than anything. I couldn't really get into it, and it felt like it wanted to be wackier than it was, but it also wanted to be serious than it was. Is such a random movie. And then The Spirit 1987, which, yeah, it's acceptable. It's just a pilot for a show that never got to exist. Then Surrogates after that, which I didn't like, and then the ending killed any joy I had. But when I got to the T section, Tales from the Crypt was a pretty good movie. And you know what, Demon Knight, I was so surprised. I thought, you know, that was really good actually. Maybe not really good, but it was fun. It was a fun kids horror film. And then Bordello of Blood was an embarrassment. Just completely shat the bed. And then another one I can't really give like its own dedicated segment, because I have so little to say, is Working Class Man, a documentary about living Australian legend Jimmy Barnes. Can't rank it. I thought it warranted a mention. I thought it was very good. I enjoyed it a lot. I like his music, so I wanted to know about him, and you know, it was enjoyable. Then I watched Term Life, which one was Term Life? Oh, there was the one where the guys get sent to prison and their wives do stuff. Yeah, like, whatever. Completely no, that's Kitchen. No, Term Life is the guy that... God, I've not scripted these because it's like I have so little to like say about them. Term Life is the one where the guy finds his daughter and like they bond while he's doing shit. Yeah, that was okay, I guess. And The Kitchen... I was hoping it wasn't called The Kitchen just because it's about women. But turns out it's because they were in Hell's Kitchen. It's like, okay, fair enough. The Losers was actually quite enjoyable, given what was around it as well. Surprisingly entertaining and shit. Thunderstorm, Return of Thor. Holy shit. I just wish there was some good mockbusters sometimes. Like, at least in terms of like my definition of a good mockbuster is a movie like The Amazing Bulk or Sharktopus vs. Terracuda, where it's so off the wall and it's wacky and random shit's happening, but it feels like it wants you to take it seriously so you can laugh at it. You know, like that kind of movie that it never leaves you bored. But Thunderstorm is a movie that has so many scenes of nothing happening, and it was like the first time I really picked up on that trend of every scene will last a second longer. So over the course of 300 scenes, they've artificially added 5 minutes to the movie of just extra time spent doing nothing. And then like it's like a second before and after. So in a conversation it'll be like, so are you saying the villain's here? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I've been saying that the whole time. Then we better do something. It's just that kind of stiltedness. And then the day after, I watched God of Thunder, which was a little scouting ahead to see like what mockbuster Thors are out there and what we could use in Not Death Battle. And then turns out this this was a comic book movie that I missed because I didn't realize it was about Grant fucking Farrell. Oh my god, that was not what I needed to hear. And hey, it was not the worst of them at least. Then Vampirella, which I was so close to the end that I wanted to be good, but it was not. Then I watched Virus, and you know, Virus it looked great, and that's it. Then I watched Whiteout, and I was heading towards the end. I thought, Whiteout, how bad could it be? It was not great. It was boring. The concept was decent, but most of it was just lame. And then I watched Wilson. I sure fucking did watch Wilson. And then finally, at the end of all this, I got to watch Witchblade, which was mediocre. And at that point, I was taking what I could fucking get, and it was better than shit. So that's Witchblade for you. Onwards and upwards. And now here I am, finally having gotten to watch the rest of Star Trek Lower Decks. What a series, man. Consistently fun, progressively deeper and more complex as it reveals that the gimmick of being silly, crass, and immature was just a disguise to hide a genuine Star Trek show made by and for fans. The series is a wonderful love letter overall to the franchise that pokes fun at every part of the history, but in a way that shows genuine love. It has tons of fan service that really landed to make it satisfying to watch after my recent-ish rewatches of all the series in 2024. Yeah, it feels weird to me that Discovery barely gets more than a passing reference with the Klingons being warped into the ugly ones during one of the scenes, and it's a shame the reboot films I don't remember getting referenced at all, but I think those are recent enough that I understand they just wanted to homage the past and bring back a lot of actors who've aged too much to play the characters in this time period in live action. I don't have proper words, I love the showman's characters, then a story.
Giant hurt!
The movie war between Fourze and Wizard, man, it's really not up to much. I can appreciate the Fourze stuff, just seeing the cast where they are now, each pursuing their dreams and still close and tight, and the villains being the Archimizer 3, referencing that series, is very Fourze, but the Wizard storyline I thought was comparatively forgettable. The actual crossover between the two I thought was weak as hell. There are some fun moments when they interact, which I just think is because Haruto's very low-key personality plays off the louder personality of Gentaro very well, but most of it was just really unremarkable. Even the big team-up lacked the magnitude of the previous movie wars to me, and the random summoning of riders in ways that don't match how they work in their shows, and has them doing random shit like double transforming from Cyclone Joker to Fang Joker, as if that makes any sense, made them feel like an afterthought that was just there out of tradition. It was not one of the better movie wars. It was a solid-ish Fourze epilogue, followed by a whatever storyline with Wizard and a mediocre crossover.
I did it!
I respect the first Five Nights at Freddy's film. It tried its best to give the animatronics genuine personality and make them into real characters, while trying to stay a horror film where the horror was not born from the jump scares and shit that made the games infamous, but rather just the innate horror of the giant robots. There were almost no jump scares in the first film, and that made it a lot more earnest and genuine to me, with very good writing in between all the bad writing that I could appreciate. FNAF 2 I think is an awful movie. It's a fun movie at times, there is some stuff I like, but it did kind of just everything I didn't want it to do in a sequel. At a baseline, the story's fucking awful. I don't mind them making Charlie into an evil villain, but the way she's used is so weird. Possessing people because I don't know why, that's not a power anyone else has had before this in this continuity, and controlling all the toys, thus making them not their own characters. Now, Toy Chica, I'll admit, had one of Megan Fox's best vocal performances. She sounded like she tried, but she's such a focus, it's kind of strange. Anyway, the film kind of meanders for a while and revolves around Mike being kind of a shit person. Like, I genuinely came out of this movie kind of fucking hating Mike Schmidt. Not to say Vanessa is without blame, but let's say someone has a psychopathic father who has traumatized them to the point of having pointless nightmare scenes that add nothing to the movie beyond the chance to put starring Matthew Lillard on the poster. Maybe that person's not in the right mind, and going after them for not being on a trauma dump on you is just weird. Saying he's trying to fix her is already a bit of a step too far, and getting mad at her for not telling him everything is... Look, she spent her whole night trying to risk her life to save his sister from being murdered by giant robots. It's weird that he'd be so aggressive at her for not pausing to explain, by the way, I have a brother that I didn't know was evolved. Like, she has no idea that Michael has anything to do with this, really. At least I didn't pick that up, and if she did, well, that's just stupid. Would you rather have had your sister die so Vanessa could pause and tell you about her brother who might be crazy but she doesn't know is involved? How would that help? Michael Afton himself is fucking terrible. He appears in 2 scenes in the whole movie, in which the second has him show up as if he was the secret big bad guy, only to get clotheslined and then vanish from the film. This is because after the awesome setup of Mike going to the original animatronics that you'd hope would lead to a big 4-on-4 robot fight, 4 originals versus 4 toys, no, the originals just ripped the toy animatronics up with no issue. Okay, I guess they didn't want any cool animatronic action. Then they vanished. Mike gets angry at Vanessa for suffering from lifelong PTSD, and then she gets possessed and the movie ends without a real ending. What? I think the thing that makes the movie overall worse to me is its usage of the animatronics. Every time they do something, there's a loud jump scare noise. And to anyone who says, what do you expect, it's Five Nights at Freddy's, shut the fuck up. They didn't do this in the first movie, and I think that took away the aura of good faith I got. Now the animatronics still look incredible at least, oh my god, they look so good. But I wish they weren't accompanied with all the pointless jump scare sounds. Them taking a step is impressive enough because of the sound of the animatronic, you don't need to add a boom, boom, boom. It's also not aided by how little most of them show up. The OG crew is barely there. Toy Freddy and Bonnie get about 1 dedicated scene each and a few other minor ones, with a combined maybe 5 lines between them. Mad Pat is barely discernible and not in a good way. It doesn't have the energy you'd expect from him and it feels like his casting was wasted. The puppet is barely visible, though I'm more okay with how Mangle was handled. 2 of my favourite moments in this film are Mangle's kill on the camera guy early in the movie. I think it was a great way to keep the movie from being too gory while still implying an extremely violent death in an artsy way. And the idea of Mangle on the car is really cool and quite terrifying. If they just let the jump scares naturally come from the sound of them smashing windows and moving around instead of all the thom-dom-dom sounds that are a bit non-diegetic, it would have been much scarier. What I can mostly forgive are the wizards. The way they're used makes sense to me. The movie sets them up with Mike saying the originals are damaged and need repair, only to subvert that by having them really be fine, and then revealing the wizards later are actually a separate group. This allows them to reference the elements of the games while also keeping them as a separate group of 4. That way the goofy scenes of the first movie aren't in your head whenever you see them, which would, not make them scary. You don't associate these wizards with the bozos from the first movie, these are their own emotionless, mechanical monsters, and the one scene of actual FNAF 2 gameplay being referenced is mostly extremely good. I like the references to the games, I like Mike ripping Balloon Boy apart with his bare hands, and I like how he goes about using the Freddy mask. I don't like that when Foxy sees through it, Mike doesn't do anything to try and stop Foxy, he just keeps using the computer and Foxy does fucking nothing. Just standing there posturing like he's about to kill him for 30 seconds and then shutting down. Why was you posturing, bro? Mike could have at least scrambled and flashed him with a flashlight, turning it on and off to disorient Foxy, while trying to use the computer with his other hand, that way would up the tension of like, oh, he's stopping Foxy, but is it going to be enough for him to finish typing on the computer? But instead Foxy freezes in place. So yeah, it was not a good movie, and I'm disappointed. I'm still looking forward to the third movie. Springtrap looks great. I want to see what they do with Matthew Lillard's charisma coming back in full play, but this one was not good. Also, what were those mini arenas the puppet had? That's not her gimmick. Then I read the Marble Hornets comics, which I actually forgot to write anything for. I would say that for the most part, they're fine. I like getting some conclusion with Jessica and her story, but I think the addition of new characters and the way the operator was so aggressive, it kind of felt like it was kind of needless, and I didn't really feel like it had much of a proper ending. It was interesting to get a nice conclusion as to what the arc really was, which is neat at least, because there was a lot of theories on like the arc isn't a real place, it's actually just like representing Alex, or like the belief that Alex was the arc, the protector from the deluge that is the operator, and then the reveal of no, he wasn't the arc, and like there is no arc. There's no protection from the operator, but no, it's just a physical place, and like, it works for me, it's interesting, but I did feel like these comics could have gone on maybe a little longer and had a bit more detail to them, in terms of like, what was going on. I didn't want to tie up too many loose ends, but when it's in a comic format, I feel like it's not quite as interesting, but, it's fine.
Hi, I'm Uncle Magic, the hip-hop magician!
I don't like it when Kamen Rider shows let me down, but Wizard I will have to say sure did. Now I had quite a break between Fourze, Gaim and this, so I hope that the hype of those didn't rub off too much relative in this case. But Wizard I found to be a kind of frustrating show to watch at points. It had things going for it, the themes are strong, the characters are kind of cool, the fights can be neat, and some of the moments are pretty good. At the same time, aside from Beast, I thought most of the characters were really flat. Haruto Soma is an okay protagonist at first. It's nice to see a primary rider who is very in control of things without being exceedingly competent or aged and experienced like with Kabuto and Hibiki. But he doesn't really develop. He has a very one-note personality about the power of hope and shit, and while this kind of thing worked for the aforementioned Fourze because his one-note character wasn't used for any attempt at drama that he didn't fit into. He also got a lot of interesting bits to show how his friendship brain helped him understand the human condition and the nuances of how people act. Fourze has a one-note personality, but that one note has a lot of applications, and his show doesn't need him to have more of a character. That's all he needs, and he's so charismatic it carries. Haruto doesn't get that. While I felt he was all about hope, I never felt like he understood what made people different in terms of how they hope, like beyond the surface level at least. His solution was always to go into their body, kill the despair monster, and there you go, they have hope again. That wasn't ever as interesting as how Gentaro and Fourze would go about learning what people enjoyed, how they fought, and adjusted how he acted to be friends that they would be comfortable with through mutual understanding. Haruto does do that at times, where he like helps people figure out their hope and shit, but like it doesn't feel as meaningful because in the end he's just gonna jump into their body and kill the monster. Early on he gets flame dragon powers, and there's a great scene of Haruto coming to understand Wizard Dragon better, but this almost never came back. Wizard Dragon is barely a character. He goes on about despair and Haruto says no a few times, but he almost never actually shows up. The other dragon forms of Dragon Time happen with almost no input from Wizard Dragon, and Wizard Infinity does that thing I hate from the likes of Ghost, where no explanation, no build-up, Haruto magically regains the powers he lost and gets a super power boost because I guess his hope was just so strong. Yes, I know he's the magic one, but that's just bad writing. This also means that anytime I'm supposed to feel tension, I just felt like, okay, shouldn't you be just getting a new power boost? We already know you can do that. Why can't you just get a new form? But even then, that barely ever happened, because most of the time I was actually thinking, why are you wasting your time? Just go into Infinity and win the fight. And then after 2 episodes of dicking around, he'll go into Infinity with no downside, no situational usage, no prelude. He can just do it, and he wins easily. It felt like padding, where he tries to use all of his weaker forms on a Phantom, when he really could just use Infinity or even All Dragon to win. The threat of Wizard Dragon should have counteracted this, but no, he shows up like almost never after Infinity. And even then, when he shows up in Infinity, he shows up and says, I'll be your new hope, which, that's never addressed. Why are you all about hope now? Aren't you the despair guy? What changed? It's such a frustrating show, and Haruto is handled really poorly. A flat, boring character who has a few moments of coolness, but is otherwise really underwhelming and just badly written. Beast, however, I thought was fantastic. Nito is also very one-note, but he makes up for it by being consistently entertaining. So entertaining, in fact, that he regularly had some of my favorite scenes, and most of them were just actually from his rapport with Haruto. The two have such a great dynamic, and it made seeing them butt heads but in a less hostile way to most primary and secondaries really fun. That's the thing, I have a lot of issues with Haruto's arc and story, but I do enjoy him on just a level of how he goes about interacting with characters and the plot. He's fun to watch, but mostly when he's interacting with Nito. What I love most about Beast is that he comes across as a really one-note guy, but episodes like the one about his grandmother and how he interacts with Chimera give him a lot more to do than Haruto. He's a solid guy, but he's also irresponsible and ignorant to the charity of others. As he learns more to appreciate those around him, they all build up to him putting everything on the line and performing a truly selfless act by releasing Chimera. And that moment, where he finally does it during the second Sabbat, is my favorite scene in the show. A perfect moment for the character, especially with how Chimera lets him go because he just likes him. And as for the rest of the show, it's fine. Wizard's story didn't feel like it was going anywhere, and that did hurt it. It felt sometimes like I'd fallen back into the repetitiveness of the Showa era, but with the Heisei era's penchant for shilling toys taking center stage in a way that I wasn't always on board with. I didn't care for most of the villains aside from our final boss, who was pretty fun, and I didn't care for a lot of the episodes that amounted to fuck all happens. The final 2 episodes are extremely weird, but like they were fun enough. And yeah, I mean that's it for me. I don't think it's bad. I think I put it in the same category as Ghost, where like, I understand the criticisms, I can nod along to a lot of what people don't like, and I agree, by writer standards, they're pretty weak, especially in one-note and characterless the protagonists are most of the time, and how their powers have no consequences. But I genuinely don't think I could call them actively bad shows, just weaker shows. Kamen Rider bats such a great average that weaker shows end up looking worse than they really are, is all.
Glad that's dealt with. He might have been a wizard.
And The Wizard in Magic Land, it was a movie, yeah. Like, it's so close to doing something interesting. The movie raised the question, how does Haruto handle a world where he is nothing special, where he isn't the special magic guy who is the hope of the world, but just some bozo with a different looking transformation? And I wish they played into that more, but instead it's just kind of incidental and not particularly relevant to what's going on. The rest of the movie continues to raise interesting ideas like how does someone with magic live in a world of magic but doesn't do anything. It then has a villain who could have been interesting, but if he genuinely believed that a world of magic would be better for humanity and serve the dual purpose of serving the Phantoms, which would raise the moral dilemma of should it be destroyed. But no, he's just outright evil, so Haruto's killing him and it kind of makes sense. It's a dull movie that doesn't do much to me.
Can you do this?
What?
Not be a fucking liar!
The Wizard and Gaim crossover is 1/3 fantastic Wizard epilogue, boring ass Gaim story, and underwhelming crossover. The bit with Wizard is great, aside from how they handled Nito getting his beast powers back, which I would've liked more if Chimera just came back from space after he was set 3 and agreed to help him. Him just getting caged off screen and them not being bothered by this was something I didn't like. But Haruto was fun, I like seeing how everyone's stories continued, and the unique villain was nothing special, but he was pretty okay. And then Gaim's part was completely whatever and had no interest to me. And the crossover I thought was weak. They didn't do anything interesting really, and it was fairly underwhelming. It could have been better, weak movie war.
No, my car!
Guda for this year was fine. I didn't dislike the story, I like a good Shinsengumi story, I thought the new additions were great at kind of getting across the idea that the Shinsengumi suck behind the scenes. I wasn't exactly chuffed to see Nobunaga out the story for basically all of it. I feel like whenever the story is about her, Akita still gets to have a role, but I guess Mao Nobu is so overpowered they had to find a way to write her out. The story I thought was generally fine, if a bit rooted in Japanese history, so it kind of fell on deaf ears. For the most part, I was just underwhelmed as far as Gudas go. It had its moments of wackiness, Akita busting out her swimsuit and baffling the villains is a great moment, and I love the rapport between Shingen and Kenshin. The way they wrapped up Kagetora's story in general to give her a satisfying ending was pretty good. I love the moment where she and everyone realize that she has developed real emotions now. That was nice to see. There was plenty of genuinely good moments, but I feel like without Nobunaga there's a bit of that Guda magic lost. To say nothing of how weird it is that Izo and Ryoma got no role, but maybe that's the issue with having so many characters of Guda now.
Hey you, what's up man? Give me money please.
Oh boy, Yakuza 5 then. Here I am finishing off the Yakuza Remastered Collection and finally being able to move on to one of the different games I have purchased of the franchise. And Yakuza 5, I feel, was on par with the other two in the set, which I guess is good, but it's a bit underwhelming. That's certainly not to say it's bad though. I think it has a more solid story than Yakuza 4 and better gameplay than 3, with its own things here and there that bring it down. It does the same 4-part format with one for each of its characters for the big finale at the end that 4 did. In some ways it handles this better. For one thing, I generally felt like the pacing for each segment is generally just stronger. In Yakuza 4, it felt like with each chapter they got shorter and smaller in scope, while the story got bigger in the background. While in this one, they feel relatively similar except for 3, which is understandably longer feeling than the rest of them due to the fact that there's 2 characters in it. Each part also contains its own dedicated minigame, ranging from the very one-note taxi racing with Kiryu that goes alongside the fun enough taxi riding, and the basic ass respond to the questions with the right responses type taxi riding. The races would have been more fun if there wasn't just one track with 3 different levels to it, and also you couldn't win every one by just having the right upgrades and hitting the heat action on the last lap. Saejima had hunting, which was fine and I enjoyed, but it didn't have enough meat on the bone to be more than just an entertaining enough distraction. And Tanimura had nothing because he wasn't there. Newcomer Tatsuo Shinada got baseball, which I thought was functional enough and fit the character, but it's okay. I mean, of course it fits the character. He was new to the game that introduced the minigame setup, so it was easier for him. Then there's Akiyama, who didn't have one because his minigame is co-opted by the second playable character of his chapter in Haruka, which I did think was pretty neat. I loved her storyline, but her actual gameplay ranged from some whatever minigames and then bouncing between dance battles that felt like they could have been expanded on to become a genuinely great bit of gameplay, and a rhythm game that had a total of like 3 songs, which is way too few for a narrative of this length. Anyway, what do I feel about each part? Well, Kiryu's was first, and it immediately showed off the improved mechanics. It feels like in only 2 games I've seen a huge shift from the block-happy, do-nothing and wait mechanics of Yakuza 3 that encourage just grabbing, knocking over and slamming enemies by their ankles with the overhead move over and over, because they don't attack enough to take them out with counters quickly. Because Yakuza 5 feels good to play. Kiryu is a monster in this game, though debatably not even the biggest one of the lot. He feels incredible and that's great. I love how they intro this game too. We're just dropped into where Kiryu is, no setup, no fucking narration. Let us put the pieces together, either through the pieces in the sub-stories or the ones that are there throughout the main story. The plot promises so much here that, admittedly, I don't think it lives up to in the end. There's conspiracies going on. Daigo disappearing leaves us with mysteries that need to be solved. Kiryu is so lonely in this and clearly so lost, and seeing him find a goal to strive to feels good, but there's this underlying sorrow, the thing that kicks Kiryu out of his stupor, and into action is more violence. The thing that frees Kiryu from feeling alone and sad is Tojo clan bullshit. More engagement of the people he cares about. It feels like with Kiryu, there is no life for him to live because the life he wants to live endangers the people he loves. And it all ends on the note of Majima being dead, which is a great way to end it. Obviously no one would believe he's dead, but it was a perfect way to just end part of the story. The next storyline with Saejima I also thought was really solid. I miss his longer hair look just because that's what I prefer, but I will gladly shave him bald as a tree if it means getting this improvement to his gameplay. While still slow and lumbering, he feels not only faster but stronger and tougher. With his extremely long health bar and Herculean spirit, he is an absolute bulldozer that annihilates anything in this game. It's so satisfying to build him back up into the strongest character, I think surpassing anyone, and even Kiryu by a bit. His storyline's very slow, but at least not to the same extent as Yakuza 4. The stuff in the prison I liked well enough. Seeing the old-fashioned loyalty and strength he has in supporting his friends was nice. Saejima himself made it worth sitting through, and then there's the rest of the stuff after the fantastic prison break that definitely surpasses Yakuza 4's, just because Saejima doesn't feel shit to try and beat the enemies with. Once you get out, you have to do the stuff on the mountain with the hunting and that, which is more overall necessary for him than like any other character's side story other than Haruka if you count her. You leave and you go to a city. Oh right, while all characters go to Kamurocho, they also have their own exclusive cities to explore. I think this was a decent option and helps with not making it too monotonous like Yakuza 4 could feel at times. Saejima's however feels kind of lifeless and maybe unfinished. It definitely felt the most like it was covered in invisible walls and very restrictive to explore. I wasn't sold on it, and while the story is fine from there on out, the reveal that Baba was actually against us the whole time is not much of a shock, as Saejima's justification for fighting him is, oh, I'll beat you near to death so you fear death and don't kill yourself, which, what? Maybe I'm misremembering what he said exactly, but it took me off guard. Akiyama and Haruka's is where the story actually starts taking some shape as like the next chapter. You do the first chunk entirely as Haruka with a completely different gameplay style and the unique ability to actually walk around without being attacked. Now, while it's entirely reasonable to not like this segment of the game, because it revolves around a completely different style of gameplay and mechanics, and I'd understand that, I was thankful to get to play a bit of the game where there was no being stopped on the street. One of my biggest problems with this game is the encounter rate is too high. The last games had maybe one enemy encounter on each street, and even then that was rare. This game has several per street, and in situations like with Saejima, there are times where you can finish a fight only to immediately get a cutscene introing the next foe. It makes the game's much more seamless transition into the brawling gameplay from Overworld a lot harder to appreciate. It might not seem to be too huge a deal, but over 100 hours of gameplay, it fucking sucks to add a solid hour of extra fights from the bullshit encounter rates. Haruka, however, doesn't have to worry about that. You can just enjoy exploring and experiencing the story. I really like the storyline, even if it felt like a bit of an odd direction to take Haruka, because it didn't feel to me like the previous games really built up to this. But seeing her pursue her dreams was nice, and I like Mirai Park. She was a shitty person who did a lot wrong and mistreated her staff, pushed her dreams onto Haruka and that, but the game didn't shy away from that. It treated her as a shitty character that you don't immediately like. You're supposed to come around to understanding and want to see more of her before she's suddenly killed. It's tragic, right as you start to see what's peeking under the hood and begin to understand that the reason she's such a shitty person is that her life is fucking miserable, and the punishment for her mistakes have chased her the whole time. She's killed off screen, which is kind of predictable, given she goes into a whole spiel about her past out of nowhere, but it was still sad. The game does try to deify her after her death without everyone yaps about her, but given it's mostly the co-workers that she didn't mistreat, and Akiyama who didn't see the worst of it, I can kind of understand it. And when Akiyama joins the story, I kind of have a feel for the guy. Akiyama is one of the most real guys in Yakuza from what I've experienced. I consider him one of my favorites. He's never at fault and never looks for bullshit. The bullshit just finds him. His role in the story is mostly just to back up Haruka and continue chasing clues that she helps him find. That's fine. He's fun enough to play. It feels like they cranked up his speed and made him a monster, though he falls a bit short of the other two to me. Which makes sense. They give you the strongest characters first, and then once you're used to the mechanics, the characters get harder to use to make the game more challenging. I felt like the leveling speed was a lot more natural as well. It often didn't feel like I was building up a character from scratch whenever a new part started me at level 1, because unlike with Yakuza 4, you get levels so fast here that it never bothered me. That said, Akiyama is one where if you don't engage in some fights before continuing the story, it just jumps you into a boss battle with a tank out of nowhere. Still, I thought it was fun enough. Fun little bit of story, and his general aerial gameplay that come out of nowhere is really cool and fun. And there's Shinada, who feels weird. Not only is it strange to me that Tanimura is not only gone, but I think never addressed except by Amon, the super boss. But Shinada feels like such an odd inclusion. Now don't get me wrong, I love the guy. Behind Akiyama, he's probably the guy I can relate to the most because bro has nothing together. He's a very fun character with tons of great lines and a fun personality. I think his individual story on its own is by far the strongest in the game. Saejima is strong but has a weird ending, and Kiryu and Haruka's are great but primarily when linked to the main story overall, and Akiyama's is along for the ride. But Shinada's baseball conspiracy honestly feels like it could have been its own game, or even the start or otherwise earlier into this game, so it felt more naturally integrated. As it is, while very solid, it can feel like the game's taking a random break to go into this shit and you're left wondering, what does that have to do with literally anything? And it's not that it doesn't have anything to do with stuff, or that other stories don't even have this issue of being confusing, but the other parts of the game came earlier, and they had more hints to link them together. Kiryu's doesn't need to worry about it, it's the first part of the game. Saejima ties to the Majima Dead cliffhanger and involves the Omi alliance directly, and Haruka naturally had connections to Kiryu's half of the story just because she's Haruka. Shinada's feels a bit disjointed. It's the final chapter before the finale, and it feels like a whole unrelated storyline's coming in. He ties to Daigo, but I felt like they were very haphazardly added in, didn't offer much. And not only is him actually beating Daigo in a fight extremely hard for me to swallow personally, because he showed himself able to take on Kiryu last game, I also didn't feel like it was thematically satisfying. Most of their on-screen relationship is very sparse. I liked Shinada's story. I felt his gameplay was solid for how technically interesting it was to focus on this one meteor tackle move. That and the weapon gameplay, but if I can be honest, weapons in these games have been completely nothing to me. I don't know, Yakuza gameplay feels natural when using the weapons from the environment, but having to equip a weapon and take up a whole item slot, I don't know. It felt pointless because they break so quickly. But while I like Shinada's story, I didn't really like its place in Yakuza 5. It felt out of nowhere. And once you're done with Shinada comes the finale, which starts solidly following all the characters coming together, solving their still storylines as it dissolves into itself, and it shits itself in the end. This chapter is where the story began to fall apart for me. Kiryu the character feels like a man on a mission, an unstoppable force in nature, so sick of the Tojo clan's rubbish that he'll crush them and protect the family that he has that can't protect themselves. But while Kiryu versus the Tojo clan certainly sounds like a cool setup to someone who has yet to play the first two games, that is not what's going on. Instead, everyone gathers together into a single area to fight. Kiryu is oddly hyped for it, and then the obvious twist villain reveals himself. And that twist villain is also not the final boss, because there is a twist villain in Kiryu's chapter, and he disappears from the story, only to be revealed to be dead in the finale. His partner, who he claimed to have killed in part 1, is twist revealed further to be alive, and then twist revealed again to be the true final boss because, I don't know, even he doesn't seem to know why he's the final boss. Each character's final battle has a build-up to it. Saejima has a fight with Majima, a perfectly thematic finale with Majima finally entering the story after being absent all game. And our boss fight happens because Majima, despite being the seemingly one-note psychopath, continues to show the genuine depth to his character by refusing to even consider harming Haruka even at the threat of blackmail, because he doesn't want to hurt her or by extension Kiryu. Shinada gets his final fight with Baba, a character tied directly to Saejima whom he has never met before. Limp noodle of a final boss for him that has no ties to his entire fucking storyline. The bit after the fight of him reflecting on how it feels to be a watcher in the crowd, and that moment where he gets called by the Loan Shark character and gets told that everyone's been missing him in the short time he's been gone and breaks down, that got to me. It felt like Shinada realized he does have a place to call home, and maybe to a degree, he's been using these people's charity and needs to pay them back, and he finally realizes the degree to which he's been taking advantage of them, and he needs to be better. Akiyama's final battle is with whatever guy, but it makes sense. Akiyama is barely a part of the story, the Goonie fights is barely part of the story, they're directly connected and are met a few times. It's a great genuine challenge considering the other three get such easy battles. Yeah, I had no problems. Haruka doesn't get a final battle unless you count the Amon clan dance battle, and then Kiryu gets his final fight with the random final boss that comes out of nowhere. It's a great final battle with a lot of hype moments but feels completely nonsensical. Then Haruka completely abandons her idle dreams out of nowhere, throwing away the dreams of not just Park, but everyone else who put themselves behind her and sacrificed so much, including Kiryu, just so she can go be with him. Yes, it's nice to see her put her values in her family, not shy away from her past and finally get to see them interact in this game, but it feels like everything we did, all the work we put into seeing the dreams of these characters realized went fucking nowhere. What was it all worth if she was going to throw it all away in the end? Then she runs to Kiryu and the game ends with him bleeding out in the snow. There's no real final moments with Saijima, Shinada, or Akiyama, the game is just done. Okay. Yo, the game's not gonna have a real ending, I guess I don't need to either. With that said, I think this is overall a great game, and Yakuza has yet to have a true miss with me, but man, the story issues and the ridiculous encounter rate keep this at the same level as the other two ones that I played.
The world from Scotty to Hottie!
So I went out of order again, really just to get the show out of the way. Kamen Rider Geats. I wasn't sold on this at first, but I think as time went on it picked up, captured me, and then let me down again. As a show, Geats has a lot of basic things going for it. The effects and action are phenomenal, the direction and cinematography do a lot to make everything as dynamic as it can be. That's really it. That's the main thing I have no complaints about. On every other level, I think there's issues with Geats that bring it down compared to a lot of other Rider shows. Character-wise, I didn't get much from Ace himself. It felt like a poor man's Soji Tendo, but while Tendo spoke in such an over-the-top way that he could make describing the wobbling of tofu entertaining, Ace was kind of flat. He just kind of says stuff, smiles, and hopes you pretend like what he did was cool. His arc near the end was okay. They gave him some depth, but waiting 30 episodes to give the main character depth isn't good enough to me, and that depth came in the form of an immediate 180 of his character, and then him spending the rest of the series being a hypocrite, telling Keiwa not to do shit that he was happy to do himself. Keiwa himself I thought was fine, a bit flat, but I could see what they were going for. But his heel turn I found impossible to take seriously. The actual moment of him losing it when his sister dies and mourning I thought was solid, but the way he acted, dressed, and was played during his edgy arc was impossible for me to accept as a villain. And while that may have been the point due to the commentary of the show overall, it wasn't very pleasant. But I have no complaints with Michinaga or Neon. They were consistently enjoyable and compelling. I was always interested in their stories, and frankly I was rooting for Michinaga way more than Ace most of the time. Of course not all this mattered, because around the halfway point the show began to really push its themes and made it blatantly obvious. I didn't mind this because I found the themes interesting. Obviously there's a strong theme about wishes and ideals, what links we should go to fulfill our dreams, and how much suffering we could bring into the world if we don't pay attention to the consequences of our actions on our way to make those dreams reality. But on a wider scale, Kamen Rider Geats is a meta-narrative on Kamen Rider as a franchise. The tropes of the series, the fanbase it has cultivated, and also this idea that the series has to move forward. We can't just keep clinging to what used to be there. We have to continue, change, evolve as the franchise grows, and love what comes next without it just being the same as the past. It doesn't need to be the same as the past to be good. The real protagonist of the show, in a meta-narrative sense, is Keiwa. He is the standard, heroic, primary Kamen Rider. Michinaga is a standard secondary rider. More experienced, long-running rider who's a massive arsehole with a chip on his shoulder and a revenge story who comes around the end of the primary rider. However, Ace is the hero of a previous story that keeps getting dragged back for more. He is never allowed to have his ending. All because he is popular, he keeps coming back in an endless loop of engaging in other people's stories while never getting to actually get what he wants. As a result, he essentially hijacks the Kamen Rider Tycoon show, pushing Keiwa down to secondary status and Michinaga even lower, and Neon lower than that. The commentary completely changes how you look at the show. Ace is no longer just perfect and amazing, he's almost doing a Saitama thing where he's as strong at the start of the show as he should be by the end of it. The endgame boss playable as the first party member. It makes his arc a lot more interesting. He's not just the standard woe is me for immortality, but someone questioning why the powers above keep taking away his chance for a happy ending. Everything starts to fall into place. The supporters of each rider play into the different types of fans. Kekura is the old fan stuck in the past of what a real Kamen Rider is, who can't accept the new content, which is why he targets only Keiwa. He's the only one that hasn't undergone the old storyline of Rider must build around revenge and suffering. He's supposed to be the main hero, so Kekura's gotta fix him. Bedoba is the edgelord fan who wants everything to always be dark and full of suffering and despair. Everything's gotta be super evil, and what if the villains were the good guys? She latches onto Michinaga as he's the edgiest rider, and that's the standard one usually. Kyun is the fan who gets attached to the background characters, the one who loves not the primary or the secondary, but the glup shitto in the distant background. That's why he gets attached to Neon Kurama. She's not even the tertiary rider in this situation, she's just the other one who is also there. And Zin is the fan who gets too attached in general and starts to live their wish fulfillment from the OP protagonist. Unlike the others though, Zin has more of an arc where he turns into a different type of fan. He becomes the type of fan who gets attached to the character and through them comes to understand themselves better, someone influenced by a fictional character they will always love for teaching them something about themselves. Furthermore from this, the goddess of creation represents a muse or a showrunner, someone who otherwise should be in charge, but instead, her literal creative vision is shackled literally again, by the powers above, and forced to work for them until she crumbles to dust. As the company bears down on her, it forces her to break herself, making the same repetitive content over and over, with no capacity to use her creative abilities to have input. All she's allowed to do is be a reset button to set everything back to how it was before. Because the producers and the executives and the company in the end have the real final say as to what's happening and control over the project. Suel is the guy in charge. All the DGP producers are actual producers, and the audience are us. We are the ones who attribute all that's good with the Game Master and then blame the goddess of creation for everything that went wrong in the story, even though she isn't the one who is actually to blame. Because we are blind, we're made to look away from the studio mandates that made her have to make these choices, much like the people who will attack a showrunner and not even consider maybe it was the company that have forced them to do this stuff. And this lens I think makes Geats far more interesting, and also an awful first Kamen Rider show. 30% of what it's going for will be picked up, as most of it's meta-narrative. And it makes some of the later writing choices a little more understandable, but only because of like, there are still issues with all the different layers of no, X was really the villain, and oh, now Geats can will this new power into being. And by the end it became really confusing to me why Ace wasn't just able to win every encounter using his powers. Yes, he's powered by the audience I guess, but the audience for the most part was on his side. So I didn't ever get how Kiva was supposed to match him. The story began to feel like it was getting itself confused and aimless, with several tiny arcs happening back to back that didn't feel fleshed out. And while Suel made for a competent allegory for oppressive producers and companies, he didn't make for a competent character. He has 4 fights if you include the one that's an avatar of his will in Zit, and he loses all of them. Sumuri comes in for the save to kill Ace in one of them, but as it turns out Ace wanted that. Okay, I guess, then Suel jobs again. He's just useless, and I put him down with Double's Utopia and Ghost's Great Isa for worst final villains in Kamen Rider. And in general, I thought the pacing left a lot to be desired. It takes a while before the show gets interesting. But yeah, I thought Geats was good, just not excellent. It was a perfectly average Rider show to me. And that's not bad, because the average Rider show is still quite good. I haven't even mentioned Punk Jack though. He's my goat and I love him, though not as much as Buffer. Geats and the Four Aces and Black Fox, whatever, the movie, it's okay. It had some things I like generally. I found the villains fun. I thought the Four Aces thing was a fun way to take the OP protagonist out of the story. But aside from that, I had very little opinion. It was consistently enjoyable for the most part, but with no real high points that stood out to me. I don't even think I have a whole intro to this segment, it's just kind of there as a movie.
Extra! Extra! Paperboy goes mad!
Geats Extra says 3 mini-films featuring the cast of Geats, starting with Geats Extra Punk Jack. I think this really helped a lot with one of the smaller issues of Geats I didn't mention. I do like Punk Jack, he's really cool at the end, but he's a bit of a weird character. He appears as a silent arsehole figure, and then when he comes in proper, he's this punk rocker guy, and then he dies and goes away. When he comes back, he's just like the cool buddy of Ace. Punk Jack Extra, however, gives him a proper backstory and makes the punk rocker element a lot more important. It gives him weight to the whole thing and makes him a degree of it gives him a degree of extra character I think he was missing. It's a generally fun film, and while I wouldn't rank it as one of my favorite of these, or as my favorite of these at all, I did think it was pretty good. Punk Jack of course carried. It's nice to know he always had a bit of likability to him. It doesn't feel as much like it comes out of nowhere. The third one was Gazer, which I'm talking about now because I thought it was just fine. I did like getting to know more about Niramu and his whole bit, and it had some nice fights in it, but it was far from the most interesting of the set, and I felt like the only thing it really had was that Gazer Zero is a really fucking cool design. Tycoon meets Shinobi, though, was by far my favorite of them. Not only did it make me think, oh yeah, Tycoon being a ninja makes sense now. The joke about 2022 Rider in Gyo was Shinobi, a ninja, and a big part of Geats is that meta-narrative where Ace is stealing the role of protagonist from the guy who's supposed to be the protagonist. And as Geats was in 2022, the guy who was supposed to be the protagonist is a ninja. Cool little extra bit of meta-narrative there. But also I genuinely really like Shinobi. He has my favorite design of any main Reiwa rider if he counts, and I found him so over the top and kind of Sentai-esque in a really fun way. And the extra mile of making a fake intro, last time and next time sequence was all really appreciated. The narrator screaming certain words in the narration for no reason was funny too. I haven't watched Saber or X-Aid yet, so those ninja appearances didn't do much for me, but I popped off like crazy when Zekros showed up. The way the villain's like, I have mind controlled all these stupid ninjas, only for Zekros to walk in and be like, bitch, I'm a cyborg, magic doesn't fucking work on me, and then solo everyone was cool. I love how the Showa riders don't have super forms or fancy technique finishes for the most part, so they just like make them keep up with the new riders by going, fuck it, they're extremely physically strong and they can match those finishing moves with a normal kick. And Zekros' themed Dragon Road playing as everyone teams up for the finisher, oh, it's so cool! I love it. This one's great. My favorite extra film. Perfect. And then Judgment Awakening is just another Geats movie. Like, I think compared to 4 Aces, I probably preferred Aces. Doom Geats isn't nearly as fun or entertaining as X Geats or was a Cross Geats, but I enjoyed Buffer's whole bit, and like that felt more dramatic, and I like Better But coming back. I just kind of felt like, yeah, it was okay, it was enjoyable, but it didn't explore anything all that interesting. It was just kind of alright.
Everyone always said Ninja Gaiden, but I know for a fact it's Gaiden.
Then I went back and watched the Gaim Gaiden films, starting with Zangetsu and Baron. This set was probably not the most interesting. Zangetsu's I quite liked. It was nice to see some focus on Takatora, and I really like getting to see a new side of him. I think having him directly confront someone who mattered a lot to him and he did love, but being forced to take her down, added a lot to his interesting characterization as someone willing to do things that destroy his soul for the sake of everyone. That alone made it worth it. Baron's side though, I felt was pretty weak. I didn't really care about what was going on, I didn't think he added anything to Kaito. He had some nice moments to show his character off, but I ironically think he had a better showing in a different Gaiden film. Speaking of which, we can finally get to the last entry of this video.
Normally they say Ninja Gaiden.
Gaim Gaiden Duke and Knuckle I genuinely thought was really good. Duke's side wasn't the most interesting, I'd probably say it's just above Baron but below Zangetsu and Knuckle, but what it did have was more Ryoma, which I enjoyed, and it got to show off a new side of the character. At the very least, I think Ryoma and Takatora got to show off more of their relationship than in the show, and that was nice. I like that Takatora genuinely sees Ryoma as a friend, and while Ryoma doesn't necessarily see the same thing, he does see value in Takatora as an individual. We get to see more of Ryoma's convictions in how he rejects Saber, who has become akin to a god, but in no way that Ryoma can actually respect. Knuckle, however. Zack's whole segment I genuinely think was the perfect ending for a Gaim epilogue. Zack gets to show off his own character a bit more than the show got to, and he has a few really great dramatic moments, but what really sold this to me was how Zack related things to Kaito. In particular, the flashbacks are all amazing, and they go a long way to show Kaito's outlook and character more, but I love the final fight. Zack fighting a faker using the power of Baron. Two people trying to be Kaito's successor in different ways, but only Zack is actually doing what Kaito would have respected. As one man tries to be the next Baron and be a successor who copies him, Zack follows his own path and in that way remains as strong as Kaito thought he was. Zack is strong because he's Zack, and not because he's trying to be Kaito. And it ends on a beautiful final moment of Zack dancing with the spirit or the imagination of Kaito. It's a magical little moment that brings back the dancing motif from the start of the show. And then Kaito's gone. It's sudden, Kaito just disappears, but Zack continues the dance. Zack continues in Kaito's footsteps and carries on his legacy through nothing but visual storytelling. Even without Kaito, Zack is dancing the same dance in his own way, on his own. And I love that Zack got to continue with the dancing. Not only does it fit with the vision of him being the one to follow in Kaito's footsteps, but only he could do it. Kota has become a god, Michi has become a hero looking to redeem himself, Shinichi's a pastry chef now, and Kaito and Hase aren't alive anymore. All the other riders have nothing to do with the dancing thing. Zack alone continues to pursue everyone's original dream of being the best dancer, because he's strong enough to have made it through the events of Kamen Rider Gaim and stay true to who he really was. And that is 2025 in completion. I'm so happy to have ended on something I really liked, and once more hit 300 entries. I have no idea how many more years of this I'll be able to do. There was a lot of work on some big projects I had to do, and it meant I had to cram all the work for this one into like finishing off the 2025 part 2 into just January of 2026. But every time I do these, like the process is tough, but there's this satisfaction at the end because I'm able to get my thoughts out on all these things that otherwise I wouldn't talk about. That's why when I talk about the movies that are in rankings and stuff, I just kind of gloss over them in these videos, because this allows me to feel more comfortable with taking time to do things for my own enjoyment. I watch Kamen Rider because I want to get to enjoy it. I watch random anime or shows sometimes because I want to. I play games to relax, and it makes me feel less guilty about taking time out of my day to do that if I can rationalize it as well. It's still content, and I get to still make something of it, and I get to share my thoughts on things that no one really asks about, but also like people who just want to know my thoughts on things, just want to hear, they just like the way I explain how I feel about stuff. There are some of you. These videos are just for you. These videos are just for my really dedicated fans more than anyone else. This is not like my movie rankings or my Death Battle videos that expand beyond just the scope of the people who regularly watch me. This is for the fans. And, you know, despite the fact that I'm nearing 40,000 subscribers, I know that most of them don't actually watch my stuff. You know, most of my videos will get 10,000 to 20,000 views at the most, and, you know, that can hurt sometimes, because it's a reminder that of my fan base, a lot of them have moved on past me. But hey, shit happens. It just happens. And this is for those who have stayed around and just want to see, hey, what did Nemesis look at this year? What is in there? Maybe they saw something on the thumbnail and went, hey, that's something I know and like, and maybe they'll like to know what I think about it. And, you know, I do apologize that the last 2 years have been so full of Kamen Rider. I've been really getting into Kamen Rider, but, you know, hopefully, in doing the one Kamen Rider show a month setup now, not only is it easier on me than trying to just watch as much as I can because I want to, this allows me to space it out, and, you know, obviously December had 2 in this case, but that's because in November it didn't have any. November was kind of a throwaway month for just getting out a different video, but hopefully in 2026 there'll be a little more variety than just Kamen Riders, but hey, by the end of 2026 I should be done. Even with once a month, you know, January, if I can get to it, would be Drive. February will be Amazons, no Ghost, so it'll be Amazons. Then March will be X-Aid. April will be Build. May will be Geo. June will be 01. July will be Saber. August will be Revi. September, because I've already watched Geats, will be Black Sun, and maybe if I have time, I can throw Godchild in there too. And then if I do, then October will be Gav, and November will be Zets, and maybe I missed one that just kind of gone over my head. But, you know, there will also be probably a new show by then. And at some point, the next Metal Hero will get watched too, which is, you know, a different thing. So, also, I'm recording this after the fact, because I don't think I remember to say it. I don't remember to say it when I was doing the outro. Here's the tier list of everything in rough order, and in a moment I'll also show the total list of stuff in categories to see what I mostly checked out. You'll find at the top a very large supply of Barbie, and then as we go down it gets smaller for the movies and the comic book ranking, which doesn't surprise me being that high. It was over 100 movies on that list, and I'd only watched not a small amount, but not a huge amount either of them. And then, you know, Kamen Rider, unsurprisingly, especially as I got into the later half of Heisei, and every show started to come with 5 movies. And then, you know, Analog Horrors, again, not a surprise, did a whole video on it. We'll do another one this year. And then, you know, it just kind of goes down at that point. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm happy with all the stuff I checked out, and I love making these videos. You know, I always question, do I really want to do it? Do I really want to do it? And then I do it, and I'm like, yep, that was worth it. That's that. I hope you enjoy this video, and, you know, let's go to the end card if this is the YouTube release. Oh, so we're done. We're done. 2025 new video part 2. It's done. It's out. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and you got to this point like 3 days after you started, maybe because you had shit to do and this video's too long. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so we're finally here. I'm not going to keep you too long. Thank you for watching. I really hope you enjoyed. Tell me what you thought below. What should I check out this year? What are your recommendations? We'll see if I even have time to, between all the goddamn Kamen Riders and other shit that I want to get to checking out this year. Along with stuff I gotta watch for content. Oh boy. So, yeah. It was, obviously, like, it's fun. I had a great time making this, and, like, just being able to justify any random time I want to relax by going, well, I'll make content out of it anyway, in some degree. So I like the anxiety of I'm not getting work done, I'm not getting work done, I'm not getting work done. It's a little less thanks to these kinds of videos. But yeah. Thank you to everyone scrolling by for supporting me on Patreon. You're all of great help, and you're all amazing. If you want to support me, you can. You'll get access to videos like this early, and, you know, my other rankings, reviews, all early. Yeah, so yeah, you also get to be in my Patreon only Discord, and on that you can make me say stuff. What kind of stuff do you fellas be making me be saying? Well, that is an actual question. Okay. I feel like, you know, obviously the gimmicks could be colors or pumpkins, because I'm a pumpkin head, and also purple's a big thing, and my thing would be the color purple. You could do those, or we could go the Australian route. And my gimmick would be probably a nice classic Angus beef pie, honestly. But you know, something fucking Aussie related could work. But you know, like I guess maybe, like, I feel like the one thing I would love for a Kamen Rider series is for each ride to be themed off like a classical archetypical hero of different cultures. So like you'd have your British knight, you'd have your Nordic Viking type rider, your Japanese samurai, Chinese Shaolin monk, American cowboy, Australian bushranger, you know, all these different archetypes, and making riders themed around them. Though you probably would want a very culturally diverse cast, all of which can speak Japanese, so that the main audience of the franchise could actually tell what's going on. And like, I guess in that sense, I would probably be the Australian bushranger. And like, you know, those like, that would kind of be what I'd want, but you know, that's yeah. I've never really paid much attention, honestly, to the religious aspects of Xenoblade 1 and 2. I feel like a big part of it is, like, as noted, continuing on the themes from Xenogears and so on, but I've not played that, so like, I don't know how it's continuing on from them. I do see the commentary on like organized religion at many points, as notably. I don't know. I feel like it's definitely a part of the series, but it's not something I've really paid too much close attention to. Especially because a lot of Japanese media, especially JRPGs, kind of tackle religious themes, especially when it pertains to religions that aren't traditionally Shinto and such. And I feel like it gets to a point where it's like, I don't care as much, because yeah, look at that. Final Fantasy 16 has themes of organized like religion, and also like, oh, you're stopping God from like controlling your destiny, and like we can live without God, and maybe God's like manipulative. It's like that's just, it's played out. Those themes don't matter to me anymore. I want to see what's unique going on with the actual thing I'm looking at. It's tanking time. I don't even want to know. What am I supposed to say when you just like drop a GIF and I can't even play the GIF? What do your people think is happening in this GIF based on the single frame in which I've screen capped it? I don't even know what that is. What am I supposed to say about this, huh? I mean, I don't like. So this is YouTube videos I put on when I go to sleep. I guess like it's just like any kind of really long multi-hour video, like at a very low volume, and I barely tell what's being said because I just need some noise. You know, usually it's stuff I've already watched, so like, I watch a lot of just YouTube stuff in the background, so, I don't know, that's kind of just it, and I hope you're having a good day too. My favorite cheap snack, I mean, honestly, not much. I'm on a diet right now. I'm trying to avoid eating cheap snack treats in general, and that was that. Honestly, not a lot this time. But that's okay, because we'll make this quick, and I can go relax and have just a rest day. So, take care, everyone. Have a good one.